everyone, and welcome back. Many of us dream of escaping into nature, finding peace under the stars on a camping trip. The quiet woods, the crackling campfire, it sounds idyllic, right? But sometimes, the isolation we seek can turn menacing. Sometimes the deep woods hold more than just wildlife. Tonight, we have a chilling account of a camping trip that went horribly wrong. This story takes us deep into the woods in the U.S., where a group of friends embarked on what they thought would be a memorable adventure. Instead, it became a terrifying ordeal, a decision they would come to regret deeply. What happened out there? Let's just say the title says it all. True scary camping trip in deep wood, the U.S. was a deadly mistake. Prepare yourselves. Here's the clip. My name is Ava Richardson. If you're reading this, maybe it means I got out. Or maybe someone found my phone tucked away where they hopefully wouldn't think to look. Honestly, right now, crouched behind this ridiculously inadequate granite boulder, with the sun bleeding weakly through the dense canopy, I don't know which scenario is more likely. All I know is that the Una Mountains, this vast, ancient wilderness straddling Utah and Wyoming, isn't the sanctuary I thought it was. It's something else, something hungry, something that laughs. It was supposed to be a reset, a full digital detox, a plunge into the kind of profound quiet that only truly remote nature can offer. My job, a high-pressure marketing gig in Salt Lake City, had been grinding me down for months. Deadlines blurred into sleepless nights, fueled by stale coffee and the constant hum of fluorescent lights. My shoulders were permanently knotted. My patients weren't thinner than cheap motel sheets. I needed trees, mountains, the smell of pine needles crushed underfoot, the uncomplicated company of a crackling fire under a sky saturated with stars. My best friend, Chloe, was instantly on board. Chloe's the adventurous one, always has been. While I was agonizing over ad copy, she'd be scaling some rock face or kayaking down a churning river. She wasn't an expert survivalist by any means, but she had more camping experience than me and possessed a calm, practical demeanor that always made me feel safer. Yinta's in late summer. Perfect, she'd said over the phone, her voice already infused with the crisp energy of the outdoors. Crowds will be thinner. We can hike that Mirror Lake loop I told you about. Just us, the mountains, and maybe a moose or two. The drive up was therapeutic in itself. Leaving the sprawling suburbs of the valley behind, the landscape transformed. Strip malls and traffic lights gave way to rolling foothills, then steep canyons carved by millennia of water and ice. The air grew cooler, cleaner, carrying the scent of damp earth and evergreen. By the time we turned off the main highway onto the dirt access road, bouncing over potholes and gravel, my phone signal had flatlined. Freedom, Chloe declared, grinning as she navigated a particularly rough patch. I smiled back, feeling a knot I hadn't even realized was there begin to loosen in my chest. It did feel like freedom. A profound, slightly unnerving freedom. We found our spot late Friday afternoon. It wasn't an official campsite, just a small, relatively flat clearing nestled in a thick stand of lodgepole pines and Engelmann spruce. A short walk from a gurgling, ice-cold creek. It felt secluded, miles from anywhere, exactly what we wanted. The silence was immense, broken only by the wind sighing through the high branches, the chatter of the creek, and the occasional cry of a hawk circling overhead. We set up the tent, a sturdy two-person dome, positioning it to catch the morning sun. Chloe expertly rigged up our food bag, dehydrated meals, trail mix, chocolate, the essentials using the proper bear-aware technique. Hoisting it high between two sturdy pines a good distance from our tent, we felt responsible. Prepared. We were doing everything right. As dusk began to settle, painting the western sky in strokes of orange and purple, we got a fire going in the crude stone ring left by previous visitors. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees, making the familiar shapes seem strange and watchful. We cooked our foil packet dinners, talked, laughed, shared a flask of whiskey Chloe had smuggled in. The stars emerged, slowly at first, then in a sudden, breathtaking rush, a dense spray of diamonds scattered across black velvet. No light pollution out here. It was magnificent, humbling. But as the fire died down to glowing embers and the temperature dropped, a different quality settled over the woods. The familiar night sounds, the hoot of a distant owl, the chirp of crickets, seemed amplified in the vast silence. The darkness beyond the dying firelight felt absolute, pressing in. It wasn't menacing, not yet, just immense, deep. We zipped ourselves into the tent, burrowing into our sleeping bags. The thin nylon walls felt like scant protection against the sheer scale of the wilderness outside. Hear anything? Chloe whispered after a few minutes of silence. I strained my ears. Just the wind, I think. Why? Thought I heard something moving around out there, near the food bag tree. I listened again. Nothing. Probably just a deer wandering through, or maybe a raccoon trying its luck. Yeah, probably. She agreed, though her voice lacked conviction. We lay there in silence for a while longer. I was starting to drift off, the fatigue from the drive, and the hike finally catching up when I heard it too. A distinct rustling sound, not the gentle sigh of wind in the branches, or the occasional scamper of a mouse. This was low to the ground, furtive. Scratch, scratch, rustle, pause, rustle, rustle. It came from the direction of the food bag. My heart gave a little jump. Okay, heard that? I whispered back. See, told you. Definitely sounds small, I reasoned, more to convince myself than Chloe. Squirrels can be active at night sometimes, right? Or maybe a chipmunk. The image of a tiny chipmunk trying to scale the rope to our food bag seemed almost comical. Maybe, Chloe said. Or a pine marten. They're sneaky. The rustling continued intermittently for another 10 minutes. It seemed too persistent for a random animal passing through, yet too light and quick for anything large like a bear or even a coyote. It had a strange quality to it, almost busy, like something was working at something. Should we go look? Chloe asked, her voice tight. And do what? Shine a flashlight and scare off a squirrel? I countered, trying to project calm. Honestly, Chloe, it's fine. That bag is tied up tight, high off the ground. Nothing small is getting into that. We followed the rules. Let's just get some sleep. My own words sounded hollow even to me. There was something about the sound, something just off. It wasn't aggressive, just persistent. And maybe, just maybe, there was a faint, almost inaudible something else accompanying it. A tiny chittering. A high-pitched something. I dismissed it as my tired mind playing tricks. The wind whistling through a pine needle cluster in a funny way. Nerves. Chloe sighed. Okay. You're probably right. Just creepy out here. That's the point, right? I tried to joke, but it fell flat. Eventually, the rustling stopped. The silence returned deeper than before. I lay awake for what felt like hours, every snap of a twig, every gust of wind making me tense. I strained to hear anything else, any return of the noise, but there was nothing. Just the vast, indifferent quiet of the Intas. Finally, exhaustion won. I drifted into an uneasy sleep, plagued by fragmented dreams of tiny, unseen things scrabbling in the dark, just beyond the thin fabric walls of our tent. I told myself it was just the woods, just animals. It was the city girl in me being spooked by nature's nightlife. It was nothing. That was my first mistake, my deadly mistake. Dismissing it. Because what we found in the morning wasn't the work of any animal I'd ever heard of. I woke slowly, reluctantly, pulled from the depths of uneasy sleep by the persistent chirping of birds somewhere high above the pines. Golden sunlight streamed through the tent's mesh window, painting stripes across Chloe's sleeping bag. For a blissful, groggy moment, everything felt normal. Just another morning camping, stiff muscles, the faint scent of wood smoke clinging to my clothes. The unsettling events of the night seemed distant, hazy, like the remnants of a bad dream easily dismissed in the clear light of day. Oh, how wrong I was. Morning, Chloe mumbled, already unzipping her bag. Coffee first, or brave the creek for a face wash? Coffee. I croaked, my throat dry. Definitely coffee. I'll get the stove going if you want to grab the food bag. Chloe nodded, pulling on her fleece and boots. She unzipped the tent flap and stepped out into the crisp mountain air. I fumbled for the portable stove and fuel canister, my movements sluggish. The birdsong seemed unnaturally loud, almost frantic. A woodpecker hammered insistently on a nearby tree, the sound echoing in the stillness. Then silence. Not the deep, peaceful silence of the wilderness, but a sudden, sharp cessation of sound. The woodpecker stopped. The birds went quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. A prickle of unease ran up my spine, the lingering dregs of last night's fear resurfacing. Chloe, I called out, poking my head out of the tent. She was standing maybe 20 yards away, near the two pines where we'd hoisted our food bag. Standing completely still, staring up, her back was to me rigid. Chloe, what is it? I asked, starting towards her, my boots crunching on the pine needles covering the forest floor. She didn't answer. As I got closer, I saw it. The food bag wasn't hanging high and secure between the trees anymore. It was lying on the ground, torn, practically shredded. The thick nylon rope we'd used, frayed and snapped, dangled uselessly from the branch above. But it wasn't chewed through, not like a bear or even rodents would do. It looked picked apart, strand by strand, with an unnerving precision. Scattered around the ruined bag were the contents. Dehydrated meal pouches ripped open with what looked like surgical neatness, their powdery contents spilled onto the dirt and needles. Trail mix scattered wide. Our precious chocolate bars were gone, wrappers discarded like confetti. Plastic water bottles lay on their sides, dented. It wasn't the chaotic mess of an animal foraging. It was deliberate destruction, almost contemptuous. What the hell did this? I breathed, stopping beside Chloe. My voice sounded small, lost in the suddenly vast space of the clearing. A bear wouldn't shred the rope like that, would it? And it's not torn open like teeth and claws. Chloe finally turned to look at me. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with disbelief and something else, dawning horror. She didn't say anything, just slowly raised a trembling hand and pointed. My eyes followed her finger. There, on the smooth plastic surface of a discarded granola bar wrapper, smeared slightly with the faint purple residue of dried berries, was a handprint. It was impossibly small, smaller than any child's handprint I'd ever seen. Like something left by a porcelain doll, perhaps. But it wasn't a doll's print. It had 5 distinct fingers, unnaturally long and slender, pressed firmly into the wrapper. The pads looked defined, the lines sharp, almost too perfect. It was disturbingly, undeniably, a handprint. My stomach clenched. Bile rose in my throat. I scanned the area, my eyes darting around frantically. There were more. Another tiny print on the side of a dented water bottle. A smudge near the cap of our vanished whiskey flask. And then my blood ran cold. On the dusty fabric of our tent flap, right next to the zipper handle, was another print, slightly smudged but unmistakable. They had been right there. While we slept, convincing ourselves it was just squirrels. Something with tiny, freakishly articulated hands had been inches away from us, perhaps even touching the tent, examining the zipper. The rustling, the scratching, it wasn't just near the food bag. It was here. Ava, Chloe whispered, her voice barely audible. They looked like little kid hands.
She was right.
They were childlike in size, but proportions were wrong. Too elongated. Too delicate, yet conveying an impression of uncanny strength to have ripped open the tough packaging and frayed that rope. That's when we heard it. It started faintly, almost indistinguishable from the newly resumed breeze, whispering through the highest pine needles. A high, pitched, fleeting sound. We both froze, heads snapping up, scanning the dense wall of trees that encircled our clearing. Did you hear that? I asked, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. Chloe nodded slowly, her eyes fixed on a particularly dark patch of undergrowth uphill from us. It came again, clearer this time, seeming to emanate from that patch of shadow. He, it was giggling. Faint, high-pitched, unmistakably giggling, like a group of small children hiding, trying to suppress their laughter during a game of hide and seek. But there was no mirth in it. It was thin, brittle, almost metallic, and it scraped along the nerves like fingernails on slate. No. Chloe breathed, shaking her head, taking an involuntary step back towards the tent. No. Raccoons don't have hands like that. Squirrels don't giggle. The rationalizations from the night before crumbled into dust. This wasn't animals. This wasn't anything natural or known. The woods, which had felt peaceful and welcoming just hours before, now felt alien and deeply hostile. The tall pines seemed to lean in, listening. The shadows beneath them felt deeper, concealing unseen watchers. We were intruders here, and we had attracted the attention of something ancient, mischievous, and utterly terrifying. We need to pack, I said, my voice tight, strained. Forget breakfast. Forget the food. Just pack the tent, sleeping bags. Now, panic lent us speed. We scrambled back to the tent, nearly tripping over each other. I fumbled with the tent poles, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. Chloe started stuffing sleeping bags into their compression sacks with jerky movements. Every few seconds, we'd pause, listening, but the giggling had stopped again, replaced by that heavy, watchful silence. Chloe reached down to grab her hiking boots, which left just outside the tent door overnight. She picked one up, then stopped dead, staring at it. Ava, look. I glanced over. She held up her sturdy leather boot. The lace, which had been tied in a standard bow the night before, was now intricately knotted. A series of tiny, complex, almost decorative knots ran down its length, like some form of macrame performed by impossibly small, nimble fingers. It was meticulous, deliberate. A message. A calling card. We were here. We touched your things. We can do intricate work while you sleep. A fresh wave of nausea washed over me. Leave it. I choked out. Just leave the boots. Wear your sneakers. As if summoned by our renewed panic, the giggling started again. This time it wasn't just from one spot. It seemed to echo faintly from multiple directions in the dense woods surrounding us, shifting, elusive. He, closer now, higher pitched. It didn't sound like children anymore. It sounded sharp, hungry. We abandoned any pretense of neat packing. Gear was shoved haphazardly into backpacks. Tent poles clattered. We worked in frantic silence, punctuated only by our ragged breathing and the hideously playful, echoing laughter that seemed to track our every move from the concealing shadows of the pines. Forget the hike. Forget the Intus. The only thought was escape. Get back to the car. Get back to civilization. Get away from those woods. Away from the things with tiny hands and horrible, giggling laughter. But as we shouldered our packs, the giggling seemed to coalesce, coming predominantly from the direction we needed to hike to get back to the trail, back to the car. It was as if they knew, as if the game was just beginning. There was no discussion, no planning beyond the primal scream in our minds' escape. We shouldered our hastily packed bags, the straps digging into our shoulders, and plunged into the trees, heading in the general direction we thought led back towards the faint trail we'd followed in. We weren't jogging, not yet, but moving with a frantic, ground-eating pace, stumbling over roots and rocks, hidden beneath the carpet of pine needles. Every snap of a twig under our own boots sounded like a gunshot in the tense silence, making us jump. The woods, which had seemed so majestic and serene just yesterday, now felt like a labyrinth designed to confuse and trap us. The trees pressed close, their bark like scarred skin, their branches like skeletal arms reaching down. And the giggling followed. It wasn't constant, which was somehow worse. It would fade, letting a fragile hope bloom in our chests for a few precious seconds, only to erupt again, closer this time, or from a different direction. A sound like brittle glass shattering, echoing just beyond the veil of leaves and shadows. Sometimes it sounded like it was flanking us on the left, sometimes on the right. Once, terrifyingly, it seemed to come from directly ahead, forcing us to veer sharply off course, deeper into the untracked wilderness, turning us, toying with us. The air grew thick with paranoia. I felt unseen eyes tracking our every movement. Did that branch sway unnaturally? Was that patch of shadow deeper than it should be? We splashed across the shallow creek we'd camped near, the icy water soaking our sneakers, and scrambled up the muddy bank on the other side. There, pressed into the soft earth, were tracks. Not deer hooves or bear paws. They were small, vaguely foot-shaped, but elongated, with too many distinct pressure points, like the prints of tiny, multi-jointed feet. Interspersed among them horrifyingly were more of those miniature handprints, as if whatever these things were sometimes scurried on all fours. Chloe choked back a sob, grabbing my arm. Iva, they're all around us. Keep moving, I urged, my voice cracking. Don't look back, just keep moving forward. Easy to say. My own head was on a swivel, eyes darting into the dense undergrowth, expecting something. The giggling intensified, growing bolder. A small pebble suddenly struck a tree trunk, right beside my head with a sharp crack. I yelped, ducking instinctively. Another landed near Chloe's feet a moment later. They were throwing things now. Testing us, or just amusing themselves. We started to run, crashing blindly through bushes, low, hanging branches whipping at our faces. The giggling rose in pitch and tempo, becoming a manic chorus of needle, sharp sounds that scraped directly on our sanity. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it, just a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. Something pale, low to the ground, darting between two thick pines with unnatural speed. Gone before I could focus. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. We burst through a thicket of ferns into a slightly more open area dotted with aspens, their white bark strangely luminous in the filtered sunlight, and froze, ahead maybe 30 feet away, half hidden behind the smooth, pale trunk of a large aspen. I saw it clearly for less than a second. A hand. A tiny, bone, white hand with fingers far too long and spindly, sharp dark nails digging slightly into the bark. It wasn't wearing skin as we knew it. It looked more like polished bone or pale, stretched leather. Before my mind could fully process the horror, the hand vanished back behind the tree. Simultaneously, an explosion of high-pitched, triumphant laughter erupted directly behind us, deafeningly close. That broke us. Pure, animal panic took over. We bolted, all sense of direction gone. We just ran, propelled by adrenaline and terror. We hit the creek again, at a different point, wider and faster here, tumbling over slick, moss-covered rocks. Chloe, slightly ahead of me, cried out as her foot slipped. She went down hard, her ankle twisting beneath her with an audible snap. She screamed, a raw sound of pain and terror. I skidded to a halt midstream, turning back, my hand instinctively reaching for her. The water surged around my knees. Chloe was trying to pull herself up, her face contorted in agony. But the giggling was right there, converging on us from the banks, a cacophony of malicious glee. I saw movement in the bushes lining the creek, small, fast shapes flitting between the leaves. One darted out onto a rock near Chloe, a blur of pale limbs and shadow, before vanishing again.
Ram, AVR!
Chloe screamed, shoving herself backwards against a rock, her eyes wide with terror fixed on something in the trees I couldn't see.
Chioa!
Go, a wave of shame washed over me, cold and sharp as the creek water. But the sound of the chittering ladder, now mixed with something that sounded like wet, clicking noises, was inches away. Something small and impossibly fast brushed against my leg underwater. Primal instinct, the ugly, selfish core of survival, screamed louder than loyalty. I turned and ran. I scrambled up the far bank, not looking back, the sound of Chloe's fading scream mixing horribly with the triumphant shrieking of those things. I ran until my lungs burned and my vision swam with tears and exhaustion. Branches tore at my clothes, rocks bruised my feet through my thin sneakers. The pursuing sound stayed with me, sometimes falling back, sometimes seeming right at my heels. The giggling had mostly stopped, replaced by a more terrifying array of clicks, chitters, and high-pitched screeches that spoke of nothing but alien hunger. Finally, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face, I stumbled upon a jagged outcrop of granite. Scrabbling upwards, I found it a narrow crevice, barely large enough to squeeze into, hidden behind a large, weathered boulder. I wedged myself deep inside, pulling my backpack partially over the opening, curling into a trembling ball. I clamped my hands over my mouth to stifle my ragged gasps, straining my ears. The sound circled the outcrop for what felt like an eternity, rustling in the leaves below. The scrape of tiny claws on rock. That awful, wet clicking. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying, wishing I'd never heard of the Yintas, never left the city, never dismissed the rustling noises. Then, slowly, agonizingly slowly, the sounds began to recede. They didn't vanish entirely, but seemed to move off, perhaps searching elsewhere, perhaps losing interest, or perhaps just waiting. The silence that descended was almost worse, thick with dread and the echo of that ladder. I don't know how long I've been hiding here. Hours, maybe. The light filtering through the cracks has changed. My muscles are screaming, locked in a terrified cramp. I found my phone clutched in my pocket, the screen cracked, but miraculously functional. Still no signal, of course. That felt like a joke the universe was playing. So I'm writing this, documenting it, because I don't know what happens next. I don't know what happened to Chloe. The guilt is a physical weight crushing me. Are they gone? Are they waiting for me to emerge? Is that faint rustling I hear just the wind? Or is it them patiently circling? My name is Ava Richardson. I came camping in the Inta seeking peace. I made a deadly mistake. If you find this phone, this message, tell someone. Tell them the stories aren't just stories. Tell them not to ignore the sounds in the night. Tell them something ancient and terrible lives in these mountains, something with tiny, childlike hands and a laugh that heralds death. Tell them, wait, did I just hear giggling faintly on the wind? Or is it just the memory, now permanently etched into my terror? I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever know anything for sure again, except the fear. My name is Mason Riley. Just an ordinary guy, really. Or at least I used to be. Before the woods. Before the Cascades swallowed us whole and spat out, well, whatever it is I am now. It feels like a lifetime ago. But the calendar insists it was only last fall. Crisp air, the promise of vibrant foliage turning the slopes into an artist's palette, the kind of rugged escape city life makes you crave. That's what Liam, Chloe, and I were after. A week off-grid, pushing ourselves on a challenging trail deep in the Washington Cascades, miles from the nearest ranger station, let alone a cell signal. Liam was the planner, meticulous and cautious. He had the maps, the GPS redundant, he always said, but necessary. The first aid kit that could handle minor surgery. He worried about bears' weather changes getting lost. Sensible things. Chloe was the spark, the adventurer. She saw a steep incline and grinned, saw a rushing river and wondered if we could ford it, instead of taking the bridge miles downstream. She pushed us, kept the energy high, her laughter echoing through the pines. And me. I guess I was the middle ground. Eager for the challenge. Appreciative of Liam's preparedness, but drawn to Chloe's infectious enthusiasm. I was also the photographer, hoping to capture the raw, untamed beauty of the Pacific Northwest. The first couple of days were exactly what we'd hoped for. Hard trekking, burning muscles, but rewarded with breathtaking vistas. Jagged peaks clawed at the impossibly blue sky, valleys plunged into shadow, and the air was so clean it felt like a physical cleanse with every breath. We made good time, setting up camp each evening by alpine lakes, so clear they mirrored the stars perfectly. We saw deer marmots, even a bald eagle soaring high above. The sounds were natural, comforting the sigh of wind through the firs, the distant chatter of a creek, the crackle of our campfire. Normalcy. Beautiful, rugged normalcy. It was on the third day that things started to feel off. It wasn't anything overt, not at first. Just a subtle shift in the atmosphere. We were heading into a less traveled section of the wilderness, the trail marked only sporadically on Liam's older topo maps. The undergrowth grew thicker, clawing at our legs, and the trees seemed denser, crowding the path and swallowing the sunlight. The usual chatter of squirrels and chipmunks faded. The birdsong, which had been a constant backdrop, dwindled until an unnerving silence pressed in on us. Quiet today, isn't it? Chloe remarked, her voice sounding unusually loud in the stillness. Liam checked his compass, then glanced around, frowning slightly. Yeah, odd. Maybe just this particular valley, or elevation. He didn't sound convinced. I felt it too. A heavy sort of quiet. Not peaceful, but expectant. Like the woods were holding their breath. I kept scanning the trees, the dense ferns lining the barely, their trail. The feeling of being watched started then, faint as a spider's thread against the skin, but persistent. I told myself it was just the isolation, the primeval forest triggering ancient anxieties. We were, after all, intruders here. Small, soft creatures in a vast, indifferent wilderness. We pressed on, the silence deepening. Even our own footsteps seemed muffled by the thick carpet of pine needles and moss. By late afternoon, the trail markers Liam had been following vanished completely. We backtracked, consulted the map, the GPS, but the terrain didn't quite seem to match. Gentle slopes on the map were steep ravines in reality. Creeks weren't where they were supposed to be. This is weird, Liam muttered, folding and unfolding the map with increasing frustration. We should be seeing the ridge overlooked by now. Chloe, usually unflappable, peered into the gloomy woods. Maybe we took a wrong fork back there. Everything looks the same. It was then that I noticed it. Off to the side, almost hidden by a curtain of drooping cedar boughs, was a narrow game trail, or at least it looked like one. But there was something deliberate about it. The way the branches were pushed aside, the faint depression in the earth, and emanating from that direction a faint, almost imperceptible scent, metallic and cold, like old blood mixed with damp earth, and something else of something acrid, like burned hair. Hey, what about this? I pointed. Leon eyed it skeptically. Doesn't look like much. Probably just leads to a deer path. But Chloe, ever curious, was already pushing through the branches. Let's just take a quick look. Maybe it cuts back to the main trail further up. Reluctantly, Lam and I followed. The narrow path twisted deeper into the woods, away from the direction we thought we should be going. The air grew colder here, the silence more profound. The strange, unpleasant smell intensified, and the feeling of being watched, it wasn't faint anymore. It was a palpable pressure, like unseen eyes fixed on the back of my neck. I kept glancing behind us, seeing nothing but dense, shadowed forest. After maybe 10 minutes of pushing through tangled undergrowth, the path opened abruptly into a small, unnaturally symmetrical clearing. It was roughly circular, the ground strangely bare, except for a covering of brittle, gray moss. The trees surrounding it felt wrong. Their branches seemed too angular, their bark darker, almost charred in places. But it was the objects in the center of the clearing that stopped us dead in our tracks, stealing the breath from our lungs. Totems. Maybe half a dozen of them, varying in height from 3 to perhaps 7 feet tall. They weren't like any indigenous carving I'd ever seen or read about. These were nightmarish constructions, haphazardly assembled yet terrifyingly deliberate. They were made from a grotesque combination of gnarled, dark wood, maybe yew or ancient cedar, and bone. Yellowed, cracked bone. Some pieces were clearly animal vertebrae strung together, femurs lashed crudely to wooden posts, but others looked disturbingly humanoid. Jawbones, fragments of skull, long bones that looked chillingly like arms or legs. The carvings, hacked into both wood and bone, were horrific. They depicted figures vaguely human, but stretched, broken, impossibly contorted. Faces frozen in silent screams, mouths agape, eyes wide with agony. Limbs were bent at unnatural angles, torsos twisted, spines arched in excruciating poses. It was raw, visceral pain given form. Some figures seemed to be clawing at themselves, others were fused together in a writhing mass of suffering. The craftsmanship was crude, yet powerful. It radiated a sense of profound malice and despair. The air around them felt heavy, stagnant, and ice cold, far colder than the surrounding woods. The silence here was absolute, deafening. We stood frozen, horrified fascination warring with primal fear. Liam looked physically ill, his face pale. Chloe's usual adventurous glint was gone, replaced by wide-eyed shock. What in God's name? Lamb whispered, his voice trembling. It's art, Chloe breathed, though the words sounded utterly inadequate, almost profane. Some kind of ritual site. I couldn't speak. I felt drawn to them, repulsed yet compelled to look closer. One totem in particular, near the center, held my gaze. It was about my height, made primarily of dark, twisted wood that resembled a petrified serpent coiling upwards. Embedded within it were shards of bone ribs, perhaps, and near the top, what looked horrifyingly like a human hand, skeletal fingers fused to the wood. The carving on this one was slightly different, less overt. Agony, more captured struggle. A figure arched backward, head thrown back, mouth open, but the lines seemed finer, more intricate. And below it, a series of symbols unlike anything I'd ever seen. Not letters, not runes, not petroglyphs. Sharp, jagged, geometric shapes interspersed with unsettling curves, etched deep into the wood and bone. They seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, almost squirming at the edge of my vision. Driven by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain or control, I stepped forward. Mason. Don't! Liam hissed, reaching out a hand but stopping short, as if afraid to get too close himself. I ignored him. My boots crunched on the brittle moss. The cold intensified as I approached the central totem. The acrid smell was stronger here. I reached out a hand, my fingers trembling slightly. I wanted to understand, to decipher those alien symbols, to grasp the meaning behind this horrific display. My rational mind screamed at me to turn back, to run, but some other, darker impulse urged me on. My fingertips brushed against the wood, just below the carved symbols. The reaction was instantaneous. A jolt, not exactly electric, but like plunging my hand into ice water filled with static. A wave of intense cold radiated up my arm, sinking deep into my bones. But it wasn't just cold. It carried an echo, a phantom sensation of agonizing pain, the ghost of a silent scream resonating directly into my nerves. Images flashed behind my eyes, too fast to comprehend twisting shapes, darkness, immense pressure, the feeling of being stretched and broken. I snatched my hand back as if burned, stumbling backward, gasping. The clearing spun around me. The cold lingered in my hand, a deep, penetrating ache. Masson! What happened? Are you okay? Chloe rushed forward, her face etched with concern. I don't know. I stammered, rubbing my hand, trying to chase away the phantom chill and the horrific afterimages. It felt wrong. Cold. Painful. Liam stared at the totem, then at me, his eyes wide with fear. We need to get out of here. Now. He didn't need to say it twice. The clearing suddenly felt suffocating, the totems like silent, malevolent judges. The feeling of being watched intensified tenfold, now accompanied by a distinct sense of awareness. Something knew we were here. Something knew I had touched its effigy. We turned, scrambling back the way we came, pushing frantically through the undergrowth, desperate to escape the clearing and its grotesque sentinels. We didn't stop, didn't speak, until we burst back onto what we hoped was the main trail, hearts pounding, breath tearing at our lungs. The sun was beginning to dip below the tree line, casting long, distorted shadows. Too silent. The woods were still silent. But as we paused, gasping for air, trying to get our bearings, a new sound reached us. Faint at first, then growing louder. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was the birds. But they weren't singing. High-pitched, grating, utterly unnatural. They were screaming. Screaming. That's what I remember most clearly about the hours that followed our flight from the clearing. It wasn't constant, not like a chorus, but erupted in jarring, sporadic bursts from the dense canopy above and around us. High, thin shrieks that cut through the oppressive silence, scraping directly against raw nerves. Not the call of any bird I knew. It sounded like agony, like terror given voice by 1,000 tiny throats. With every screech, we flinched, instinctively ducking, scanning the darkening trees. There was nothing to see but shifting leaves and deepening shadows. We stumbled onward, desperate to put distance between ourselves and that horrific place. Liam, clutching his map like a talisman despite its apparent uselessness, tried to take the lead, pushing us northeast, back towards where the main trail should have been. Chloe, her face pale and grim, kept glancing back, her usual bravado replaced by a tight, lipped fear. And me. Every nerve ending felt hypersensitive, tuned to the unnatural frequency of the woods. The cold ache in my hand hadn't faded. It felt like a brand, a point of connection to the malevolence we'd stumbled upon. The feeling of being watched was no longer subtle. It was a suffocating blanket, heavy and thick with invisible attention. It felt like dozens, hundreds of eyes were tracking our every move from behind the trees, from within the tangled undergrowth, from the darkening sky above. Not animal curiosity, but cold, calculating observation. Waiting. As twilight bled into true night, the temperature plummeted. This wasn't the normal crisp chill of a mountain evening. This was different. It sank into us, damp and penetrating. We were forced to stop, needing to find somewhere, anywhere, to make camp. We found a slightly less dense patch of forest, gathered damp wood with numb fingers, and managed to coax a sputtering, smoky fire to life. It offered little warmth and even less comfort. The flickering light cast monstrous, dancing shadows that seemed to wreath just beyond its reach, making the darkness feel deeper, more threatening. We huddled close, rationing the small amount of food we had left for dinner, the silence between us thick with unspoken fear. Liam kept checking his compass. It spun lazily, the needle refusing to settle. He finally threw it down with a curse. Useless. Might as well use a rock. Chloe wrapped her arms around herself, shivering despite being close to the weak flames. What were those things, Mason? Those totems. I shook my head, the images still seared into my mind. I don't know. Nothing I've ever seen. Old, they felt old. And wrong. And what happened when you touched it? Lamb asked, his voice tight. He recoiled like he'd been shocked. I tried to explain the jolt, the icy cold, the phantom pain, the flashing images. They listened, their expressions shifting between fear and disbelief. I could see the doubt in Lamb's eyes. He wanted a rational explanation, a static discharge, a hallucination brought on by stress. Chloe seemed more willing to accept the strangeness, but fear made her quiet. We need to sleep, Liam said eventually, though it sounded more like a desperate hope than a plan. We need our strength to hike out tomorrow. We stick together, take watches. Sleep. The idea seemed laughable. How could anyone sleep with that incessant, intermittent screaming from the trees, with the feeling of being relentlessly watched, with the memory of those bone-carved agonies? And then there was the cold. We zipped ourselves into our sleeping bags, pulling beanies low, but the cold wasn't just external. It seeped in. And I noticed something profoundly unsettling. Whenever I stopped moving, whenever I lay still, the cold intensified dramatically around me. It wasn't just the ambient air temperature, it felt like a localized pocket of unnatural frost forming right where I was, biting deep into my muscles, making my teeth chatter uncontrollably. The hand I'd touched the totem with ached with a burning cold, the skin feeling tight and numb. If I shifted, rolled over, even just tensed my muscles, the extreme cold would recede slightly, back to the general penetrating chill. But stillness brought it back, stronger each time. "Are you guys feeling this?" I whispered, my breath pluming even inside the tent flap I shared with Liam. "This extra cold when you don't move," Liam grunted. "It's freezing, Mason. We're high up, it's damp." "No, it's more than that," I insisted. "It gets worse, like ice forming right when you stop moving." Chloe, in the small single tent nearby, called out softly, her voice strained. "I feel it too. It's weird. Like the air itself bites down harder when I'm still." Liam didn't answer, just burrowed deeper into his bag. Denial was his shield. Sleep didn't come. We lay there, tense and shivering, listening to the bird screams that ripped through the night at random intervals, listening to the snap of twigs outside the tents too close, too deliberate to be an animal, listening to the wind that seemed to whisper unintelligible words through the branches, and feeling the oppressive weight of unseen eyes. At some point, exhaustion must have claimed us, dragging us into brief, nightmarish snatches of unconsciousness. I dreamt of twisting wood and bone, of screaming faces pressing close, of jagged symbols burning themselves onto my skin. I dreamt of being lost in an endless, silent forest where the birds hung limp and dead from the branches, only to burst into screams when I passed beneath them. I woke with a gasp, heart hammering, drenched in cold sweat despite the freezing air. The fire outside had died to embers. Liam was rigid beside me, awake, staring at the tent roof. Chloe was crying softly in her tent. The screaming hadn't stopped with the dawn. If anything, the gray, misty light made it seem even more desolate, more hopeless. The day was a blur of desperate hiking. We abandoned any pretense of following a trail, simply heading in the direction Liam insisted was east, towards the lower elevations, towards theoretical logging roads or ranger patrols. But the forest seemed to conspire against us. Slopes became sheer drops. Gentle creeks turned into impassable, churning torrents. Dense thickets of thorny bushes ripped at our clothes and skin, forcing long detours that seemed to lead us back to where we started. Landmarks repeated themselves with maddening familiarity. The same twisted oak, the same strangely shaped boulder. We passed them multiple times, coming from different directions. We were walking in circles, trapped in a maze designed by a malevolent intelligence. The phenomena intensified. The feeling of being watched was now accompanied by fleeting glimpses of movement in our peripheral vision, dark shapes flitting between trees, always vanishing when we turned to look. The screaming birds seemed to follow us, their cries echoing from every direction, and the cold became an active torment. Every time we paused to catch our breath, consult the useless map, or drink the last of our filtered water, it clamped down. Especially on me. It centered on my body, a palpable aura of frost that made my joints ache and my movements sluggish. Liam and Chloe felt it too, huddling away from me slightly, perhaps subconsciously associating me with the unnatural chill. My hand throbbed constantly, the skin looking pale and waxy. "It's you." Liam finally snapped during one forced halt, his face haggard, eyes wild with fear and exhaustion. He gestured towards me, shivering violently himself. "The cold. It's worse around you. Ever since you touched that thing." "Liam, don't," Chloe pleaded, but her eyes flickered towards me with undeniable apprehension. "It's true," Liam insisted, his voice cracking. "Something latched onto you, Mason. It's following you, and we're trapped with it." His words hit me harder than the cold. The accusation, the fear in his eyes, mirrored my own deepest terror. Was he right? Was I the anchor, the beacon drawing this unseen horror? The touch, the jolt, the lingering cold in my hand. It felt like a connection had been forged, an invisible tether linking me to the dark power residing in those totems. Before I could respond, before the argument could escalate, Chloe let out a sharp cry, pointing a trembling finger towards a dense thicket 50 yards ahead. "Look, what is that?" Peering through the gloom, my blood ran cold. Half hidden by ferns and shadows, something small and dark was jammed into the fork of a skeletal-looking sapling. It wasn't natural. It was crafted. A smaller version of the horrors we'd seen in the clearing. A crude effigy, barely a foot high, made of twisted twigs bound with what looked like dark, dried sinew, and embedded with sharp fragments of bone and teeth. A tiny, misshapen head, carved from wood, leered blindly in our direction, its mouth open in a miniature, silent scream. It hadn't been there before, we were sure of it. We had passed this way, or somewhere agonizingly similar, less than an hour ago. It was a marker, or a warning, or perhaps a claim. The woods fell utterly silent again. Even the birds stopped screaming. The sudden absence of sound was somehow more terrifying than the noise had been. The air grew impossibly heavy, pressing down on us, and the cold radiating outwards from the small, grotesque effigy and converging with the chill clinging to me became almost unbearable, stealing the strength from our limbs and the hope from our hearts. We weren't just lost anymore. We were being herded. The sight of that miniature totem, that grotesque little sentinel leering from the sapling, broke something inside us. The silence that followed was worse than the screaming. It was a heavy, watchful silence, pregnant with imminent violence. The cold intensified, no longer just seeping into our bones, but actively pressing against us, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. Liam whimpered, a low, animal sound of pure terror, stumbling back until he hit a tree and slid down its trunk, burying his face in his hands. Chloe stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the effigy, tears streaming silently down her face. "It knows," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It knows we're here. It's playing with us." I felt it too. A sense of cruel amusement emanating from the woods around us, from the very air we breathed. The feeling of being watched transformed into a feeling of being studied, dissected by an unseen, ancient intelligence that found our fear fascinating. My hand, the one that had touched the totem, throbbed with a pain that was both icy cold and burning hot, the symbols I'd seen carved there, seeming to pulse just beneath my own skin. We couldn't stay there. The imperative to move, driven now by sheer panic rather than any hope of direction, seized us again. Liam scrambled to his feet, eyes darting wildly. Which way? Which way? There was no way. There was only the oppressive forest, seeming to twist and shift around us, paths vanishing as we approached, trees crowding closer. We plunged onward, fighting through branches that snagged and tore, stumbling over roots that seemed to wreathe like snakes. The unnatural cold clung to us, a physical weight slowing our movements, clouding our thoughts. It clung tighter to me, an icy shroud that made my muscles cramp and my vision blur at the edges. Darkness fell quickly, unnaturally fast, as if the sun itself recoiled from this place. We didn't dare try to make camp. We kept moving, stumbling through the pitch-black forest, guided only by the vague sense of wanting to get away. The silence persisted, broken only by our own ragged breathing, our stumbles, and occasional, choked back sobs. Then came the whispers. Faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves, but coalescing into sibilant, multi-voiced murmurs just at the edge of hearing. They seemed to come from all around, slithering through the trees, echoing the silent screams carved into the totems. I couldn't make out words, only the feeling behind them, ancient pain, unending malice, cold, hungry loneliness. I saw Liam clap his hands over his ears, shaking his head violently. Chloe whimpered and pressed closer to me, her body trembling uncontrollably. Did they hear it too? Or was it just for me? The whispers seemed to crawl inside my skull, resonating with the ache in my hand. Flashes of the totem carvings superimposed themselves on the darkness, twisted limbs, agonized faces, jagged symbols burning bright against the blackness. I felt phantom pains mirroring those depicted figures, joints twisting, muscles tearing. Suddenly, Liam screamed a raw, high-pitched sound of utter terror and bolted. He veered sharply off to the right, crashing blindly through the undergrowth, disappearing into the impenetrable darkness almost instantly. Wait, Chloe cried, starting after him.
No! Stay here!
I grabbed her arm, the unnatural cold radiating from my touch making her flinch. We stick together. Liam. We called his name, our voices swallowed by the whispering darkness. There was no reply, only the receding sounds of his panicked flight, then silence. A heavy, final silence from that direction. The whispers around us seemed to intensify, taking on a gloating, satisfied tone. Liam was gone. Swallowed by the woods, by the entity that haunted them. Chloe collapsed, sobbing hysterically. I pulled her up, numb with cold and fear, my own mind fraying at the edges. We have to keep moving, Chloe. We can't stop. Stopping meant freezing. Stopping meant listening to the whispers. Stopping meant letting it catch us. We staggered on, two broken figures clinging to each other in the hostile dark. How long we walked, I don't know. Time lost all meaning. The cold deepened, reaching a point where shivering gave way to a dangerous numbness. My thoughts became fragmented, disjointed. The whispers were almost constant now, weaving around the phantom pains and the searing images of the totems. I saw shapes moving in the periphery, tall, gaunt figures, contorted like the carvings, melting back into the trees when I tried to focus. Were they real, or was my mind finally shattering? Chloe stumbled, falling hard. I tried to help her up, but my limbs were leaden, my fingers stiff with cold. She looked up at me, her face ghostly pale in the oppressive darkness, eyes vacant with exhaustion and despair. I can't, Mason. She rasped, her breath a faint cloud. I can't go on. It's so cold. The cold. It was centered on me, an aura of absolute zero. Staying near me was accelerating her decline. Maybe Liam had been right. Maybe I was the anchor. You have to, I pleaded, my voice sounding distant, disconnected. But even as I said it, I knew it was hopeless. The forest, the entity, it was draining the life out of us, slowly, deliberately. And then, through the trees, I saw it, faint at first, then clearer. A light. Not the warm glow of a campfire, but a pale, sickly luminescence emanating from a small clearing ahead. And the whispers, they seemed to be urging me forward towards it. Hope, irrational and desperate, flared briefly. Chloe, look, a light. I half dragged, half carried her towards the glow. As we emerged into the clearing, the hope died, replaced by soul-crushing horror. It wasn't the clearing with the main totems. It was another smaller one. In the center, bathed in that pale, phosphorescent light, stood a single, newly constructed totem. It was made of fresh wood, packed and twisted, bound with strips of familiar-looking fabric ripped from a backpack, from clothing. Our clothing. And woven into it, dear God, woven into it, were bones that were horrifyingly recent. And perched crudely near the top, facing us with empty sockets, was a human skull. Liam's skull. His frantic terror, his desperate flight, had led him right back into its clutches. The totem pulsed with a pale light, and the cold emanating from it was absolute. The whispers reached a crescendo, swirling around me, clawing at my mind. Chloe screamed a thin, final sound, and slumped unconscious in my arms, whether from cold terror or the horrifying realization, I didn't know. Something broke in me then. Rage, terror, despair, it all fused into a single, blinding impulse. Run. Leaving Chloe, forgive me, Chloe leaving her huddled form at the edge of the clearing, I turned and ran. I ran blindly, fueled by adrenaline and sheer, animal terror. I ignored the whispers, the phantom pains, the grasping branches. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest. I ran until the unnatural cold began to recede slightly, until the oppressive weight of the forest seemed to lessen. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, a day. I burst out of the tree line onto a muddy, rutted logging road just as dawn was breaking, collapsing onto the wet earth, sobbing and shivering. The sounds of the normal world, distant birdsong as real birdsong, the wind sighing normally through the trees slowly filtered back into my awareness. I was found later that day by loggers, suffering from severe hypothermia, dehydration, exposure, and shock. I told them about Liam and Chloe, about getting lost. I couldn't bring myself to speak of the totems, the whispers, the cold, the screaming birds. Who would believe me? They searched for days. Found no trace of Liam. They found Chloe's body curled at the edge of a small, unremarkable clearing miles from where I'd emerged. Because of death exposure, there was no mention of a totem made of bone and fabric. Of course there wasn't, I recovered. Physically, at least. I left the Cascades, left Washington, moved across the country. Tried to bury the memories, to pretend it was all a hallucination, a nightmare brought on by stress and cold. But it wasn't. The feeling of being watched never truly left. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I feel it, the prickle on my neck, the certainty of unseen eyes. The cold still finds me. Not the debilitating frost of the woods, but sometimes, when I stand perfectly still, a familiar, unnatural chill seeps into the air around me, making my right hand ache with remembered agony. And the birds. Most days, they sound normal. Pigeons cooing, sparrows chirping. But sometimes, from a high-rise ledge or a lone tree in the park, I hear it. A high-pitched grating sound that isn't song, isn't a call. A scream, just like in the Cascades. Last night, I woke up freezing, the marrow deep cold filling my apartment. I thought I heard whispers outside my window. When I finally got up this morning, my breath misting in the air, I saw it. Scratched crudely into the paint of my bedroom wall, almost hidden behind a picture frame, was a symbol. Jagged, geometric with unsettling curves. A symbol from the totems. It knows where I am. The woods may be far away, but I don't think I ever truly escaped. My name's Ethan. Most folks who know me as Ethan the Trail Miller. It's a dumb nickname, earned over 15 years of obsessive hiking, backpacking, and generally getting myself lost and found again in some of the wildest places the Northeast has to offer. The woods, they used to be my church, my therapist, my proving ground. Especially the Adirondacks. There's a raw, ancient power in those mountains, a feeling that you're walking through land that hasn't changed much since the last ice age scraped it clean. I've weathered freak summer blizzards up on Marcy, navigated by starlight when my GPS died near Algonquin, and even had a tube closed for comfort encounter with a protective mother bear near Giant Mountain. I respected the Adirondacks deeply. I thought I understood their dangers. I thought I was prepared. I was wrong. Dead wrong. This trip wasn't supposed to be anything out of the ordinary, not for us. It was late September, that perfect cusp between the summer crowds thinning out and the serious autumn chill setting in. The foliage was just starting to turn, splashes of crimson and gold painting the endless green canopy. My companions were Liam Chen and Chloe Davis. We weren't just hiking buddies, we were a unit forged through countless shared miles, freezing nights, and blistered treating sessions. Liam, pragmatic and methodical, was our navigator and gear guru. He could fix a broken stove with a paperclip and a curse word, and his sense of direction was uncanny. Chloe was the heart of our little trio, relentlessly positive, Observant, the first to spot a rare bird or an interesting geological formation. And me. I guess I was the motivator, the one who pushed us to try that slightly longer route, to summit that extra peak before sundown. We were experienced, we were equipped, and we trusted each other implicitly. That trust, that experience, it didn't amount to a damn thing in the end. We were 3 days into a 5-day loop through the High Peaks wilderness, aiming for a less trafficked route that promised some solitude and challenging terrain. The first 2 days were idyllic. Crisp, sunny weather, trails mostly to ourselves, nights spent under diamond, dust skies with the Milky Way blazing overhead. We were making good time, feeling strong. On the morning of the 3rd day, we broke camp under a clear sky, but there was a strange quality to the air. A stillness. Usually, the forest is alive with sound, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. That morning it was quiet, eerily quiet. Even the wind seemed hesitant, breathing shallowly through the pines. Liam checked his barometer watch. Pressure's dropping, he noted, frowning slightly. Didn't see any major systems forecast, though. Maybe just a localized shower. Chloe shivered, pulling her fleece tighter. Feels colder than it should, doesn't it? She was right. It wasn't just the typical morning mountain chill. There was a damp, penetrating quality to the cold, like it was seeping up from the ground itself. I dismissed it. Mountain weather is fickle. We all knew that. Let's get moving. I said, clap my gloved hands together. Warm up on the ascent. We've got that ridge overlooked before lunch. We pressed on, climbing steadily through dense spruce and fir. The silence persisted, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the needle, strewn path in our own ragged braiths. The lack of birdsong was particularly unnerving. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. As we gained elevation, the trees began to thin slightly, opening onto slopes dotted with lichen-covered boulders. And that's when we saw it. It wasn't rolling in like normal fog, creeping up valleys or settling in hollows. This fog poured down the mountainside towards us, a solid, churning wall of white. It moved with an unnatural speed, swallowing the landscape whole. One moment, we could see the hazy outline of the next ridge. The next, there was nothing but an impenetrable gray curtain descending upon us. Whoa, Liam breathed, stopping short. Never seen fog move that fast up here. Or feel that cold, Chloe added, her voice tight. The temperature plummeted as the wall hit us. It wasn't just cold, it was an unnatural, bone-deep chill that cut through our layers like they were tissue paper. It felt ancient somehow. Dead. The air grew thick, heavy, making each breath a conscious effort. Visibility dropped to maybe 15 feet, then 10, then barely arm's length. The world shrank to a tiny, suffocating bubble of gray. Sound became distorted, muffled. Liam, walking just ahead of me, became a vague, shifting silhouette. Chloe, right behind me, I could barely make out. Her occasional nervous cough sounded strangely distant, swallowed by the oppressive dampness. Okay. Liam's voice was tense, trying for normalcy. Standard procedure. Stay close. Keep talking so we don't lose each other. Headlamps on. We fumbled with our headlamps, the beams cutting pathetic cones into the dense vapor. They didn't illuminate much, just reflected back off the swirling moisture, making the lack of visibility somehow even more profound. The light caught the suspended droplets, making the air itself seem to sparkle faintly malevolently. We slowed our pace drastically, moving cautiously, calling out every few seconds. Ethan. Hair. Chloe. Hair. Our voices sounded flat, deadened. The fog didn't just muffle sound, it seemed to absorb it, steal its resonance. The familiar crunch of our boots sounded alien, amplified yet isolated. The silence between our calls was absolute, pressing in on us. It was disorienting in a way I'd never experienced, not just visually, but mentally. The lack of external stimuli, the sensory deprivation, it started playing tricks on the mind. Kept thinking I heard whispers just at the edge of hearing, faint murmurs lost in the fog's embrace. I strained, listening, but there was nothing. Just the drip of condensation from unseen branches and our own strained breathing. Then I saw it. Or thought I did. A flicker. Out of the corner of my right eye, something moved within the gray. A shape, indistinct, darker than the surrounding fog. I snapped my head around, beam cutting through the vapor. Nothing. Just swirling white. See something? Liam asked, his voice sharp. He'd stopped, turned back towards me. No, I thought. Just my eyes playing tricks, I guess. This fog is thick. I tried to sound casual, but my heart was starting to hammer against my ribs. The cold seemed to intensify, crawling up my spine. We pushed on slower now, the unease palpable between us. We weren't talking as much. The effort seemed too great, the silence too profound to break unnecessarily, and the flickers continued, always at the periphery, never there when I looked directly. Sometimes tall and unnaturally thin, like a distorted tree branch swaying where no wind blew. Sometimes low to the ground, scuttling, like a disturbed animal, but somehow wrong. They were always just out of focus, like trying to look at a floater in your own eye. You turn to see it clearly, and it darts away. Chloe whimpered softly behind me. Ethan, do you feel like we're being watched? Her words hung in the dead air, validating the prickling sensation on the back of my neck that I'd been trying desperately to ignore. It's just the fog, Chloe, I said, my voice less steady than I'd hoped. It messes with your perception. But I didn't believe it. Not anymore. There was an attention in the silence now. A focused stillness that felt directed. The shapes at the edge of my vision seemed deliberate. Liam stopped again, holding up a hand. We clustered together, instinctively seeking comfort in proximity, though the fog still felt like it was trying to pry us apart. Listen, he whispered. We stood utterly still, straining our ears, nothing. Absolute, profound silence. No dripping water, no wind, not even the sound of our own shivering, it seemed. The world had gone mute. I don't hear anything, I whispered back. Exactly. Liam said, his voice grim. Nothing, not a damn thing. Where did the woods go? And then it happened. I blinked, rubbing moisture from my eyes. When I opened them again, focused on a patch of fog directly in front of us, maybe 20 feet away, where I thought I'd seen movement before a shape resolved itself. Just for a fraction of a second, before melting back into the gray. It was clear this time. Tall, gaunt, vaguely humanoid but stretched, elongated in ways that felt fundamentally wrong. No features were visible, just a silhouette, a disturbance in the white. And it was undeniably closer than any flicker I'd glimpsed before. My breath hitched. I blinked again hard, trying to clear the image. The afterimage seared onto my retinas. When I looked back, it was gone. But the space it had occupied felt colder, emptier, violated. Did you? I started, my voice barely a croak. Chloe nodded mutely, her eyes wide with terror, fixed on the spot where the shape had been. Liam's headlamp beam swept back and forth frantically, cutting uselessly through the oppressive white. The mistake wasn't just pushing on. The mistake was ever thinking we understood the mountains. Because the fog wasn't just fog. It was a veil. And something was stirring behind it. Something ancient. Something hungry. And with every blink, it felt like it was getting closer. The shapes weren't just moving within the fog. They were the fog coalescing, focusing, their attention now fixed solely upon us. We were trapped in their domain, and the real horror, I sensed, was only just beginning. The silence that followed my choked question, "Did you?" was more terrifying than any scream. Chloe's mute nod, Liam's frantic, useless beam slicing through the gray, it confirmed the shared terror. We had all seen it. Not a trick of the light, not fatigue, not paranoia. Something solid or solid seeming had manifested in the fog, closer than ever before, and it was fundamentally wrong. The air itself felt violated where the shape had stood, colder, thinner. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the dull dread that had been building. Okay. Liam stammered, forcing himself into action, his usual methodical calm shattered. He fumbled inside his jacket, pulling out his compass. We watched, desperate for some anchor, some objective truth in this swirling nightmare. The needle swung wildly, spinning like a top, completely untethered from magnetic north. He cursed, shaking it violently, then tapped the glass. Useless. He pulled out his handheld GPS, shielding the small screen from the dripping moisture. The screen flickered. Acquiring satellites, it read for an agonizing minute, then blinked none-o, CGNL, Positun Univilabi. A low moan escaped Chloe. No, no, no. Liam clenched his jaw, shoving the useless tech back into his pack.
All right, plan B.
We can't stay here. We need to get lower. Fog might be thinner downslope. Best guess downhill is roughly that way. He pointed into a seemingly random direction of impenetrable gray. It was based on nothing but instinct and a desperate hope, and we all knew it. But standing still felt like inviting whatever lurked in the fog to simply step forward and take us. Moving felt marginally better, even if it was just moving deeper into the trap. We started moving again, but the dynamic had shifted entirely. Gone was the cautious progress. Now was a stumbling, near frantic shuffle, driven by fear. We bunched closer together, shoulders bumping, hands occasionally brushing small reassurances against the vast, cold indifference surrounding us. But the fog seemed to fight against this closeness, its tendrils swirling between us, trying to isolate, to separate. And the shapes, they weren't just peripheral flickers anymore. They were bolder, more persistent. I'd catch movement alongside us, keeping pace, a tall, spindly silhouette mirroring my own jerky strides for a second before dissolving. Chloe cried out softly, pointing a shaking finger towards a low, hunched form that seemed to scuttle between two boulders just at the edge of her headlamp beam. It vanished as Liam swung his light towards it, but the impression of it remained something dense, multi-limbed, and utterly unnatural. Then came the whispers, faint, insidious, like the rustle of dead leaves carried on a non-existent wind. At first, I thought it was just the fog, my own mind playing tricks. But then I heard it clearly, a sibilant hiss that seemed to coil around my name Ethan. I froze, head snapping around, nothing. Just the swirling gray emptiness. A moment later, Liam flinched. "Did you hear that?" He whispered, his voice raw. Before I could answer, Chloe gasped. It said my name. The whispers weren't random. They were personal, intimate, and impossibly, horrifyingly real. They slithered through the fog, mocking voices using our own names like curses. Alongside the whispers, another sound emerged, a soft, wet shuffling. It seemed to come from just outside the pathetic circle of our headlamps, always keeping pace. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across damp earth and leaves, sometimes seeming to fall slightly behind, sometimes drawing disturbingly close. We'd stop, straining to hear, hearts pounding, and the shuffling would stop too. We'd start walking, and moments later, shuff, shuffle, drag, shuff, shuffle, it would resume, a relentless, unseen companion. The psychological toll was immense. Every nerve ending felt raw, exposed. We jumped at every drip of water, every swirl of mist that momentarily resembled a form. Paranoia became our default state. Were we seeing the same things? Lamb would shine his light where Chloe pointed, see nothing, and frustration would mix with fear. Was the fog causing hallucinations? Was it affecting us differently? Doubt began to poison the trust we had, replaced by shared terror but individual suspicion. My own mind felt like a battlefield. One part desperately clung to rationality, it's the altitude, the cold, sensory deprivation, while the other screamed that we were being actively hunted by entities that defied all logic. I tried to project calm for Liam and Chloe, but my voice trembled, my hands shook as I adjusted my pack straps. The cold was no longer just uncomfortable, it was debilitating. It sank into our bones, a profound, marrow, deep chill that radiated outwards. Fingers grew numb inside gloves, making simple tasks like adjusting a zipper feel clumsy and difficult. Thoughts became sluggish, reactions delayed. It felt like the unnatural cold of the fog was actively leaching our warmth, our energy, our very will to resist. We were trying to follow a faint game trail Lamb thought he recognized, hoping it led downwards when it happened. We were navigating a narrow defile between two large, moss-covered boulders. I was in the lead, Lamb behind me, Chloe right behind him. As I stepped into the narrowest point, maybe 4 feet wide, it appeared, directly in my path, a shape. Taller than a man, impossibly thin, and darker than the fog, like a hole cut out of the gray. It had no features, no discernible form beyond its stark silhouette, but it loomed. It filled the passage. It wasn't moving, it was simply there blocking us. A strangled cry escaped my throat as I stumbled backward, colliding hard with Liam. He grunted, momentarily losing his footing. Chloe screamed, a thin, piercing sound that was instantly swallowed by the fog. Liam raised his headlamp, shouting something incoherent, a mixture of a curse and a challenge. The beam hit the shape, and for a heart-stopping second, it seemed to solidify even further, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it dissolved. It didn't move away, it simply ceased to be, melting back into the undifferentiated gray mist. The passage was clear again. We scrambled back, panting, hearts hammering. It blocked us. Liam choked out, disbelief warring with terror in his voice. It deliberately blocked our path. The implication was horrifying. These things weren't just passive phenomena or tricks of the light. They were interacting with us. They were intelligent, and they didn't want us to leave. We abandoned the narrow passage, circling wide around the boulders, casting frantic beams into the fog. The ground underfoot felt subtly wrong here. Spungier than it should be, almost like wet peat, though we were on a rocky slope. My gloved hand brushed against the trunk of a pine as I steadied myself, and the bark felt slimy. Not wet, but coated in a thin, cold film that felt unnervingly organic. The air, too, had changed. Beneath the smell of damp earth and pine needles, there was a faint, sharp, metallic tang, like old blood or ozone after a lightning strike. We pushed on, driven by adrenaline and fear, but the sense of progress was illusory. An hour later, we found ourselves staring at a distinctive rock formation, a granite outcrop shaped vaguely like a wolf's head that we were certain we had passed much earlier from a different direction. We were lost. Utterly, hopelessly lost, wandering in circles within this suffocating mobile prison. The fog wasn't lifting. If anything, it felt thicker, colder, pressing in more closely. It wasn't just a weather phenomenon, it was our cage. And then the dripping started. Drip, drip, drip. It wasn't the natural sound of condensation falling from branches. This was slower, more deliberate. Each drop sounded heavy, thick, viscous. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, above us, beside us, behind us. We stopped, listening intently. The sound persisted, a slow, steady, maddening rhythm. Drip, drip, drip. It resonated in the unnatural silence, drilling into our skulls. What was dripping? Water, or something else. The metallic tang in the air seemed stronger now. We looked up, but our headlamps showed only the swirling, impenetrable ceiling of gray. Exhausted, terrified, and bordering on despair, we huddled together again, backs pressed against a cold, damp rock face. The shuffling sound had stopped, but the rhythmic dripping continued, seeming to echo the frantic pounding of our own hearts. Liam pushed beyond his limit, finally snapped. He lurched forward slightly, raising his face to the oppressive white, and yelled, his voice hoarse with desperation and fury.
About to all went. Leave USA alone.
His shout echoed for barely a second before being utterly extinguished, absorbed by the fog as if it had never happened. No reply came. No sound, no movement. Just the heavy, pressing silence rushing back in to fill the void. And then, softer this time, but somehow closer, clearer, right beside us in the cloying dark. Drip, drip, drip. A cold certainty settled in my gut. They weren't just watching anymore. They weren't just blocking our path or whispering our names. They were here, with us. And the patient, steady dripping was the sound of their anticipation. The silence after Liam's desperate shout wasn't empty. It was heavy, watchful, pregnant with malice. And then the dripping sound, drip, 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 seemed to solidify right beside us, impossibly close in the cloying gray. Chloe let out a strangled sob, scrambling backward on the slick rock, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. Liam reacted with raw instinct, swinging his ice axe in a wild, useless arc through the fog where the sound seemed to emanate. His axe met nothing but cold, damp air. In that same instant, I felt it an icy, numbing cold brushing against my exposed cheek, like the touch of frozen fingers or the breath of something long dead. My headlamp beam, already weak, flickered violently, casting strobing, distorted shadows that made the swirling fog writhe like living tendrils. The presence wasn't just near, it was on us, suffocating, intimate. Liam roared, the command ripped from his throat by sheer terror. He lunged, grabbing Chloe's arm, hauling her to her feet. We bolted. There was no thought of direction, no attempt at navigation, only the primal urge to flee. We plunged blindly into the white void, slipping on unseen wet rocks, crashing through low, hanging branches that whipped at our faces like skeletal hands. My lungs burned with the effort, each gasp drawing in the unnaturally cold, metallic, tinged air. Behind us, the soft, wet shuffling sound returned, but faster now, closer, punctuated by thick, sucking noises like boots pulling free from deep mud, or something worse. The shapes were no longer content to flicker at the edges. They darted through the fog around us, elongated silhouettes, hunched forms, moving with terrifying speed, always just outside the direct beams of our dying headlamps. Then chaos erupted into catastrophe. Chloe screamed as her foot caught on a hidden root. She went down hard. Liam, still gripping her arm, was pulled off balance. He yelled her name, trying to regain his footing, trying to pull her up. In that split second of confusion, blinded by the fog and my own panic, I stumbled onward, carried by momentum.
5 steps, 10. I don't know.
I turned back, shouting their names, my voice cracking. Wait! Kilo! Silence. Thick, absolute silence that swallowed my cries whole. The shuffling stopped. The dripping stopped. Everything stopped. I spun around, my headlamp beam cutting a frantic, pathetic arc through the gray. Nothing. Just the impenetrable wall of white, pressing in from all sides. I was alone. Utterly, terrifyingly alone. The sudden isolation was a physical blow, knocking the breath from my lungs. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat, choking me.
Kilo!
Anastabaro! Only the suffocating fog answered, muffling my desperate pleas into pathetic whimpers. Raw terror took hold. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. Away. Away from the spot where my friends had vanished. Away from the crushing silence that felt louder than any scream. I tripped over rocks I couldn't see, scrambled up slick inclines on hands and knees, tore through grasping underbrush. The dripping sound returned, faint at first, then seeming to pace me, a slow, steady metronome marking my frantic flight. Drip, drip, drip. The whispers slithered back, coiling around my ears, closer now, intimate, mocking. Ethan, lost alone. Shapes converged in the mist ahead, beside me, behind me. Dancing, swirling figures just beyond clear sight. They weren't chasing me, not exactly. It felt more like they were hurting me, guiding me. Desperate, I threw myself behind the broad trunk of an ancient pine, pressing my body hard against the cold, slimy bark, trying to make myself small, invisible. I squeezed my eyes shut, hyperventilating, gulping down the frigid air. I could feel them outside my hiding spot. A palpable sense of attention, of cold, ancient eyes watching me from the gray. Circling, patient. The air grew impossibly cold, stealing the last vestiges of warmth from my body. My headlamp flickered again, dimmed, the beam turning weak and yellow. Was the battery finally dying? Or was the fog itself draining its power, just as it was draining mine? I don't know how long I hid there, paralyzed by fear. Minutes, an hour. Time had lost all meaning in the gray abyss. Finally, driven by a last surge of adrenaline, the instinct for self-preservation overriding the terror, I burst from behind the tree. I pushed through a section of fog that felt unnaturally thick, like wading through icy cobwebs, and stumbled out into slightly thinner mist. I could see maybe 30, 40 feet ahead. The ground sloped steeply downwards into a dark, rocky gully. Recognition flickered. I thought I knew this area vaguely. A desperate, irrational hope surged through me. Maybe the fog was finally breaking. Maybe I could find a way out. Liam, Chloe, I called out again, my voice a ragged croak. Only the fog answered. And the dripping, it seemed fainter now, further away, maybe coming from the bottom of the gully. Drawn by a horrifying curiosity, or perhaps just the desperate need to know, I started scrambling down the treacherous slope. My flickering headlamp beam swept across the jumbled rocks at the bottom, and then I saw it. Not Liam, not Chloe. A splash of familiar blue against the gray rock Liam's backpack, ripped open as if by claws, its contents spare clothes. A first aid kit, energy bars scattered haphazardly. A few feet away lay his ice axe, its pick stained with something dark and wet that glistened slickly in the dying light. And next to it, Chloe's bright red fleece jacket. Torn and damp. Not damp with fog or rain, darkly, stickily damp. My stomach heaved. The metallic smell I'd noticed earlier was overpowering here, thick and coppery. The dripping sound was louder now, echoing slightly in the confined space of the gully. It was coming from directly above the scattered gear. Trembling uncontrollably, I forced myself to look up, raising the weak, wavering beam. I didn't see a clearly defined shape. My mind couldn't or wouldn't process it fully. What I saw was an absence in the fog, a roughly humanoid silhouette clinging impossibly to the sheer rock face above. It was a void darker than the surrounding gray, seeming to drink the light. And from its lower extremity, from where a hand or claw might be, something thick, dark, and viscous was falling with agonizing slowness onto the rocks below, onto the remnants of my friend's belongings. Drip, drip, drip. The sound hammered into my brain, accompanied by a sudden, horrifying understanding. The cold, the whispers, the shapes, they weren't ghosts. They weren't hallucinations, they were predators. Ancient things that lived within, or perhaps created, the unnatural fog. They hunted, they fed, and Liam and Chloe, they were gone, consumed. The scattered gear, the dark stains, the rhythmic dripping, it was all that remained. Primal terror, absolute and mind-shattering, obliterated thought. I didn't consciously decide to run, my body simply reacted. I scrambled, clawed my way up the opposite side of the gully, slipping, falling, cutting my hands on sharp rocks, driven by nothing but the raw animal need to escape. Tears streamed down my face, mixing with blood from a gash on my forehead I hadn't even felt happen. I ran blindly, sobbing, gasping, away from the dripping horror, away from the nightmare in the gully. The fog seemed to cling to me, reluctant to let go, but gradually, blessedly, it began to thin. Trees became distinct shapes again, not just threatening silhouettes. The air lost some of its biting, unnatural chill. I tripped one last time, my head hitting something hard. Then, darkness. I awoke to pale, gray dawnlight filtering through the canopy. I was lying sprawled at the base of a large beech tree, miles from the gully, miles from where we'd first encountered the fog. The unnatural mist was gone, replaced by the normal, damp haze of an Adirondack morning clinging to the higher ridges. I was alive. Somehow. Hypothermic, bruised, clothes torn, head throbbing, disoriented but alive. Eventually, driven by a dazed autopilot, I stumbled onto a marked trail. Hours later, a group of early morning hikers found me, incoherent and shivering violently. Search and rescue was called. I told them what I could: the sudden, thick fog, the extreme cold, getting separated from Liam and Chloe. I couldn't speak of the shapes, the whispers, the dripping void clinging to the rock face. Who would believe such a story? They'd call it hallucination brought on by hypothermia and stress. The official search went on for days, then weeks. They found the scattered gear in the gully, classifying it as evidence of a tragic accident, likely fatal falls exacerbated by severe weather conditions. Liam and Chloe were never found. Declared lost, presumed dead. I recovered. Physically, at least for the most part. But the Ethan who went into the Adirondacks that September never came back out. The woods are no longer my sanctuary. They are a place of lurking terror. I moved away, far from the mountains, immersing myself in the concrete and noise of the city. I need the lights, the sounds, the constant presence of other people to keep the silence at bay. But sometimes, when it's late, and the city outside is quiet, I hear it. A leaky faucet down the hall. Rain tapping against the window pane. The rhythmic hum of the refrigerator. And beneath the mundane sounds, faint, almost imagined, but terrifyingly real to me, drip, drip. It's a reminder, a promise. The fog is still out there. The things within it are patient. They haven't forgotten me. They remember my name. And part of me knows, with a certainty that freezes my soul, that I never truly escaped the Adirondack fog. A piece of me is still lost in that cold, gray nightmare, listening to the dripping, waiting for the shapes to fully emerge from the mist. My name is Mia, or at least it was. Sometimes, staring into the rippling reflection of whatever passes for water these days, I barely recognize the face looking back. The eyes are wider, haunted, the lines etched deeper around my mouth, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This story, this nightmare we stumbled into, began like so many adventures do, with optimism, a little bit of arrogance, and a profoundly underestimated landscape. The Gila Wilderness. Even the name sounds ancient, doesn't it? Vast, rugged, stretching across southwestern New Mexico like a slumbering giant. Millions of acres of raw, untamed America. That's where we went meet Liam and Chloe. We fancied ourselves experienced hikers. We'd done sections of the Appalachian Trail, tackled some challenging peaks in Colorado. We weren't greenhorns, not exactly. We packed what we thought was enough maps, compasses, GPS backup, water filters, Audane tablets, enough food for 5 days, plus an emergency too. We planned a 4-day loop, a challenging route Liam had found online, promising solitude and spectacular views. Solitude we got. More than we ever bargained for. The first day was glorious. The kind of day that reaffirms why you endure the aching muscles and the weight of the pack. The New Mexico sky was an impossible shade of blue, stretched taut from horizon to horizon. Ponderosa pines scented the air, warm and resinous. We climbed ridges that offered dizzying vistas of forested canyons and distant, hazy peaks. We laughed, we sweated, we felt utterly alive and gloriously insignificant against the backdrop of such immense natural power. We filtered water from a gurgling creek marked clearly on our map, refilling our bottles and hydration packs, feeling confident and prepared. Liam, ever the pragmatic one, double-checked the GPS coordinates. Chloe, sketchbook always in hand, paused frequently to capture the play of light on the rock formations. I was just soaking it all in, the silence broken only by the wind in the pines and our own steady breathing. The trouble started on day 2. It was subtle at first. The trail marked on the map, which had seemed so clear the day before, became fainter, harder to follow. We consulted the map, the compass, the GPS. They seemed to agree mostly, but the path itself felt elusive. We pushed through overgrown brush, scrambled over fallen logs, telling ourselves this was just part of the challenge, part of a wilderness experience. But a seed of unease was planted. The heat intensified, far more brutal than the forecasts had predicted. The sun beat down relentlessly, reflecting off the pale rock faces, sucking the moisture out of us faster than we could replenish it. By midday, our water situation was becoming serious. We'd expected to cross another reliable water source marked on the map by noon. We didn't. We pushed on, convinced it was just over the next rise, around the next bend. It wasn't. The landscape grew harsher, drier. The friendly pines gave way to scrubbier juniper and pion, rocks and sand. The silence was no longer peaceful. It felt watchful, oppressive. We rationed our remaining water, taking small, unsatisfying sips. Dry mouths, cracking lips. The first dull throb of a dehydration headache. Panic began to whisper at the edges of my mind. Liam tried to stay calm, poring over the map, muttering about contour lines and possible misinterpretations. Chloe grew quiet, her usual vibrant energy dimmed, her eyes scanning the horizon with a worried frown. My own optimism had evaporated under the relentless sun. We were lost, truly, undeniably lost, not just off the trail, but in a part of the wilderness that felt fundamentally different from where we were supposed to be. The terrain didn't match the map anymore. Or maybe the map didn't match the terrain. Either way, the result was the same: we were screwed. By late afternoon on day 2, desperation was setting in. Our water was nearly gone. Maybe half a liter between the 3 of us. The headaches were pounding, dizziness setting in. Every step was an effort. The thought of spending a night out here, without water, was terrifying. We started looking for any sign of moisture, damp patches of earth, greener vegetation, anything. We found nothing but dry creek beds and cracked earth. Hope dwindled with the setting sun, painting the sky in fiery, mocking colors. That's when Liam saw it, or rather heard it. A faint, almost musical sound carried on the breeze. The sound of running water. We practically ran towards it, crashing through bushes, stumbling over rocks in our haste. And then we saw it. Nestled in a small, shadowed ravine, sheltered by strangely twisted, ancient-looking cottonwoods, was a stream. Not a muddy trickle, not a stagnant pool, but a stream of water so clear, so impossibly pristine, it looked like liquid glass flowing over smooth, multi-colored pebbles. It wasn't large, maybe 3 feet across, but it flowed steadily, catching the last rays of sunlight like scattered diamonds. Relief washed over us, so potent it was almost painful. We didn't hesitate. We didn't think about the map, which showed no stream in this location. We didn't think about why it was so perfectly clear, without a trace of silt or algae, in such an arid environment. We didn't pull out the filter or the iodine tablets. Our thirst was a roaring beast, overriding caution, overriding everything. We fell to our knees at the bank and drank. We plunged our faces into the cool current, gulping down the water greedily. It was cold, etchingly cold, and tasted cleaner, purer than any water I'd ever known. It felt like life itself pouring back into us, soothing our parched throats, easing the pounding in our heads. We filled our bottles, our hydration packs, laughing with relief, the terror of the last few hours momentarily forgotten. Saved. Liam breathed, wiping his mouth, a wide grin splitting his face. Thank God, Chloe echoed, splashing water on her face and neck. I really thought she didn't finish the sentence. None of us wanted to voice how close we'd come. We made camp right there, near the miraculous stream. We were too exhausted to move further, and the idea of being near an abundant water source was too comforting to pass up. As dusk deepened into true night, a profound stillness settled over the ravine. The stars emerged, hard and bright in the black sky. We ate a little, forcing down some energy bars, but mostly we just sat, listening to the gentle murmur of the stream, feeling our bodies slowly recover. But even then, as the initial euphoria faded, a tiny, dissonant note began to sound in the back of my mind. The water, it had tasted perfect, almost too perfect, and the silence wasn't entirely empty. There was a quality to it, a feeling of being watched, not by animals, but by something else. Something inherent in the rocks, the strangely shaped trees, the way the shadows pooled in the ravine. I glanced at Liam, then Chloe. Their faces, illuminated by the low glow of our headlamps, looked tired but content. Maybe it was just exhaustion playing tricks on me, the lingering effects of dehydration and fear. I took another long drink from my water bottle. The cold, pure taste was still there, but underneath it, or perhaps woven into it, was something else. An undertone I couldn't quite place. Faintly metallic, like ozone before a storm. Or something else entirely, something ancient and aware. I shook my head, dismissing the thought. We were safe, we had water. That's all that mattered. We crawled into our tents. The soothing sound of the stream lulling us towards sleep. That was the mistake. Drinking the water. Believing we were safe. Because as sleep claimed us, huddled together in that isolated ravine deep in the Gila wilderness, something began to change. Not just in our perception, but in the world around us. The clear, life-giving water had quenched our thirst, but it had also opened a door. And neither we nor the wilderness itself would ever be the same again. The real horror hadn't even begun. I woke slowly, dragged from a heavy, dreamless sleep by the insistent morning sun warming the nylon of the tent. For a moment, lying there suspended between sleep and waking, everything felt normal. The air was cool, the familiar scent of pine and dust filled my nostrils, and the gentle burble of the stream was a soothing background melody. Liam was already rustling around outside, probably boiling water for coffee, his one non-negotiable luxury, even when roughing it. Chloe murmured in her sleeping bag beside me. Relief, sharp and bright, pierced through the lingering grogginess. The previous day's panic, the desperate thirst, felt like a bad dream receding in the daylight. We had water. We were okay. I crawled out of the tent, stretching muscles stiff from the hike and the hard ground. Liam handed me a steaming mug. Morning, he said, his voice sounding normal, reassuring. Sleep okay, I replied, taking a grateful sip. The coffee tasted fine. Everything seemed fine. The stream glittered innocently in the sunlight, its crystal clarity undisturbed. We refilled all our bottles and hydration packs directly from the current, the memory of yesterday's desperation still vivid enough to make us prioritize a full supply. The water was still etchingly cold, still tasted impossibly pure. The faint, unplaceable undertone I thought I detected last night seemed absent, or perhaps I just imagined it. It was only after breakfast, as we started packing up camp. that the first crack appeared in the facade of normalcy. I was rolling up my sleeping bag, facing the thick trunk of one of the ancient cottonwoods that lined the ravine. Its shadow lay long and dark, across the dusty ground in the early morning light. Out of the absolute corner of my vision, that peripheral space where movement registers before detail, I saw it. The shadow detached itself. It didn't just lengthen or shift as the sun climbed. It peeled away from the base of the tree. A solid, distinct shape of deeper blackness, hovering for a fraction of a second before snapping back into place, as if tethered by elastic. I froze, my heart giving a sudden, hard jolt. I stared intently at the shadow, holding my breath. It lay still, perfectly ordinary, conforming precisely to the contours of the ground and the angle of the sun. Nothing. Absolutely nothing out of place. "You okay, Maya?" Chloe asked, glancing over. She was meticulously cleaning her small watercolor set by the stream bank. "Yeah," I said, forcing a lightness I didn't feel. "Yeah, fine. Just thought I saw something." "Like what?" "Nothing. Just the light playing tricks, I guess. Weird shadows." Chloe nodded slowly, her eyes lingering on the trees for a moment longer than necessary.
Yeah.
She said quietly, "The light is strange here. I tried to shake it off. Exhaustion, dehydration, recovery, stress. My brain was manufacturing phantoms. It had to be. But the image lingered, that impossible detachment, that brief, horrifying moment of separation between object and shadow. An hour later, Chloe called us over. She had her sketchbook open, perched on a smooth, gray boulder near the water's edge. She wasn't sketching the landscape, though. She was pointing at the intricate patterns on the rock face itself, the complex web of cracks, mineral veins, and discolorations. "Look," she whispered, her voice tight. "Do you see it?" Liam and I leaned closer. At first, I saw nothing but rock. Then, following Chloe's trembling finger, my focus shifted. Within the random swirls and lines, a shape emerged. A face. Not a clear photographic image, but an impressionistic one, like a half-finished sculpture trapped within the stone. Gaunt cheekbones, empty sockets, a rictus grin that seemed both ancient and malicious. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. And it wasn't alone. As my eyes scanned the surrounding rocks, more faces emerged from the patterns, some distorted in agony, others sneering, some just watching with unnerving stillness. They were everywhere, etched into the very fabric of the ravine. "It's just pareidolia," Liam said, but his voice lacked conviction. He kept glancing at the rock face, then quickly looking away. The brain seeing patterns in random data, like seeing shapes in clouds. "I've seen patterns in rocks before, Liam," Chloe retorted, her voice sharp with fear. "This isn't like that. They're looking at us. Don't you feel it?" I did. Since spotting the faces, the quiet of the ravine had transformed. It was no longer peaceful. It felt charged, expectant. The feeling of being watched intensified tenfold, pressing in from all sides. Every rustle of leaves, every insect buzz, seemed amplified, carrying a hidden meaning, a potential threat. The air itself felt heavy, thick with an unseen presence. I looked back at the stream, its surface sparkling, and a cold dread trickled down my spine. The water. It had to be the water. We finished packing in near silence. The earlier relief completely evaporated, replaced by a brittle tension. We needed to leave this place, leave the stream and its watching rocks behind us. But leaving presented its own problems. As I scanned the rim of the ravine, trying to decide the best route out, the landscape seemed unstable. I focused on a distinctive pinnacle of rock on the ridge opposite us, noting its shape, its position relative to a gnarled juniper tree. I looked down to check my compass, then looked back up. The pinnacle seemed different. Taller, perhaps, or maybe tilted at a slightly different angle. The juniper tree seemed closer to it than I remembered. I blinked, shaking my head. No, that was impossible. Rock formations didn't just shift. My memory was playing tricks. Stress, lack of sleep. But the feeling of disorientation was profound, sickening. It was like looking at a familiar room where someone had subtly rearranged all the furniture. You couldn't immediately pinpoint what was wrong, but the wrongness itself was palpable, deeply unsettling. I didn't mention it. How could I? It sounded insane. We decided to climb out the way we'd come in, hoping to backtrack to a recognizable landmark. As we started hoisting our packs, Lamb went back to the stream one last time to top off his water bottle. He knelt by the bank, his back to us, staring down at the flowing water. He stayed there for a long time, unnaturally still. "Liam, everything okay?" I called out. He didn't answer immediately. When he finally stood up and turned around, his face was sheet white, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. He walked towards us slowly, mechanically, clutching his water bottle so tightly his knuckles were white. The stream. He choked out, his voice barely a whisper. "Just now. I saw it. I swear I saw it flow uphill." Chloe gasped, her hand flying to her mouth.
What?
I demanded, stepping closer to him. "Liam, that's impossible. It must have been an optical illusion, the way the light hit the ripples." "No!" He interrupted, his voice rising, bordering on hysterical.
It wasn't an illusion.
For a second, maybe two, the whole current reversed. It flowed backwards up the slope, towards the source. Then it just snapped back to normal, like nothing happened. He was shaking, his usual pragmatic composure utterly shattered. What the hell was in that water, Maya? His question hung in the oppressive air. The faces in the rocks seemed to grin wider. The shadows beneath the trees felt deeper, colder. The impossible physics of Liam's observation slammed into us, breaking down the last barriers of rational explanation. We weren't just seeing things. The water hadn't just contained a hallucinogen or a toxin. It was worse. We had drunk from a place where the fundamental laws of reality were fraying at the edges. We looked at the water bottles strapped to our packs, filled with the clear, cold liquid from the stream, our lifeline and potentially the source of this waking nightmare. Could we trust it? Could we trust anything we saw or felt? Could we even trust our own minds? "We have to go," I said, my voice trembling slightly despite my effort to sound firm. "Now, we filter the water we have, just in case, and we get out of this ravine. We hike fast, and we don't stop until we find the real trail." Lem nodded numbly, still looking shaken. Chloe just stared towards the head of the ravine, towards the unseen source of the impossible stream, her eyes filled with raw fear. Filtering felt like a futile gesture, an act performed for psychological comfort rather than any real belief it would help. What filter could possibly remove whatever property made water defy gravity or made shadows detach from their owners? Still, we went through the motions before hoisting our packs onto aching shoulders, taking one last look around the ravine at the watching rocks, the unnaturally deep shadows, the stream murmuring its crystal, clear, potentially sanity, bending song. I felt a profound sense of dread. Leaving the stream felt necessary, but stepping out into the wider wilderness, a wilderness that now felt actively hostile and possibly mutable, was terrifying. We didn't know what lay ahead, whether the effects were localized to this ravine, or if we carried the wrongness with us inside us. With hearts pounding and senses screamingly alert, we turned our backs on the stream and began the climb out, stepping into a world that no longer felt solid, predictable, or safe. The Gila wilderness stretched before us, vast and indifferent, but now its indifference felt like a thin veil over something terrible and aware, and we were walking right into it. Climbing out of that ravine was like surfacing from underwater, only to find the air above was just as suffocating, just as alien. The oppressive sense of being watched didn't diminish as we put distance between ourselves and the stream. If anything, it intensified, spreading out to encompass the entire landscape. The sun beat down, but the air held a clammy, unnatural chill. The silence was profound, yet it felt paradoxically loud, pressing against my eardrums, broken only by our ragged breathing and the crunch of our boots on the dry earth. The phenomena followed us. The shadows beneath the sparse junipers and peons no longer waited for the corner of my eye. They stretched and writhed with a blatant, mocking disregard for the sun's position. Sometimes I'd see one detach completely and flow like ink across the ground towards us, only to dissipate just before reaching my boot. Liam saw them too, muttering curses under his breath, gripping his trekking poles like weapons. Chloe walked with her head down, staring fixedly at the ground, but I saw her flinch repeatedly, as if dodging invisible blows. The faces weren't confined to the rocks anymore. They swirled in the patterns of the tree bark, leered from the shifting shapes of the clouds, stared blankly from the cracks in the parched soil beneath our feet. Fleeting glimpses at first, then lingering, their expressions morphing from vacant stares to silent screams, to knowing, malicious smiles. It felt like the wilderness itself had developed a million eyes, all fixed upon us. Then came the sounds. At first I thought it was the wind, whistling through the sparse vegetation. But the tone was wrong. It shaped itself into whispers, formless and sibilant, seeming to come from all directions at once. Words brushed against the edge of hearing, sometimes sounding like our own names, distorted and drawn out, sometimes like fragments of sentences devoid of meaning, ancient and guttural. Birdsong would start normally, then twist into harsh metallic screeching. The buzzing of insects would rise to an unbearable, drilling whine before abruptly cutting out, leaving an even more unnerving silence. Once, I clearly heard Chloe call my name from behind me, her voice filled with panic. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat. She was 20 feet ahead, trudging onwards, and hadn't said a word. She looked back at me, her eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I could only nod, the blood draining from my face. Navigation became a nightmare. The compass needle spun erratically, dancing wildly before settling on seemingly random directions. Liam's GPS, usually reliable, showed our position jumping erratically across the digital map, sometimes placing us miles away from where we could possibly be, sometimes showing us submerged beneath solid ground. We tried following terrain features, aiming for a distant ridge that looked promising on the paper map, but the landscape itself seemed to actively resist our progress. Distances warped and stretched. We'd hike for what felt like hours, sweating under the relentless sun, only to round a cluster of boulders and find ourselves staring at the same distinctively lightning, scarred pine tree we'd passed that morning. It seemed to stutter, looping back on itself, trapping us in a frustrating, terrifying mobius strip of rock and scrub. We had no choice but to drink the water we carried, the clear, cold liquid from that cursed stream. Each sip felt like swallowing poison, yet the alternative to hydration, under the brutal New Mexico sun, was a more immediate, tangible threat. The water quenched the physical thirst, but it didn't touch the deeper, chilling dryness in our souls. It felt like it was reinforcing the connection to whatever wrongness had infected this place, and us along with it. The strain shattered our group cohesion. Liam, stripped of his reliance on logic and technology, became increasingly volatile. He'd rage at the malfunctioning equipment, kick at the mocking rocks, demand impossible explanations. His fear manifested as anger, directed at the wilderness of the situation, and sometimes frighteningly at us. Chloe retreated inwards, becoming almost non-verbal. She'd stop walking periodically, staring blankly at some unseen point in the distance, her eyes reflecting a terror she couldn't articulate. Sometimes she'd whimper softly, or cry without making a sound. Trying to get her moving again was agonizing. I felt caught in the middle, trying desperately to maintain a thread of sanity, to keep us focused on the goal of escape, but my own perception felt increasingly unreliable. Did that tree just move? Was that Liam's voice whispering threats from the wind, or my own fear? The faces watched, the shadows danced, the landscape rippled at the edges of my vision. Doubt gnawed at me. Were Liam and Chloe just succumbing to stress and dehydration? Was I the one truly losing my mind? The water, it felt cold inside me, a spreading stain of otherness. The breaking point came late on the third day, or maybe the fourth. Time had lost all meaning. We were stumbling through a narrow canyon, the rock walls pressing close, covered in those leering, silent faces. The whispers were louder here, echoing off the stone, weaving a tapestry of dread. Liam suddenly stopped, threw his GPS unit violently against the canyon wall, shattering the screen. "It's useless," he screamed, his voice cracking. "All of it! The map, the compass, that damn stream! It's playing with us! It doesn't want us to leave!" "Liam, calm down," I pleaded, trying to keep my own voice steady. "Calm down." He wheeled on me, his eyes wild. "Look around, Mia! Don't you see it? The rocks are watching us! The shadows are alive! Chloe won't even speak!" "You keep pretending we can just hike our way out of this. What else can we do? I cried, tears finally starting to sting my eyes. Give up. Lie down and die. Suddenly, Chloe let out a piercing shriek. She pointed a trembling finger further down the canyon. It's there. Don't you see it? It's waiting. We looked. The canyon path twisted out of sight around a bend. There was nothing there but rock and shadow. But the shadows, they were deeper there, unnaturally dark, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape that seemed to absorb the light. It wasn't solid, yet it had presence, a focal point for the dread that saturated the air. Liam stared, his anger replaced by raw, primal fear. Chloe was sobbing uncontrollably now. The whispers intensified, swirling around us like a vortex. The faces on the rocks seemed to writhe, their silent mouths stretching wide. In that moment, panic utterly consumed us. Coherent thought dissolved. Liam turned and scrambled back the way we came, clawing his way up the canyon slope with no regard for the path. Chloe just stood frozen, screaming, staring at the darkness ahead. I screamed her name, grabbed her arm, trying to pull her away, but she wouldn't move, rooted to the spot. The darkness around the bend seemed to pulse. Then the landscape itself lurched. It wasn't subtle this time. The ground beneath my feet seemed to tilt, the canyon walls rippling like fabric. Disoriented, nauseated, I lost my grip on Chloe's arm. I stumbled backwards, falling hard against the rock face. When I looked up, blinking dust from my eyes, everything had changed. Liam was gone, vanished. The slope he'd been scrambling up looked different, steeper, impassable. The bend in the canyon ahead was still there, but Chloe was no longer standing before it. She was gone too. The oppressive darkness that had pooled there was also gone, replaced by ordinary afternoon shadow. I was alone. The silence crashed down, absolute and terrifying. I screamed, my voice echoing unnaturally in the sudden stillness. Chloe. Only the wind answered, whispering through the rocks, and for a horrifying instant, I thought I heard their voices mingled within it, faint, distorted echoes, already sounding impossibly far away. I don't know how long I stayed there, huddled against the rock wall, shaking. Hours. Minutes. Eventually, a primal survival instinct kicked in. I had to move. I stumbled forward, down the canyon, past the bend where Chloe had vanished, calling their names until my throat was raw. Nothing. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist, swallowed whole by the shifting, malevolent wilderness. I don't know how I got out. The next stretch of time is a blur of stumbling, mindless movement driven by sheer terror. The faces still watched, the shadows still writhed, the whispers still followed. But without Liam's anger or Chloe's paralyzing fear, the phenomena seemed less focused. Or maybe I was just numb. Beyond reaction, I drank the last of the cursed water. I walked until I couldn't walk anymore. And then, impossibly, there was a road. A dusty, unpaved Forest Service road. I collapsed beside it, sobbing with a mixture of relief and utter desolation. Hours later, a truck found me, a pair of startled hunters who must have thought they were seeing a ghost. They took me back to civilization. I tried to tell the sheriff, the rangers, what happened. I told them about the stream, the water, the shadows, the faces, the shifting landscape, the way Liam and Chloe vanished. They listened patiently, with pity in their eyes. They organized a search, of course. For weeks, teams combed the Gila wilderness. They found our initial campsite from the first night. They found the ravine, though they reported the stream was just a muddy, seasonal trickle, almost completely dry. They found Liam's shattered GPS near the mouth of a canyon. They found nothing else. No trace of Liam or Chloe. The official report cited probable death by exposure and dehydration after getting lost. Case closed. But I know what happened. They weren't just lost. They were taken. Consumed by a place that came alive, a place altered by water that reflected reality but wasn't bound by it. I'm safe now, physically. I live in a city surrounded by concrete and noise, as far from the wilderness as I can get. But I'm not truly free. Sometimes, late at night, when the silence settles, I hear whispers in the wind outside my window. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see shadows detach themselves from furniture just for a second. And sometimes, staring into a glass of clear, cold water, I see faces looking back at me from the depths. The Gila wilderness took Liam and Chloe, and it left a permanent echo inside of me. An echo of the stream, the faces, the shadows. An echo of the truth that some places are wrong, some thirst should never be quenched, and some wildernesses never let you go. My name is Mia, and I think a part of me is still lost out there, wandering the shifting canyons, forever watched by the faces in the rocks. My name's Logan. Just Logan. Nothing fancy. Born and raised in South Dakota, the kind of place where the sky feels bigger than anywhere else and the history runs deeper than the roots of the oldest pines. I've always felt a pull towards the wilder parts of the state, the places that haven't been completely tamed or turned into tourist traps. The Black Hills especially. There's an energy there, something ancient and watchful, that you don't find in the cities or the endless plains. Most people see the presidents carved into the mountain or the kitschy souvenir shops in Keystone and think they know the hills. They don't. Not the real hills. This past fall, me and two buddies, Mark and Chloe, decided to do a multi-day trek deep into a less traveled section of the Black Hills National Forest. Mark's the gung-ho type, always pushing for the extra mile, the tougher trail. Chloe's the steady one, the planner, the one who makes sure we don't forget the water filter or the first aid kit. And me. I guess I'm the quiet observer, the one who notices the way the light filters through the trees or the sound the wind makes whistling through the rock formations. We're a decent team, usually. We'd done plenty of trips before, shorter ones mostly. Weekend jaunts. This was meant to be our big one, 5 days off, grid. The first 2 days were tough but rewarding. The air was crisp, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. The autumn colors were blazing aspens turned to brilliant gold, oaks a rusty red, all set against the dark, imposing green of the pines. We followed winding trails, crossed babbling creeks on fallen logs, and pushed ourselves up steep inclines that left our lungs burning and legs screaming. But the views from the ridges were worth every aching muscle, stretching out over endless waves of forested hills, hazy blue in the distance. We saw deer bounding through the undergrowth, hawks circling lazily overhead. Normal wilderness stuff. Comforting almost. By the afternoon of the third day, though, things started to feel different. We'd left the marked trails hours ago, navigating by map and compass, heading towards a specific valley mark I'd read about online, supposedly untouched, pristine. The terrain got rougher, the trees denser, darker. The usual chatter and birdsong seemed to fade, replaced by a heavy, pressing silence. It wasn't just quiet, it felt weighted, like the air itself was holding its breath. Even Mark, usually bouncing off the tree trunks with energy, seemed subdued. Chloe kept glancing at her compass, then back at the map, a slight frown creasing her forehead. "You sure about this route, Mark?" she asked, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness.
Yeah.
Mark replied, though his usual confidence seemed a bit forced. "The topo map shows the valley just over this next rise. Should open up soon." We crested the rise, breathing heavily, expecting that promised valley. Instead, we found ourselves looking down into a shallow bowl-like depression, maybe a couple 100 yards across. It wasn't a valley, not really, and scattered across its floor, almost hidden by overgrown grass and scrubby bushes, were mounds, not just random bumps in the land. These were clearly artificial, symmetrical, some conical, some longer, like sleeping earthen serpents. They varied in size, the largest maybe 15 feet high and 50 feet long. They looked incredibly old, weathered by centuries of wind and rain, covered in the same scraggly vegetation as the surrounding land, yet distinct. There was an undeniable presence about them. The weighted silence we'd felt climbing the ridge seemed to emanate from this place, thick and almost suffocating. "Whoa," Mark breathed, his earlier unease forgotten, replaced by a kind of treasure, hunter's excitement. "Look at that. Native American burial mounds. Maybe," Chloe said softly, her eyes wide. "Or something else. There are legends about this area, old ones." I didn't say anything. I just felt wrong. Standing there, looking down at those silent shapes, a chill snaked up my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling afternoon air. It felt like we were intruding, like we'd stumbled into a place where we weren't welcome, a place that held secrets best left undisturbed. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to backtrack, to find anywhere else to spend the night. But the sun was dipping low, painting the western sky in shades of orange and purple. We were exhausted, dehydrated, and the climb up had taken more out of us than we'd expected. Setting up camp on the uneven, forested ridge wasn't practical. Down in the depression, the ground looked relatively flat, sheltered from the wind. We should camp down there. Mark said, already starting down the slope. It's getting dark, and this is the best spot we're likely to find. Mark. Wait, Chloe started, looking uneasy. I don't know, doesn't this feel a bit disrespectful? Camping right on top of potentially sacred ground. We're not camping on them. Mark countered, gesturing towards a relatively clear patch of ground between two of the larger mounds. We'll be over here. Besides, their ancient history. Probably empty. It's just dirt and grass now. We're tired, Chloe. It's getting cold. Let's just make camp. I should have spoken up. I should have backed Chloe, insisted we push on, even if it meant hiking in the twilight. That feeling of wrongness was a physical weight in my gut. It felt like walking into someone's private memorial, someone immensely powerful and easily angered, and deciding to pitch a tent in the middle of it. But I was tired too. My shoulders ached from my pack, my feet throbbed, and the thought of stumbling around in the growing dark looking for another site was deeply unappealing. So I stayed silent. I followed Mark down into the bowl. That was our deadly mistake. We chose a spot, as Mark suggested, in the flattest area between two of the larger mounds. The ground was firm, covered in short, dry grass. We dropped our packs with wary size. The air down here was even stiller, and carried a peculiar scent, damp, loamy earth, like a freshly dug grave, but with an undertone of something else, something metallic and vaguely rotten, yet also dry and dusty, like air sealed away for millennia. Smells weird down here, Chloe muttered, wrinkling her nose as she unrolled her sleeping bag. Just stagnant air, maybe. Mark shrugged, already busy trying to get his small camping stove lit. Or maybe a dead animal nearby. But it didn't smell like decay, not exactly. It smelled old, ancient, disturbed. We went about the familiar motions of setting up camp, pitching the two small tents, laying out sleeping bags, filtering water from our canteens. But every sound seemed amplified in the oppressive silence. The rustle of nylon, the clink of metal tent poles, the thunk of stakes being driven into the earth. That last sound in particular seemed to echo strangely, as if the ground itself resented the intrusion. Each time my hand mallet struck the top of a stake, driving it deeper, I flinched, imagining I was piercing something more than just soil and roots. It felt deeply, profoundly wrong. Disrespectful doesn't even begin to cover it. It felt like desecration, performed out of ignorance and exhaustion. We ate a quick, subdued meal, rehydrated chili that tasted like ash in my mouth. The conversation was sparse. Mark tried to joke about ancient spirits, but his laughter sounded hollow and died quickly. Chloe kept casting nervous glances towards the largest mound, its dark shape barely visible in the gathering gloom. The sun disappeared completely, and the temperature plummeted. A sliver of moon offered little light, and the stars, usually so brilliant in the wilderness, seemed distant and cold. Darkness settled over the depression like a shroud. The silence returned, heavier than before. We retreated into our tents, Mark in one, Chloe and I sharing the other. Zipping up the tent flap felt like sealing ourselves into a tomb. I lay there in my sleeping bag, listening to Chloe's steady breathing beside me, but sleep wouldn't come. The wrongness of the place pressed in on me, a palpable force. The air inside the tent still carried that strange, earthy, ancient smell. And then I heard it. Faintly at first, so faint I thought I was imagining it, or maybe it was just the blood pounding in my own ears. Thump, 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 a low, rhythmic beat. It wasn't coming from the woods around us. It seemed to be coming from below. From deep within the earth, right beneath our feet. Slow, deep, resonant, like a giant, subterranean heart starting to beat, or a drum. An ancient drum, disturbed from a long, long slumber. I held my breath, straining to listen. Chloe stirred beside me. "Logan, did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice tight with fear. The drumming continued, steady, unhurried. Thump, thump, thump. And with it, that smell intensified, disturbed earth, yes, but now mingled more strongly with that other scent, something old, something powerful, and something utterly terrifyingly angry. We hadn't just disturbed the ground, we'd woken something up, and it knew we were here. Thump, thump, thump. The sound wasn't just heard, it was felt. A low frequency vibration that seemed to resonate deep in my bones, shaking the very ground beneath our thin nylon tent floor. Chloe's hand clamped onto my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin, but I barely registered the pain. Every nerve ending I possessed was screaming, focused on that impossible, subterranean pulse and the thickening, putrid, ancient smell filling the small space. "Mark," I whispered, my voice raspy. "Is Mark awake?" Chloe shook her head, her eyes wide and reflecting the faint moonlight filtering through the tent fabric. "I don't know. Should we?" The drumming seemed to swell slightly, growing fractionally louder, more insistent. Thump, THMP, thump, THMPL. It wasn't just a beat, it felt like a summons or a warning. Or maybe both. "We have to," I said, the decision tasting like bile in my throat. Staying huddled in here felt like waiting in a coffin. Slowly, carefully, trying not to make any sudden movements, I reached for the zipper on the tent flap. The sound it made, a low zeta zip, seemed deafeningly loud against the backdrop of the drumming. I eased the flap open a crack and peered out. The night air hit my face, colder than before, and heavy with that repulsive odor damp soil. Yes, but now undeniably mixed with something acrid, like ozone after a lightning strike, and something else, a dry, choking scent like millennia old dust and decay, disturbed after an eternity of stillness. It was the smell of something long buried and wanting to remain so. The sliver of moon cast long, distorted shadows from the mounds, making them seem hunched and watchful in the darkness. Nothing moved, yet the air itself felt charged, vibrating with unseen energy and a palpable sense of malevolence. The drumming was clearer out here, undeniably coming from beneath us, seeming to push up through the soles of my boots. I risked a wider opening and looked towards Mark's small, one-person tent pitched about 15 feet away. It was still, silent. Too silent. "Mark!" Chloe called, her voice a strained whisper that barely carried. No response. "Maybe he's asleep," she offered, though her tone held no conviction. "Nobody could sleep through this," I muttered. Fear, cold and sharp, lanced through me. Taking a deep breath that filled my lungs with the foul air, I pushed the flap fully open and crawled out, Chloe right behind me. The ground felt strangely hard, almost brittle, beneath my hands and knees, and the vibrations from the drumming were intense, like standing too close to a massive speaker. We crept towards Mark's tent, our movements feeling sluggish, unreal. The drumming seemed to follow us, focusing its rhythm on our intrusion. TQMP, TMP, TQMP, faster now, harder. "Mark!" I called again, louder this time, rapping my knuckles on the taut nylon. "Mark, wake up!" The tent flap flew open abruptly, startling both me and Chloe. Mark scrambled out, his eyes wild, face pale and slick with sweat in the dim moonlight. He wasn't asleep. He looked utterly terrified, clutching a small camp knife in a white-knuckled grip. "You hear it." He choked out, his voice trembling. "You hear it. And the smell, what is that?" He gagged, covering his mouth and nose with his forearm. "We hear it." Chloe confirmed, her own voice shaking. "It started a few minutes ago. It feels like it's right underneath us." "It is underneath us," Mark hissed, gesturing frantically at the ground. "It's like something huge is down there, trying to get out. When I first heard it, I thought, I don't know, maybe an earthquake, but it's too regular, too intentional." The drumming intensified again. TGMP. Each beat felt like a physical blow, reverberating through my chest cavity. The ground beneath our feet was definitely vibrating now, a low, powerful hum that made my teeth ache. And the smell, oh God, the smell. It was overwhelming, cloying, forcing its way down my throat, tasting of ancient rot and unearthed secrets. Suddenly, Mark let out a strangled cry and pointed towards the largest mound, the one closest to our camp. "Look," We followed his trembling finger. At first, I saw nothing but the dark, hulking shape against the slightly less dark sky. Then, I noticed it, a faint, flickering light deep within the mound itself. Not a campfire or a flashlight beam. This was colder, paler. A phosphorescent greenish, white glow that seemed to pulse dimly in time with the drumming, as if illuminating something vast and hollow deep inside the earthwork. It waxed and waned, a sickly heartbeat of light mirroring the subterranean rhythm. "What is that?" Chloe whispered, horrified. "That's not possible. It's the stakes." I heard myself say, the realization hitting me with the force of a physical blow. When we set up the tents, we drove stakes into the ground. Right here, between the mounds. My gaze swept across our campsite, the two small tents, the scattered gear, the disturbed earth where we'd hammered the metal pegs deep into the soil. It wasn't just disrespect. It was violation. We hadn't just disturbed the ground, we had pierced something. We'd trespassed, and we'd wounded whatever ancient thing resided here. The anger I'd sensed earlier wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was a physical presence. It radiated from the mounds, from the vibrating earth, from the pulsing light and the suffocating stench. It was ancient, immense, and focused entirely on us. Mark scrambled back towards his tent, fumbling with his headlamp. "We gotta get out of here!" Now, he clicked it on, the bright LED beam cutting a stark white swath through the oppressive darkness. He swept it around, frantically illuminating our tents, the patches of disturbed grass, the dark wall of trees at the edge of the depression, and then the mounds themselves. As the beam hit the nearest mound, something shifted at the edge of the light. A flicker of movement, low to the ground, too quick to properly see. "Did you see that?" Mark yelped, snapping the beam back. There was nothing there but grass and shadow. "See what?" Chloe asked, her voice strained to the breaking point. Something moved," Mark stammered. "Over there, by the base of the mound." He swung the light back and forth, painting erratic arcs across the ancient earthworks. The drumming continued, relentless, pounding, driving away rational thought, leaving only primal fear. The sickly light inside the largest mound pulsed faster. Then we heard another sound cutting through the drumming, a dry, rasping sound like heavy stones grinding together, or perhaps like dirt and roots being torn apart by something emerging from below. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once, from the bases of several mounds simultaneously. Mark's headlamp beam darted towards the sound, catching another fleeting movement at dark, lumpy shape scrambling behind the curve of a smaller mound. Too big for a coyote, too low for a deer, it moved with an unnatural, jerky gait. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. The drumming pounded in my skull. The stench was making me nauseous. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was unbearable. We had blundered into something terrible, woken an ancient power that resided in these hills, tied to these mounds, and it was furious. Our ignorance, our exhaustion, our casual disrespect, none of it mattered as an excuse. We had committed sacrilege, and now retribution was coming. Pack. Chloe gasped, already stumbling towards our tent. Grab the essentials. Water map lights. Leave the tents. "No time!" Mark screamed, his voice cracking with terror. He was still sweeping the headlamp beam wildly. We run, oh. He bolted, crashing away from the campsite, away from the mounds, scrambling up the slope we'd descended so carelessly hours before, towards the dark, indifferent woods. But as his light beam bounced ahead of him, illuminating the path, it momentarily caught something else standing silently at the top of the ridge, right where we had first looked down upon the mounds. It wasn't a tree. It was tall, gaunt, and possibly thin, silhouetted against the faint moonlight. It seemed to be made of earth and shadow, and it was looking down, directly at us. Then the drumming stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. It pressed in on my eardrums, vast and empty, amplifying the frantic pounding of my own heart. The pulsing light within the mound died, but the smell remained thick and expectant. And the grinding, rasping sound intensified, closer now, much closer. Mark screamed, a raw, high-pitched sound of pure terror that was cut off abruptly. His headlamp beam went skittering across the ground and then winked out, plunging that part of the slope into absolute darkness. Chloe whimpered beside me, frozen in place. The silence stretched, broken only by the rasping sounds drawing near in the blackness, and the echo of Mark's final scream, hanging in the cold, foul air. We were trapped. The silence that swallowed Mark's scream was absolute, a physical pressure against my eardrums. For a heartbeat, the world stopped. Chloe stood rigid beside me, a statue carved from terror. My eyes darted wildly between the spot where Mark's light had vanished on the dark slope and the top of the ridge, where that impossibly tall, thin silhouette had stood. It was gone. Whether it had descended towards Mark or simply melted back into the shadows, I didn't know, and the uncertainty was somehow worse. Then the rasping sound surged, louder, closer, seemingly coming from all around the edges of our doomed campsite. Sisker chuk groaned, the sound of rock grinding on rock, of dry earth being forcibly displaced, of ancient, brittle things stirring from sleep. It wasn't one source, it was many. Chloe finally broke, letting out a choked sob. Lagan. That sound, her raw fear, snapped me out of my paralysis. Staying here was death. Running up the slope where something had been waiting, was also death. That left only one option sideways, towards the thickest, darkest part of the woods bordering the depression, hoping to lose whatever was coming in the dense undergrowth.
This way!
I yelled, grabbing her arm. Run! Don't look back! We scrambled, abandoning everything tense, packs, food, any semblance of safety. We plunged off the relatively clear ground of the campsite into knee, high scratchy bushes and uneven terrain, stumbling over unseen roots and rocks. The grinding, rasping sounds intensified, converging on the spot where we'd just been. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel pursuit, a cold, heavy presence that radiated ancient malice. The air remained thick with that suffocating stench of disturbed earth and something infinitely old and angry. It clung to us, filling our lungs as we gasped for breath, a constant reminder of the sacrilege we'd committed. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes and skin. Chloe stumbled, falling hard. I hauled her up, adrenaline overriding the searing pain in my lungs. Keep moving, I urged, pulling her along. Behind us, a new sound joined the rasp in a heavy, dragging shuffle, like immense weight being pulled across loose soil. And worse, a low, guttural clicking, almost insect-like but resonant, deep. It was the sound of something utterly alien, something that had no place in the natural world. We reached the edge of the depression and plunged into the relative cover of the dense pine forest. The darkness here was almost total, the faint moonlight barely penetrating the thick canopy. We ran blind, guided only by the downward slope of the land, tripping, falling, scrambling back up, driven by sheer terror. The sounds of pursuit seemed slightly muffled by the trees, but they were still there, relentless, pacing us. I risked a frantic glance over my shoulder. Through the trees, back towards the mounds, I thought I saw movement in multiple shapes, low to the ground, lumpy and vaguely man-sized, but distorted, shambling with that unnatural, jerky gait. They seemed incomplete, like figures crudely sculpted from grave dirt, rocks, and roots, animated by sheer malevolent will. Their forms blended sickeningly with the shadows in the earth. The rasping and clicking seemed to emanate directly from them. Were they guardians? Or the physical manifestation of the place's anger? A wave of dizziness washed over me, the stench and the terror threatening to overwhelm my senses. Chloe was sobbing openly now, struggling to keep up. Were they hunting us? Or hurting us? The thought sent a fresh spike of fear through me. We ran until our legs felt like lead and our lungs burned as if filled with acid. We crossed a shallow, ice-cold creek, the shock of the water momentarily clearing my head. We scrambled up the opposite bank, clawing at the muddy soil, expecting grasping, earthy hands to close around our ankles at any moment. The sound seemed to fall back slightly as we left the immediate vicinity of the depression, but the feeling of being watched, being marked, didn't lessen. The woods themselves felt hostile now, every shadow seeming to writhe, every gust of wind sounding like a dry whisper. every fallen log looking like a slumbering guardian. We pushed on through the endless night, moving as fast as our exhausted bodies allowed, navigating by instinct and sheer desperation, trying to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and that cursed place. We didn't speak. There were no words for the horror we had experienced, for the guilt gnawing at me over Mark, over my own silence when I should have protested camping there. Hours crawled by. The adrenaline faded, leaving behind a bone-deep wariness and a gnawing dread. The moon set, plunging the woods into even deeper blackness. We huddled together for warmth beneath a thick pine, shivering uncontrollably, starting at every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pulsing light in the mound, the silhouette on the ridge, the shambling shapes in the darkness, and Mark's headlamp beam winking out. I smelled the dirt and decay. I felt the drumming deep in my chest. Slowly, agonizingly, the first hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky. Dawn had never seemed so welcome, yet it brought little comfort. The woods revealed by the growing light looked drab, colorless, stripped of the beauty we'd seen just the day before. They felt empty, yet still somehow watchful. We stumbled upon a faint game trail and followed it, hoping it would lead somewhere, anywhere. And finally, hours later, dehydrated, scratched, bruised, and emotionally shattered, we broke through the trees onto a gravel fire road. We collapsed onto the rough surface, sobbing with relief and exhaustion. We were miles from where we'd left our car, but the road was a lifeline. Eventually, a Forest Service truck found us, two ragged figures stumbling numbly along the gravel. The ranger's eyes widened at our state, but he asked few questions initially, bundling us into his warm cab. What could we tell him? What could we tell anyone? We'd disturbed ancient mounds, woken something terrible, that underground drums and earth figures had hunted us, that our friend was taken by a shadow monster. We knew how it would sound. Insane. The official story became that Mark had gotten separated from us during an unexpected storm that never actually happened. A massive search was launched, covering the area where we claimed we'd last seen him, far from the actual depression with the mounds, a location I described vaguely, deliberately inaccurately. They found nothing. No trace of Mark. He just vanished. The search was eventually called off. Lost hiker, presumed dead. Maybe an animal attack. The rangers speculated quietly, though they admitted there were no large predators known to be that aggressive in that specific area. Chloe and I never spoke about what really happened. Not in detail. We didn't need to. The shared trauma was a chasm between us and the rest of the world, but also a brittle, unspoken bond between us. We drifted apart soon after, the memory too raw, too terrifying to face together. I moved away from South Dakota. I couldn't stand being near the hills anymore. Their beauty is forever tainted for me, replaced by the memory of that suffocating silence, the angry drumming, the stench of the earth, and the shapes in the dark. I live in a city now, surrounded by concrete and noise, but sometimes, late at night, when the city sleeps and a deep quiet falls, I think I can hear it. Faintly, distantly. Thump, thump, thump. Sometimes, when it rains heavily and the air fills with the smell of wet earth, there's an undertone to it, something dry and ancient that makes my blood run cold and the hair on my arms stand up. We didn't just disturb the ground that night. We woke something up. Something old and angry and tied to that land. I don't think it forgets. I think it remembers the violation, remembers the intruders. I escaped. But I didn't get away clean. A part of me is still there, lost in the darkness, at the foot of those ancient mounds, listening to the silence, waiting for the grinding sound to start again. I carry the weight of that silence, the echo of that anger inside me. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very soul, that some places are best left undisturbed, their slumbering history best left buried deep within the earth. Our deadly mistake wasn't just setting up camp, it was surviving to remember it. My name is Chloe. Right now, that feels like the only solid thing left in the universe. Chloe. Say it again. Chloe, it's a flimsy anchor against the tide of panic threatening to pull me under into the black, sucking water that surrounds this tiny spit of land. My world has shrunk to the desperate circle of light thrown by a sputtering campfire, a pathetic shield against the vast, oppressive darkness of the Florida Everglades, and the voices. God, the voices. It was supposed to be an adventure, a final sisterly bonding trip before Maya headed off to college across the country. Kayaking through the Everglades seemed perfect, challenging, beautiful, a little bit wild. We weren't novices. We'd done plenty of river trips back home in Oregon. We had maps, GPS, enough supplies for a week, maybe more if we were careful. We'd planned a route through the marked wilderness waterway, sticking to the designated Chickie huts or ground sites. But the Everglades, they don't care about plans. It happened on day 3. 1 minute we were paddling side by side through a narrow channel, sunlight dappling through the cypress canopy, laughing about some stupid inside joke. The next, a curtain of rain, thick and gray as felt, slammed down without warning. Not just rain, but a deluge, a tropical tantrum that turned the world into a roaring, blurry chaos. Wind tore through the trees, ripping Spanish moss loose like frantic ghosts. The water churned, visibility dropped to 0. I shouted Maya's name, but the storm swallowed the sound. We fought to stay together, paddles digging desperately, but the current was a wild thing, grabbing my kayak and spinning it. I glimpsed Maya's bright yellow boat, maybe 20 yards away, fighting the same battle, her face a mask of strained effort. Then a particularly violent gust hit, combined with a surge in the current, and I was swept sideways, crashing through a thick curtain of mangrove roots and into a side channel I hadn't even seen. By the time I untangled myself and fought my way back to where I thought the main channel was, the rain had lessened to a steady, miserable drizzle, but the wind still moaned. There was no sign of Maya, no yellow kayak, just endless, identical-looking waterways snaking off in every direction, bordered by impenetrable walls of mangrove and sawgrass. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the adrenaline. I screamed her name over and over until my voice was raw.
Am I? Mia?
Can't fool you, me.
Only the drip of water from leaves and the sighing wind answered. I checked the GPS. Water damage. The screen was dead. The map, tucked into a supposedly waterproof bag, was soaked, the ink running into meaningless blurs. My compass still worked, but without a map or knowing my starting point after being spun around, it was almost useless. North, south, east, west, they all looked the same here. A maze of green and brown and black water. I spent the rest of that day paddling, calling Maya's name, trying to retrace my path, trying to find any landmark, any sign of the main waterway. Hope dwindled with the fading light. The Everglades transform at dusk. The familiar shapes of trees become monstrous silhouettes against a bruised sky. The air grows thick, heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, and the sounds, the daytime chorus of birdsong, gives way to a nighttime symphony of clicks, croaks, rustles, and splashes that seem to come from everywhere and nowhere. Things move in the water, unseen. Things rustle in the dense undergrowth, just beyond the reach of your eyes. Every shadow seems to wreathe with potential menace. Exhaustion finally forced me to stop. I found this island isn't the right word. It's barely a lump of slightly drier ground, maybe 10 feet across, humped up amongst the mangrove roots. Enough space to drag the kayak partly out of the water, enough space for a fire. Starting it was an ordeal. Everything was damp. My lighter sputtered, threatening to die. Tears of frustration and fear welled up as spark after spark failed to catch on the damp tinder I'd managed to gather. Finally, blessedly, a tiny flame flickered and grew. I fed it precious dry twigs from the emergency stash in my pack, hoarding the small store of firewood I'd managed to scavenge. That fire became my entire world. Its warmth pushed back the cloying humidity. Its light kept the deepest shadows at bay. Its crackle was a comforting, human sound in the unnerving alien landscape. I huddled close, rationing a protein bar, straining my ears for any sound of another human. A rescue boat, Maya's voice. Anything, that's when it started, subtly at first. So subtly I thought I was imagining it, my overtired mind playing tricks. A whisper on the edge of hearing, like the wind rustling the sawgrass in a peculiar way. Was that my name? Chloe, I froze, head cocked, heart hammering against my ribs. Silence. Just the crackle of the fire, the incessant buzz of insects, a distant frog chorus. Must have been the wind, or maybe an animal call I wasn't familiar with. I tried to dismiss it, my rational mind clinging to explanations. Stress, auditory hallucination, lack of sleep. But then it came again, a little clearer this time, seeming to drift from across the dark water to my left. Chloe. It sounded almost like Maya. Almost. The pitch was right, the cadence familiar. But there was something thin about it, something hollow, like an echo in an empty room. Maya. I called back, my voice trembling. Maya, is that you? Where are you? Silence again. A heavy, waiting silence that felt different from before. The night sound seemed to pause, listening. I scanned the darkness beyond the firelight, peering into the impenetrable tangle of mangrove roots and the flat, black mirror of the water. Nothing. No answering call, no splash of a paddle, no beam of a flashlight. An hour passed, maybe more. Time warps when you're alone and afraid in the dark. I jumped at every splash, every rustle. My eyes felt gritty, strained from staring into the gloom. I hugged my knees, trying to make myself smaller, trying to control the tremors that started deep inside. I told myself Maya was okay. She was smart, capable. She probably found a ranger station or another boater. She'd be back with help. Or maybe she was nearby, also lost, also calling out. Then the voice returned, closer now, definitely from the direction of the water, maybe 20 feet away, just where the firelight dissolved into shadow. And this time, it wasn't just my name. Chloe, help me. It was Maya's voice, unmistakably, the slight waver of fear, the exact inflection she used when she was genuinely scared. My breath hitched. Hope surged, fierce and desperate. Maya! I scrambled to my feet, peering into the darkness. Maya, I'm here. Where are you? Are you hurt? So cold water, so cold. Chloe, help. The voice sounded weaker now, strained, ending in a choked sob that sounded terrifyingly real.
I'm coming!
I cried, grabbing my flashlight from the kayak. My hand shook so badly I could barely switch it on. Logic screamed warnings, don't leave the fire, don't go towards the water in the dark. It could be a trap, an animal, anything. But the sound of my sister, hurt and needing me, it overrode everything. I took a step towards the water's edge, the flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the darkness. Mangrove roots twisted like skeletal fingers, reaching from the black water. The air felt colder here, away from the fire. Over here, hurry. The voice whispered, seemingly just beyond the reach of the light beam, from a dense thicket of mangrove. Another step. My foot sank slightly in the muddy bank. The beam illuminated glistening mud, tangled roots, the dark, still water. Nothing else. Maya? Where are you? And then, from a completely different direction behind me, back towards the thicker part of the small island, away from the water, I heard it again. Chloe. Just my name. But it wasn't the pleading, injured voice from the water's edge. This was different. Sharper. Almost impatient. I spun around, flashlight beam sweeping wildly. Nothing. Just the flickering campfire, the kayak, the dense wall of vegetation. My blood ran cold. Two voices. Mimicking Maya. One sounding hurt by the water, the other somewhere else. It made no sense. Unless it wasn't Maya at all. The voice by the water started again, more insistent now, mimicking not just her voice but her panicked breathing. The little gasp she made when she was truly terrified. Chloe, please. It hurt. Something grabbed my leg, helped me in the water. It was a perfect imitation. Chillingly perfect. Every nuance, every terrified inflection. It was designed to pull at my deepest instincts, to make me abandon caution and plunge into the darkness towards the sound, towards the water, towards the mangroves. I backed away slowly, step by careful step, back towards the fragile safety of the fire. My heart felt like it was trying to beat its way out of my chest. The flashlight beam trembled violently in my hand. The voice from the water continued its desperate, pleading cries, perfectly mimicking my sister's terror, but I didn't move towards it. I huddled by the fire, feeding it more wood, needing the light, the warmth. Because now I knew. Navigating the Everglades maze was tough enough. The mistake was trusting the voices. It started subtly, hearing my sister call my name from the wrong direction. Now, it perfectly mimics her cries for help, her panicked breathing, trying to draw me away from the flickering campfire into the dark water and mangroves where something waits. And it's learning, it's getting better, and it won't stop. The fire crackled, spitting embers into the oppressive humidity. It was the only sane sound left in my world. Every other noise, the chirps, the croaks, the sudden splashes in the black water, the rustle of unseen things in the mangrove thickets had become suspect, potentially masking the approach of whatever was out there, wearing my sister's voice like a stolen coat. I sat rigid, back pressed against the relatively smooth bark of a cypress knee that anchored this miserable patch of earth, clutching the now extinguished flashlight like a weapon. My eyes burned from staring into the darkness beyond the fire's reach, trying to penetrate the impenetrable black. The pleading hadn't stopped immediately. For what felt like an eternity, the perfect imitation of Maya's terrified voice continued its litany from the water's edge. "Chloe, please, it's so dark. I'm scared, don't leave me here." Each word was a precisely aimed dart, striking at the core of my being, exploiting the fierce, protective love I had for my sister. My hands clenched, fingernails digging into my palms. Part of me, the instinctual, irrational part, screamed to run towards the sound, consequences be damned. But the cold knot of dread in my stomach, the memory of that other voice, the sheer wrongness of it all held me fast. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, focusing on the heat of the fire on my face. Then, abruptly, the pleading cut off mid-sob. Silence slammed back in, heavy and suffocating. The normal night sounds of the Everglades seemed to rush into the vacuum, suddenly amplified the drone of mosquitoes, the guttural belch of a bullfrog, the distant splash of something substantial hitting the water. Was it gone? Had it given up?
No.
It was just changing tactics. A low chuckle echoed from the mangroves to my right. It was still in Maya's vocal range, but distorted, warped into something malicious and knowing. So stubborn Chloe always were. Thinks she's so smart. My blood turned to ice water. That wasn't just Maya's voice. It was mimicking her specific tone of mild exasperation, the one she used when I was being particularly difficult. But laced through it was a chilling amusement, a cruelty Maya simply didn't possess. How? How could it know that? "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible above the fire. "What do you want?" Another chuckle, closer this time, seeming to slither through the air from the left. We just want to help. Maya wants you to come. She's waiting." The use of "wet" sent a fresh wave of terror through me. It wasn't just one thing out there. Then it shifted again, back to the pleading, desperate tone, but with a new, insidious edge. It started weaving in memories fragments of our shared history, twisted and sharpened into weapons. "Remember Lake Arrowhead, Chloe, when you fell off the dock? I pulled you out. You promised you'd always be there for me. Why aren't you helping me now? Lake Arrowhead. We were kids, maybe 8 and 10. I'd slipped on wet wood, panicked in the cold water. Maya, always the stronger swimmer, had hauled me out, coughing and spluttering." The memory was sharp, vivid, and terrifyingly intimate. How could this thing know that? Was it reading my mind, plucking thoughts and fears like low-hanging fruit? "You're not Maya," I choked out, feeding another precious branch to the fire, needing the reassurance of the growing flames. "Not Maya." The voice sounded wounded, perfectly capturing my sister's hurt tone. "Chloe, how can you say that?" "It's me." "Don't you recognize me? After everything." "I'm hurt, please, the water's rising." I glanced nervously at the water's edge. Was it rising? In the flickering light, it was impossible to tell for sure. The tide, maybe. Or just another lie, another manipulation designed to make me panic, to force me off this tiny sanctuary. The night dragged on, an agonizing crawl through hours measured in fear and dwindling firewood. The entity or entities kept up the assault. Sometimes it was pleading, sometimes mocking. Sometimes it fell silent for long stretches, letting my own frantic thoughts become the enemy, amplifying every natural sound into a potential threat. Did I hear scraping on the other side of the island? Was that breathing just beyond the light, My muscles ached with tension, my nerves frayed raw. Sleep was impossible, a luxury I couldn't afford. Every time my eyelids drooped, a sudden whisper of "Chloe" right beside my ear, or a perfect imitation of Maya's terrified scream from across the water, would jolt me back to panicked wakefulness. It started using sounds too. Splashes near the bank, getting closer, then retreating. A sound like something heavy dragging itself through the mud and sawgrass, circling my little island. The snap of a twig just yards away. Were these real sounds amplified by my fear, or were they part of the performance? I couldn't tell. The line between the natural dangers of the swamp and the unnatural horror hunting me was blurring. My water bottle was nearly empty. I had one protein bar left. The pile of scavenged firewood was shrinking at an alarming rate. Dawn felt impossibly far away. If the fire died, I couldn't let the fire die. It was the only thing keeping the pressing darkness and whatever lurked within it at bay. Desperation began to claw at the edges of my resolve. Maybe I should risk it. Make a break for the kayak, try to paddle away in the dark. But where would I go? I was hopelessly lost. Paddling blindly through these black water channels at night was suicide. I'd hit a submerged log, capsize, run aground in some god's-forsaken inlet even worse than this one. And could I even escape it? The voices seemed to come from everywhere. What if it could move through the water faster than I could paddle? What if it was already in the water, waiting? Then came the most disturbing moment yet. There was a long period of silence, perhaps half an hour. The swamp sound seemed almost normal. My fear had subsided into a dull, exhausted dread. I was meticulously arranging the remaining firewood, calculating how long I could make it last, when the voice came again. It wasn't from the water's edge or the mangroves. It sounded like it was coming from directly above me. Look up. Chloe. It was a soft whisper, barely louder than the crackle of the fire, but infused with that same chillingly accurate echo of Maya's voice. Against my better judgment, compelled by a force I didn't understand, my head tilted back. I scanned the cypress branches overhead, tangled with Spanish moss that dripped silver in the faint starlight filtering through the canopy. Nothing. Just leaves, branches, the deep bowl of the night sky. Higher, the whisper urged. My gaze traveled further up the massive trunk of the ancient cypress that dominated this small island. And then I saw it, or rather I saw them. Not eyes, not a face, but nestled amongst the thick clumps of moss, almost invisible against the dark bark high above the reach of the firelight, were shapes. Pale, elongated shapes clustered together, like cocoons, or pupae. Too many to count, hanging silently, swaying almost imperceptibly. They seemed to absorb the light, making the area around them look even darker. There was something deeply, intrinsically wrong about them, about their placement, their silent presence. As I stared, frozen, one of the shapes seemed to quiver. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating not just in my ears, but deep within my chest cavity. It wasn't the voice, not Maya's voice, but something else entirely. Something ancient and alien. And from the darkness by the water, Maya's voice, thick with fake tears, whispered, "They're waiting for you, Chloe. Come into the water, it's easier in the water." My fire chose that moment to dip low, the flames sinking, consuming the last piece of substantial wood. The circle of light shrank perceptibly. The darkness, and the things hanging in the tree above, seemed to press closer. I scrambled for the smallest twigs, the damp leaves, anything to feed the dying flames, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The voices, the shapes, the humming, it was too much. My sanity felt like it was fraying, unraveling thread by thread, here in the heart of the whispering maze. The fire was dying, and dawn was still nowhere in sight. Panic clawed its way up my throat, hot and metallic. The fire was dying, not slowly fading, but actively retreating, collapsing in on itself as the last of the decent wood turned to glowing embers, starved of fuel. I threw on the handful of damp twigs I'd saved, the wet leaves, anything. They hissed and smoked, producing pathetic puffs of gray, but barely any flame, certainly no light to speak of. The darkness, held at bay for so many terrifying hours, surged inwards like a physical presence, swallowing the edges of my tiny island, shrinking my world to a suffocating few feet around the dying red glow. Above, the pale shapes in the cypress seemed to pulse faintly in the gloom, or maybe it was just my fear-addled vision playing tricks. The low, resonant humming intensified, shifting from a background vibration to a pressure building inside my skull, making my teeth ache. It felt expectant. The voices started again, but something had changed. The mimicry of Maya was still there, but fractured, layered, as if multiple entities were trying to speak with her voice simultaneously, overlapping and distorting. Chloe, help, fire's going out, cold. So dark now, join us. Maya's here, waiting. Easier in the water, always easier, they'll take you. Stewborn, that word stretched, deepening into something guttural and inhuman, before snapping back to Maya's tone, always so stubborn, time to come. The chorus of stolen voices swirled around me, seeming to emanate from the encroaching shadows themselves, no longer just from the water or the mangroves, but from behind me, beside me, above me. The air grew thick and heavy, carrying the scent of stagnant water, decay, and something else of something sickly sweet, like overripe fruit left to rot in the sun. My breathing came in ragged gasps. My eyes darted wildly, finding only deeper darkness where solid ground had been moments before. The last embers glowed like malevolent eyes in the fire pit. I was out of fuel. Something dripped onto my shoulder. Thick, viscous. I flinched violently, scrambling sideways, slapping at my shoulder. My fingers came away coated in a pale, sticky substance, faintly phosphorescent in the near total darkness. I looked up, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Directly above where I had been sitting, one of the lowest, hanging shapes seemed to quiver, glistening wetly. The humming intensified, burrowing deeper into my bones. They were coming down, or hatching, or waking. Whatever they did, the dying fire was the signal. The last embers pulsed, one final defiant flare, and died. Darkness. Absolute. Total. The kind of blackness that exists only far from civilization, under a thick canopy in the heart of a swamp. It pressed against my eyeballs, robbing me of all visual sense. The humming filled my ears, becoming the entire world, punctuated only by the frantic thudding of my own heart and the swirling, distorted chorus of Maya's stolen voice. Nowhere left to hide. Chloe, come to the water. See you, yes. Terror, stark and primal, unlike anything I had ever experienced, seized me. Logic fled, thought dissolved. There was only instinct left. FLEE. My hands scrabbled blindly, searching for the kayak. I stumbled over a root, crashing hard onto my hands and knees. The damp earth smelled rank. My fingers brushed against the smooth plastic hull of the kayak. Hope, thin and desperate, flickered. I lurched towards it, dragging myself, pulling myself up by the cockpit rim. The flashlight. Where was the flashlight? My hands swept frantically over the kayak seat, the floor. There. Cold, hard plastic. I jammed the button. A weak, yellowish beam sliced through the oppressive black. It wasn't much, but it was light. It was direction. It pushed the absolute darkness back a precious few feet. The beam caught movement at the water's edge. It wasn't an alligator. It wasn't a snake. It was pale. Low to the ground, dragging itself from the black water onto the muddy bank. Long, segmented limbs, like a bleached insect's, pulled a wet, sack-like body. It glistened with the same pale slime that had dripped on me. It made a wet, sucking sound as it moved, and it was heading towards the dead fire pit, towards where I had been. My breath hitched in a silent scream. I shoved the kayak towards the water, ignoring the screech of the hull scraping over mud and roots. The beam shook violently. Another shape was emerging from the water on the other side, and another. The humming intensified to a physical blow, making me stagger. The voices shrieked, no longer sounding anything like Maya, just a cacophony of rage and hunger. I scrambled into the kayak, nearly capsizing it. My paddle. Where was the paddle? My shaking beam found it lying half submerged in the mud beside the boat. I lunged for it, my fingers sinking into the cold muck. Got it. Shoving off frantically, I dug the paddle into the water, pulling with all my remaining strength. The kayak slid in the channel in the black, silent water. My flashlight beam danced wildly across the surface, illuminating nothing but more darkness. Behind me, on the island, the wet sucking sounds grew louder, joined by clicks and sharp hisses. The chorus of voices seemed to rise in fury. I paddled, blindly, desperately, taking any turn, any channel that opened before me, guided only by the weak beam of the flashlight and the overwhelming need to put distance between myself and that horrifying island. The humming slowly faded behind me, but the memory of it and of those pale, emerging shapes was seared into my brain. I don't know how long I paddled. Oars. Minutes. Time ceased to have meaning. Every splash nearby sent jolts of terror through me. Every shadow seemed to hold a waiting horror. Was that a submerged log, or one of them lying in wait? Was that the sound of paddling behind me, or just the echo of my own frantic efforts? My arms burned, my shoulders screamed, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The flashlight beam began to flicker, threatening to die, mirroring the campfire. Panic surged anew. If the light went out, I was truly lost, blind in the heart of the nightmare. Then, ahead, a change in the quality of the darkness. A subtle lightning. Grayness tinged the black. Dawn. Faint tentative, but undeniably dawn. Tears streamed down my face, silent trails through the grime and sweat. Hope, real hope this time, surged through my exhausted body. I paddled towards the growing light, sobbing with relief and residual terror, as the sky bled from gray to pale pink, revealing the intricate, indifferent beauty of the waking Everglades. I saw it. Ahead, maybe 100 yards away, cutting through the water, a boat. A small motorboat with two figures in ranger uniforms. I screamed, waved my paddle, poured every last ounce of energy into reaching them. They saw me, turned towards me. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to alarm as they took in my state, wild-eyed, filthy, kayak battered, paddling like a madwoman. They pulled me from the water, wrapped me in a blanket, asked questions I couldn't answer coherently. I babbled about the storm, about Maya, about voices and things in the dark, about pale shapes in a dying fire. They exchanged glances, the kind that adults give children who've had vivid nightmares. Shock, they murmured. Hypothermia. Trauma. They asked about Maya. Had I seen her? Heard anything definite? I tried to explain the mimicking voices, the lure, but the words caught in my throat. How could I explain the inexplicable? How could I make them understand the calculated malice, the alien intelligence behind those stolen sounds? They searched, of course, for Maya. They found her kayak wedged in some mangroves miles from where I ended up empty. They searched for days, found no trace of her. The official report cited the storm, the treacherous currents. Accidental drowning, body likely lost to the swamp. I survived, physically at least. They flew me out, back to a world of electric lights and solid ground. But the Everglades, they stay with you. The memory of that suffocating darkness, the humming that vibrated in my bones, the perfect, cruel mimicry of my sister's voice. Sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear it, a faint whisper on the edge of hearing. Chloe. Sometimes I wake up sweating, the memory of pale, segmented limbs dragging themselves from black water fresh in my mind. I never went back. I never will. But I know what's there, waiting in the deep, dark heart of the swamp. The maze is vast, and it's patient. And it's always listening, learning new voices, waiting for someone else to get lost, waiting for their fire to die, waiting to call them into the water. Because, as the voices whispered, it's always easier in the water. Always easier for them. My name's Caleb. Caleb Hayes. Grew up in the flat, sun-baked sprawl of the Central Valley, where the horizon stretches forever, and the biggest hill is the freeway overpass. Maybe that's why I've always been drawn to mountains. The Sierras, specifically, they rise up like jagged teeth against the eastern sky, a promise of wilderness, of air that bites, and places where maps still have blank spots. Every summer, my buddies Leon Maya and I make a pilgrimage, pushing deeper each time, escaping the heat, the noise, the relentless sameness of home. Liam's the gearhead and the eternal optimist, always convinced the next ridge holds Shangri. Lie. Maya's the geologist, pragmatic and observant, always grounding us with facts about rock formations and erosion patterns. And me, I guess I'm the chronicler, the one who carries the beat-up journal, trying to capture the feeling of it all. This year was ambitious. We weren't just sticking to marked trails. We were chasing a rumor, a whisper passed down from an old prospector. Liam's grandfather knew tales of hidden canyons, untouched groves, and places the Paiute supposedly avoided. High up, past the timberline, where the granite reigns supreme and the wind speaks in lonely sighs. We'd been hiking for 3 days, pushing ourselves, the air thinning, our legs burning, the familiar world shrinking behind us until it was just us, the sky, and the immense, indifferent stone. Civilization felt like a dream, no cell signal, no distant engine sounds, just the crunch of our boots on scree, the occasional cry of a hawk, and the rush of wind funneling through glacial valleys. The 4th day dawned crisp and impossibly clear. We were navigating a narrow, winding canyon, following a stream that tumbled down rocks slick with moss. The walls rose sheer on either side, hundreds of feet of weathered granite stained, with mineral streaks like ancient tears. It felt primal, untouched. Around noon, scrambling over a particularly large rockfall that choked the canyon floor, Lamb, who was slightly ahead, suddenly froze. Whoa. Guys, check this out. He wasn't pointing up at a soaring eagle or down at an unusual track. He was pointing at the canyon wall, partially obscured by a curtain of tough, high-altitude manzanita bushes. Behind them, almost perfectly hidden, was a shadow. Not just a shadow cast by an overhang, but a deeper darkness, an opening. It wasn't large, maybe 5 feet high and 3 feet wide, an irregular fissure in the rock face. The edges were smooth, worn by time and perhaps water, but it didn't look like a typical erosion feature Maya would catalog. It looked deliberate, like something had squeezed through here countless times. Curiosity warred with a sudden, inexplicable prickle of unease on my neck, the kind you get when you feel unseen eyes on you. But the sun was bright, the air was clear, and Liam was already pushing aside the wary branches. Come on, could be anything, he grinned, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space. Maya pulled out her headlamp ever prepared. Let's be careful, could be unstable, or inhabited. She meant bears, maybe mountain lions seeking shelter. Her pragmatism was usually comforting. This time, it barely registered against that low hum of anxiety. We ducked inside, one by one. The transition was immediate and startling. From the bright, wind-scarred canyon to absolute stillness and cool, damp air that smelled of dust, wet stone, and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood or ozone, after a lightning strike. Our headlamps cut sharp cones through the Stygian blackness. The entrance tunnel sloped gently downwards for about 20 feet before opening into a larger chamber. It wasn't massive, maybe the size of a large living room, roughly circular with a ceiling high enough to stand comfortably. Water dripped rhythmically somewhere in the dark, the sound amplified, each drop like a ticking clock. As our beams swept across the walls, we gasped. Paintings. The walls were covered in them. Ancient-looking pictographs, rendered in faded ochre, charcoal black and a chalky white, mostly animals. Herds of deer, their forms elegant and instantly recognizable. A massive bear, reared up on its hind legs, claws extended. Eagles soaring, mountain lions coiled as if ready to pounce. There were hunting scenes, stick figures with bows drawn, pursuing the animals. The artistry was remarkable, primitive yet imbued with life and movement. It felt sacred, like stepping back thousands of years. Incredible, Maya whispered, her geologist's eye already assessing the pigments, the rock surface. These could be thousands of years old. Paiute, maybe. The preservation is unreal. Liam was ecstatic.
See, I told you.
Grandpa wasn't just spinning yarns. He moved deeper into the cave, his light dancing across the images. Imagine who made these, what their lives were like. I trailed behind, my initial awe mixing with that persistent, nagging unease. The air felt heavy, watchful. My light swept over familiar shapes, deer, bear, eagle, and then it landed on something else. Something that didn't belong. It was in a shallow alcove, slightly set apart from the main gallery of animals, almost like it was meant to be hidden or perhaps highlighted. It was painted with the same limited palette, yet the style felt subtly different, sharper, more deliberate, and utterly terrifying. It depicted a creature, tall and impossibly thin, its limbs like snapped twigs bent at unnatural angles. It seemed to have far too many joints, elbows that bent backward, knees situated halfway up its thighs, multiple articulations in its spindly arms and legs that gave it a horrifying, insect-like quality. Its torso was elongated and narrow, and its head was a small, vaguely triangular shape perched atop a long, thin neck. But the eyes were the worst part. Two almond-shaped sockets had been painted, and within them, the artist had used a different pigment, or perhaps embedded something, tiny flecks of mica or quartz. Maybe that caught our headlamp beams and seemed to glow with a cold, internal light. They stared out from the ancient rock, radiating a palpable sense of malice and alien intelligence. A shocked silence fell over us. The cheerful energy evaporated, replaced by a thick, cloying tension. Liam let out a shaky laugh, the sound unnaturally loud in the confined space.
Whoa.
Okay, that's creepy as hell. What is that supposed to be? Maya had her light trained on it, frowning. I don't know. Doesn't match any known fauna, historical or mythical, from this region that I'm aware of. The anatomy is wrong. Maybe their version of the boogeyman. Liam offered, though his voice lacked conviction. Something to scare the kids. Primitive superstition. I heard myself say, echoing Liam's attempt to rationalize, to shrink the image down to something understandable, something safe. Representing fear of the dark, or predators maybe. But my own voice sounded thin, unconvincing even to myself. The way it was depicted, it didn't feel like a symbol. It felt like a portrait, an observation. We laughed it off, a forced, nervous sound that bounced unpleasantly off the cave walls. We told ourselves it was just an ancient artist's nightmare, a representation of the unknown dangers lurking outside the firelight. We took a few hasty photos, though even looking at the creature through the camera lens felt violating, like we were inviting its attention. We didn't linger. The awe we'd felt upon entering was gone, replaced by an urgent need to get back into the sunlight, into the open air. As we emerged, blinking back into the bright afternoon, the canyon seemed subtly changed. The shadows were longer, the wind colder. We decided to make camp a mile or so further down, wanting to put some distance between ourselves and the cave. As we packed up to leave the area near the entrance, I glanced back at the dark opening, half hidden by the manzanita. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw a flicker deep within the blackness, like twin embers catching the light. I shook my head, blaming the sudden shift from darkness to light. The lingering image of those painted eyes burned onto my retinas. It was just a cave, just ancient paintings. Primitive superstition. That's what we told ourselves as we hiked away, the silence of the high Sierras pressing in around us, heavier than before. That's what we repeated as we set up our tents in the fading light, the granite peaks blushing pink and orange before turning a cold, deep purple. But the image of the spindly thing with too many joints and those awful, glowing eyes lingered. A silent whisper carried on the chill evening breeze. We didn't know it then, but our mistake wasn't finding the cave. Our mistake was looking upon that painting and then laughing. Because some things aren't meant to be laughed at. Some things are meant to be feared. And some ancient warnings are painted in stone for a reason. The night was just beginning. We made camp about a mile down the canyon from the cave, nestled in a slightly wider basin where a few gnarled pines clung stubbornly to life. It felt marginally safer, more open than the narrow defile where we'd found the entrance. But safety is a relative concept when you're days from the nearest road, surrounded by towering rock and encroaching night. The sun dipped below the western ridge with alarming speed, painting the granite walls in fiery hues that quickly bled into bruised purples and finally a deep, star-pricked indigo. The temperature plummeted, the dry mountain air stealing warmth the moment the sun vanished. We built a fire, more for psychological comfort than for heat. Its flickering orange light pushed back the immense darkness, creating a small bubble of warmth and perceived safety. But it also made the shadows deeper. The surrounding blackness seemed more absolute. Conversation was strained. We tried talking about the hike back logistics, supplies, anything but the looming presence of that cave and its disturbing centerpiece. But the image was there, hanging unspoken between us. The spindly creature, the too many joints, those goddamn glowing eyes. Liam attempted a joke about it being a prehistoric stick figure gone wrong, but his ladder was brittle, dying quickly in the vast silence. Maya, usually eager to discuss geological strata or erosion patterns, was quieter than I'd ever seen her, meticulously cleaning her rock hammer, by the firelight her knuckles white. I found myself constantly scanning the rim of the canyon, silhouetted against the impossibly bright stars. Every gust of wind sighing through the pines sounded like a whisper. Every skittering pebble sounded like a footstep. That prickling unease from the cave hadn't faded. It had settled deep in my gut, cold and heavy. I couldn't shake the feeling that laughing at that painting had been a colossal mistake, like mocking an idol in a forgotten temple. Primitive superstition, I'd called it. Now, the word primitive felt less like unsophisticated and more like ancient, elemental. The first sound was subtle, easily dismissed. A faint click. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice hushed. Liam looked up from poking the fire. Hear what? Probably just a rock settling. Or a beetle. Maya nodded, though her eyes flickered towards the darkness. Thermal contraction. Happens all the time as the temperature drops. Maybe. I wanted to believe them. But a few minutes later, it came again. Click, click. Sharper this time. Drier. It didn't sound like rock. It sounded articulated. Like bone snapping, or maybe like large insects clicking their mandibles. It echoed strangely, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. It seemed to come from high up on the canyon walls, bouncing between the sheer faces of granite. We fell silent, listening intently. The normal night sounds, the crackle of the fire, the sigh of the wind, the distant yip of a coyote, seemed to fade, leaving only that unsettling click, repeating at irregular intervals. Click. Click, click, clack. Okay, that's weird. Liam admitted, his hand hovering near the handle of the small hatchet he used for firewood. Bats, maybe. Some kind of night bird. Bats echolocate with high frequency sounds, mostly ultrasonic. Not sharp clicks like that. Maya said softly, her scientific certainty sounding more like an attempt to convince herself. And the echo it's throwing the sound. Hard to tell direction. The clicking continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, seemingly moving along the canyon rim. It had a scraping quality now, too. Click, scrape. Clack. Like something hard, something chitinous, was scrabbling over bare rock. Chitinous. The word surfaced in my mind unbidden, and I remembered the creature in the painting, the spindly, insect-like limbs. A cold dread washed over me, colder than the night air. This wasn't an animal we knew. Keep the fire up, I said, tossing on another piece of pine. The flames leaped higher, casting dancing shadows. We instinctively drew closer together, our backs to the fire, peering out into the oppressive darkness. Our headlamps, switched on now, cut feeble beams into the void, illuminating only dusty ground, scattered rocks, and the twisted trunks of the nearby pines. Beyond that, nothing. And then Liam gasped, his voice tight with fear, pointing a trembling finger towards the ridge opposite our camp. Up there, look. My eyes followed his finger. High on the dark silhouette of the canyon rim, maybe 200 yards away, were 2 points of light. They weren't bright, not like stars or distant headlamps. They were small, steady, and possessed a faint internal luminescence, a pale, sickly green glow. They were spaced apart, perfectly level, like eyes, watching us. My blood ran cold. No, I whispered. Liam asked desperately, but we all knew better. Iashane reflects light, it doesn't glow on its own. An animal eyes blink, shift. These twin points were unnervingly constant, fixed directly on our camp. And the color that cold, dead light green, the painting. Maya breathed, the name unspoken but hanging heavy in the air. The Ias. The connection slammed into me with physical force. The spindly creature. The two, many joints. The glowing eyes. It wasn't a myth. It wasn't a superstition. It was real. And it was watching us. The clicking sounds echoing down the canyon, they weren't insects or rocks. They were the sounds it made as it moved. That chitinous clicking and scraping was the sound of its unnatural limbs traversing the ancient stone. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. We had laughed. We had dismissed it. And now it was here. Had it followed us from the cave? Or had it always been out here, in these high, lonely places, its image merely a warning left by those who had encountered it before and somehow survived? Kill the fire. Liam whispered urgently. Maybe it won't see us. It already sees us. Maya countered, her voice shaking despite her attempt at calm. Those lights, they're not reflections. It can see in the dark, and it knows we're here. Dozing the fire just leaves us blind. The clicking intensified, seeming to come from multiple points along the ridge now, a dry, scrabbling chorus echoing in the enclosed space. It felt like it was testing the acoustics, pinpointing our location, or maybe there was more than one. The twin lights remained fixed for what felt like an eternity, malevolent, intelligent, patient. Then, abruptly, they vanished. For a heartbeat, there was silence, broken only by our ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Relief was a fleeting thought, immediately crushed by a fresh wave of terror. Where had it gone? Was it retreating, or was it moving? A sudden, loud CRP echoed from much closer, just beyond the reach of our headlamp beams, perhaps 50 yards up the slope leading out of the basin. It sounded heavy, solid. Real. We froze, paralyzed by fear. Liam raised the hatchet. Maya gripped her rock hammer. I fumbled for the heavy, duty flashlight, its beam cutting a wider, brighter swath but revealing nothing but more rocks and shadows. The clicking started again, closer still, a dry, multi-jointed sound that spoke of unnatural locomotion. The twin green lights didn't reappear. There was only darkness, the echoing, chitinous clicks moving stealthily in the black, and the chilling certainty that we were trapped in the canyon, miles from help, being stalked by the ancient nightmare we had foolishly awakened. The superstition was real, and the night was far from over. We could only listen, wait, and pray the dawn would come. The silence that followed the loud CRP just beyond our light was somehow worse than the clicking itself. It stretched for unbearable seconds, thick with unspoken dread. We were frozen, 3 statues carved from fear. Our breath held tight in our chests, ears straining against the sudden absence of sound. My knuckles were white on the grip of the heavy flashlight. Beside me, Liam's hatchet was raised, trembling slightly. Maya held her rock hammer like a weapon, her eyes wide, darting into the impenetrable blackness just yards away. Then I did it. Maybe it was stupidity, maybe a desperate need to know. I swung the powerful beam of my flashlight towards where the sound had come from, cutting a bright swath across the rocky slope. For a fraction of a second, the light caught something. It wasn't the whole creature, thank God. Just a limb, an impossibly long, pale, segmented limb, like a crab leg crossed with a skeletal arm, bent at an angle that defied biology. It was glistening as if covered in some kind of slime or dew, and it retracted behind a jagged granite boulder with a speed that was utterly unnatural. The image, fleeting as it was, burned itself onto my retinas, the wrongness of it, the multiple joints bending fluidly, silently. Confirmation. It wasn't just sounds and lights, it was there. A choked gasp escaped Maya. That was all it took to break the paralysis. Run, Liam yelled, his voice cracking.
Down?
Run down? There was no thought of packing, of saving gear. Survival instinct took over, raw and primal. We abandoned the dying fire, the tents, the sleeping bags, the food, everything. We bolted, scrambling over rocks, following the path of least resistance, which was roughly the course of the stream bed we'd followed earlier. Our headlamps bounced crazily, illuminating treacherous footing, loose scree, slick rocks, tangled roots reaching from the sparse vegetation. Behind us, the clicking started again. Not just one source, it seemed, but several. Click, clack, scrape. Click, scrape. Echoing off the canyon walls, it sounded like it was flanking us, moving with impossible speed over the broken ground. Faster than us. Much faster. Panic fueled our flight. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen menace. Liam stumbled, letting out a sharp cry of pain, clutching his ankle, but Maya hauled him up, and we half carried, half dragged him onward. Giving up wasn't an option. Stopping meant. We didn't let ourselves think about what stopping meant. The canyon twisted, narrowed. The clicking seemed to get louder, closer. We plunged through ice-cold water where the stream pooled, with the shock stealing our breath but driving us forward. Once, glancing back in sheer terror, I saw the twin green lights reappear, far behind us, but definitely following, moving with that same unnerving steadiness. They weren't hunting like an animal. They were pursuing, methodical and relentless. We rounded a sharp bend where the canyon walls rose sheer and close, creating a claustrophobic chute. And suddenly, the clicking stopped again. Dead silence. We skidded to a halt, huddled together, gasping for air, listening. The silence was absolute terrifying. Where did it go? Liam panted, his face pale with pain and fear. Scry ape. The sound came from directly above us. We snapped our heads up, headlamp beams cutting uselessly at the towering blackness. High on the cliff ledge, silhouetted momentarily against the slightly less black sky, was a shape. Tall, spindly, angular just for a second. Then a shower of pebbles cascaded down around us. We didn't need a second invitation. We surged forward, expecting at any moment for that thing to drop down on us, or for a multi-jointed limb to snatch us from the path. We ran blindly, fueled by sheer terror, not daring to look back, not daring to look up. We burst out of the narrowed chute into a slightly wider, more open area where the canyon floor leveled out somewhat. And as we ran, stumbling, sobbing for breath, I noticed the sky. High above the eastern ridge, the deep indigo was softening, bleeding into a faint, bruised gray. Dawn wasn't here yet, but it was coming. Maybe it was the more open space. Maybe it was the first hint of approaching light. Or maybe we had just finally put enough distance between us and it. But as we collapsed behind a cluster of large boulders, gasping, shaking uncontrollably, we realized the clicking sounds had faded. We strained our ears listening. Nothing. Only the wind, the distant gurgle of the stream, and the frantic thumping of our own hearts. We didn't move for a long time. We huddled together, sharing the last sips from my water bottle, tending to Liam's now swelling ankle as best we could. The pre-dawn light grew slowly, reluctantly, revealing our condition: clothes torn, bodies scratched and bruised, faces smeared with dirt and etched with exhaustion and terror. Liam gritted his teeth against the pain. Maya stared blankly at the rock face. Her geologist's calm shattered. I just shivered, despite the exertion, replaying the glimpse of the pale limb, the sound of the clicking, the sight of those watching lights. When the sun finally crested the ridge, bathing the canyon in weak, watery light, the world felt both blessedly normal and terrifyingly altered. The nightmare sounds were gone. There was no sign of the creature. It was just a canyon, rocks, a stream, the sky. But we knew better. The hike back was grueling. We had almost no water, no food, and Liam could barely put weight on his foot. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every rock formation looked like a lurking figure. Every gust of wind carried phantom clicks. We pushed ourselves relentlessly, driven by the desperate need to get out, to reach safety, to put the high Sierras behind us. It took us the rest of that day and part of the next. A hellish, dehydrated, paranoid journey before we finally stumbled, half delirious, back to the trailhead in our dusty pickup truck. The sight of it, mundane and solid, felt like a miracle. In the truck, the silence was thick with unspoken trauma. Finally, Maya broke it, her voice low and raspy. What do we say? We knew what she meant. Who would believe us? A tall, spindly monster with too many joints and glowing eyes, straight out of a cave painting. We'd be dismissed as crazy, suffering from altitude sickness, or worse. What got lost? I said, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. Weather turned bad up high. Had to ditch gear to get out fast. Liam hurt his ankle. It was thin, but plausible. Plausible enough. They both nodded, relief mixing with the shame of silence. We agreed. The cave, the painting, the clicking, the lights, it never happened. A shared hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But I know what I saw. I know what we heard. Back home, surrounded by the familiar flatlands, the streetlights, the noise, the Sierras feel a world away. But the memory is branded into me. Sometimes in the dead of night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear it. A faint click, clack outside the window. The wind, I tell myself. Settling foundations. An insect hitting the screen. Primitive superstition. That's what we called the painting. We were wrong. It wasn't superstition. It was a warning, a record left by people who knew what lurked in those high, lonely places. A plea to stay away, to not disturb what sleeps in the stone. We found the cave, we looked upon the image, we laughed. And I can't shake the terrifying thought that maybe, just maybe, some doors, once open, can never truly be closed again. Maybe we didn't just run away from it. Maybe we let it out. Or maybe a piece of it, a sliver of that ancient dread, followed us home in the silence. My name is Harper. Right now, that feels like one of the few solid things I can cling to in a world that's rapidly losing its shape. Just a few hours ago, I was Harper Davies, 20-something graphic designer from Dallas, slightly out of shape but trying to embrace the great outdoors on a long weekend trip with my boyfriend Liam and our mutual friend Chloe. Now I'm just Harper, stranded in a place that shouldn't exist, deep within the Ouachita National Forest, wondering how a simple hiking trip went so terribly wrong. The Ouachitas aren't like the Rockies or the Sierras. They're older, gentler mountains, dense with pine and oak, draped in humidity thick enough to drink. We'd driven up from Texas seeking escape, trading concrete canyons for actual ones, the drone of traffic for the buzz of cicadas, and the whisper of wind through the pines. Liam, ever the planner, had plotted a route on a well-regarded trail, promising moderate difficulty and rewarding views. Chloe, perpetually enthusiastic, was just excited for the adventure and the Instagram potential. I was somewhere in the middle, hoping the fresh air would clear my head and maybe spark some creative inspiration. The first day was exactly what we expected. Sunlight dappled through the canopy. The air smelled rich with damp earth and pine needles, and the trail, while occasionally steep, was clearly marked and reassuringly present underfoot. We made decent time laughing, swatting away the occasional persistent fly, feeling the satisfying burn in our legs. We camped near a gurgling creek, cooked dehydrated meals that tasted surprisingly good under the stars, and fell asleep to the distant hoot of an owl. Normal. Blissfully, wonderfully normal. It was halfway through the second day that things started to unravel. Maybe Liam misread the map, or maybe a trail marker had fallen. One minute we were confidently striding along a ridge. The next the familiar blue blazes seemed to peter out. We backtracked, consulted the map again, squinted at the compass on Liam's watch. The terrain looked generally right, but the path itself had vanished, swallowed by thick undergrowth and fallen logs. Okay, no big deal, Liam said, trying to sound confident, but I saw the flicker of worry in his eyes. The main trail can't be far. We just need to push through this bit. Probably just a washed out section. Chloe, usually buoyant, was quieter now, nervously tugging at the strap of her backpack. Are you sure, Liam? This looks pretty dense. It was dense. Pushing through the tangled bushes and low, hanging branches was slow, exhausting work. Scratches bloomed on our arms and faces. The air grew heavier, the playful sunlight blocked by the thick canopy. Doubt started to creep in cold and unwelcome. We were sweating, frustrated, and starting to bicker quiet, tense disagreements about which direction to head. The easy camaraderie of the previous day felt miles away. We were maybe an hour into this unpleasant bushwhacking, feeling increasingly lost and disheartened when we found it. It wasn't like stumbling upon a deer trail or an old logging road. This was different. Abruptly, the chaotic tangle of the forest floor simply stopped, as if sliced by an invisible knife. Before us lay a path, perfectly straight, cutting directly through the wilderness. It wasn't wide, maybe 4 feet across, but what struck me immediately was its unnatural clarity. The ground was packed earth swept completely clean. No fallen leaves, no twigs, no rocks, no encroaching weeds. It looked less like a trail worn by time and hikers, and more like someone had just meticulously cleared it moments before we arrived, using tools far more precise than any ranger would carry. Its edges were sharp, defined lines against the wild undergrowth on either side. And it stretched ahead, dead straight, disappearing into the trees without the slightest curve or deviation. We stood there for a long moment, silent, just staring. The contrast was jarring. Behind us was the messy reality of the forest. Before us was this immaculate scar. What is that? Chloe breathed, her voice hushed. Liam frowned, pulling out his map again, though it was clearly useless now. It's not marked. Not on any map I've seen. Maybe some kind of fire break, but it's too narrow, too clean. It looks easy to walk on, I said, the thought escaping before I could stop it. My legs ached from pushing through the undergrowth, and the smooth, clear surface looked incredibly inviting. Too inviting. Yeah, too easy. Liam muttered, echoing my unspoken thought. He walked to the edge, peered down its length. It doesn't look natural. Where does it even go? Does it matter? Chloe asked, a touch of desperation in her voice. It's a path, right? It has to lead somewhere. And it's better than crashing through those bushes. Logically, Liam was right. An unmarked, unnaturally straight path in the middle of nowhere screamed caution. Every instinct honed by years of watching horror movies told me to turn around, to go back the way we came. Even if it meant fighting through the dense woods again. But we were tired, scratched up, and the allure of easy walking was powerful. The path seemed to promise direction, purpose, and end to the frustrating, aimless struggle we just endured. Maybe it leads back to a main trail. I offered, trying to rationalize it. Or a ranger station. Maybe it's some kind of access road we didn't know about. Liam still looked uncertain, running a hand through his sweat, damp hair. I don't know, Harper. Something feels off about this. But Chloe was already stepping onto the packed earth. Come on. Let's just follow it for a little while. If it feels weird, we can turn back. It's better than being lost out here. Reluctantly, Liam agreed. I felt a pang of apprehension, a little voice screaming, "Wrong! Bad idea!" But I ignored it, stepping onto the path behind Chloe. The ground felt oddly firm, almost unnaturally smooth beneath my hiking boots. And as soon as all three of us were on it, a strange quiet seemed to descend. The usual forest sounds, the drone of insects, the chatter of squirrels, the rustle of leaves seemed to fade, muffled, as if we'd stepped into a soundproof corridor. We started walking single file. Chloe led, then me, then Liam bringing up the rear. The ease of movement was undeniable. No roots to trip over, no branches to duck under. Just the straight, clear path stretching endlessly ahead. We walked for what felt like a long time, maybe an hour, maybe more. The path never wavered, never curved. It cut through dips and rises in the terrain with the same unnatural precision. Trees grew right up to the edge, their branches sometimes overhanging, but never encroaching onto the cleared ground itself. The silence deepened. It pressed in on us, thick and heavy. We tried talking at first, but our voices sounded flat, absorbed by the stillness. Soon, we fell silent too, listening only to the soft crunch of our own footsteps on the packed earth. Even that sound seemed wrong, too rhythmic, too isolated. The air felt different here, too still, stagnant, lacking the fresh, earthy scent of the surrounding forest. I kept glancing back over my shoulder. Lam was there, his face grim, his eyes scanning the woods on either side. But behind him, the path stretched back, just as straight, just as empty. No sign of where we'd emerged from the undergrowth. It was as if that struggle had happened in another lifetime, on another world. The sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows across the path. The trees alongside us seemed taller here, denser. I noticed oddities patches where the bark seemed unusually smooth, almost waxy. Branches that twisted at unnatural angles. Dismissing it as exhaustion playing tricks on my eyes, I focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Miles. We must have walked for miles. My initial relief at the easy walking had long since evaporated, replaced by a growing dread. This wasn't just a path, it felt like a purpose. Built conduit, leading us deliberately somewhere. The ease was a lure, the silence a warning. Where was it taking us? Why was it here? The lack of any sign of human or animal activity was deeply unsettling. No footprints but our own, no discarded wrappers, no animal tracks crossing the clean earth. It felt sterile, unused, waiting. Just as true panic started to set in, the feeling that we were trapped on some endless hypnotic treadmill, the path ahead seemed to change. It didn't curve, not exactly, but the trees seemed to pull back slightly. Up ahead, maybe 100 yards away, the straight line appeared to end, spilling out into an open area. A break in the oppressive density of the forest. "Look," Chloe said, her voice barely a whisper, pointing ahead. It opens up. Liam squinted. A clearing. Relief warred with apprehension. A clearing might mean civilization, or at least a landmark. But given the unnerving nature of the path that led us here, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lay ahead would be normal. As we drew closer, the shape resolved itself. A perfect circle, carved out of the wilderness, surrounded by trees. And the trees, even from this distance, I could see there was something profoundly wrong with the trees ringing that clearing. We slowed our pace, approaching the threshold cautiously. The path led directly into the center of the circular space. The silence here was absolute, profound. No wind, no birdsong, nothing. Just the thumping of my own heart against my ribs. We stepped off the path and into the clearing. And that's when I looked back the way we came. Back down the perfectly straight, unnaturally clear path that had led us here for miles. It wasn't there. Where the path should have entered the clearing, there was only a solid wall of trees, identical to the rest of the forest perimeter. No opening, no swept earth, no sign that any path had ever existed. It was just gone. Swallowed whole by the woods, as if it had dissolved into thin air the moment we stepped off it. We were standing in a silent, circular clearing, surrounded by wrong-looking trees, with no way back. The easy path had been a lie. It hadn't led us somewhere. It had led us here, and then abandoned us. The woods pressed in silent and watchful, and the real horror began to dawn. Panic, cold and sharp, slammed into my chest the moment the realization hit. The path wasn't just obscured, it was gone. Vanished. Erased from existence as thoroughly as if it had only ever been a figment of our collective imagination. But the scratches on our arms, the ache in our legs, the hours spent walking its unnaturally straight line, those were real. No. Liam choked out, his voice hoarse with disbelief. He lunged towards the wall of trees where the path should have been, pushing frantically against the dense foliage.
No, it was right here.
It has to be here. Branches scraped his arms, thorns tore at his shirt, but the forest wall held firm, an impenetrable barrier of tangled wood and leaves. There was no gap, no thinning, no sign that a 4-foot wide clearing had sliced through it moments before. Chloe let out a thin, whimpering cry and sank to her knees, wrapping her arms around herself. Her face was chalk, white, her eyes wide with terror, darting frantically around the clearing as if expecting something to leap out from the trees. "It's gone?" she whispered, tears finally spilling over.
Oh God, Lamb, Harper, it's gone.
How is it gone?
I couldn't answer. My own mind was reeling, struggling to process the impossible. I spun around, scanning the entire perimeter of the clearing. It was a perfect circle, maybe 50 yards across. The ground underfoot was packed earth, much like the path had been smooth, barren, devoid of grass or weeds or any sign of normal forest floor debris. It felt sterile, dead, and encircling us completely was the ring of trees. Now that we were standing still, trapped within their embrace, I could see just how wrong they truly were. They weren't just twisted, they seemed diseased, mutated, warped by some unseen, malevolent force. The trunks didn't rise straight, they corkscrewed upwards, limbs jutting out at sharp, unnatural angles like broken bones. And the bark, dear God, the bark, it wasn't rough and textured like normal tree bark. It was smooth in patches, sickly pale, almost like scar tissue. In other areas, it hung in loose strips, ragged and curling at the edges, peeling away from the wood beneath. The prompt's description echoed in my mind like skin. It looked disturbingly organic, like layers of flayed flesh drying in the still air. Beneath the peeling layers, the exposed wood wasn't the healthy brown or tan I expected. It was a dark, bruised purple red, slick and glistening faintly even in the fading light. A wave of nausea washed over me. The air in the clearing was heavy, stagnant, and carried a faint, cloying odor, something like rotten fruit mixed with copper. Metallic, like old blood. The oppressive silence pressed down, amplifying the frantic pounding of my own heart. No birds called their evening songs, No insects chirped, no breeze rustled the leaves, mainly because most of these grotesque trees had no leaves, only the skeletal, grasping branches and the hideous peeling bark. Okay, stay calm, Liam said, finally turning away from the impassable wall of trees where the path had been. He was breathing heavily, his forced composure rapidly crumbling. He wiped sweat and a smear of blood from a scratch on his forehead. There has to be a way out. It's just obscured. We just have to find it. But his eyes betrayed his words. They darted around the clearing with the same panicked energy as Chloe's. We started circling the perimeter, staying close together, examining the tree line inch by inch. Everywhere we looked, it was the same. The dense, tangled undergrowth of the normal forest pressed hard against the ring of mutated trees, leaving no gap, no hint of an escape route. It felt less like a natural clearing and more like a deliberately constructed enclosure. A cage. We tried pushing through the undergrowth in a different spot, away from where the path had vanished. It was useless. Thorns thicker than any I'd ever seen tore at our clothes and skin. Vines, tough as wire, seemed to actively coil around our ankles. The branches were woven together so tightly it was like trying to push through solid wood. After a few minutes of painful, futile struggle, we retreated back into the center of the barren circle, scratched, bleeding, and breathing hard. The forest didn't just block us. It felt like it was actively repelling us, holding us within the confines of the clearing. What is this place? Chloe sobbed, leaning against Liam, who put a shaky arm around her. I don't know, he admitted, his voice flat with exhaustion and dawning despair. He pulled out his phone, screen dark. No signal, obviously. Haven't had any for hours. He looked up at the sky, where the last vestiges of blue were fading into deep violet and gray. Stars were beginning to prick the twilight. Me followed that path for how long? 3-4 hours, at least. I said, my throat dry. Miles, it led us straight here. Like bait, Liam murmured, staring at the hideous trees. It led us here and then disappeared. The implication hung heavy in the air. This wasn't an accident. We hadn't just stumbled into a weird clearing. We were brought here. Deliberately. But by what and why? As darkness deepened, the clearing took on an even more sinister aspect. The shapes of the twisted trees became monstrous silhouettes against the darkening sky. Their peeling bark seemed to flutter slightly, though there was still no wind. Was it just my imagination, or did the shadows pooling beneath them seem unnaturally deep, almost solid? The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of my neck. I kept glancing towards the trees, half expecting to see eyes peering out from between the tortured trunks, or a figure detaching itself from the shadows. The silence remained absolute, broken only by Chloe's occasional stifled sob and our own ragged breathing. It was a heavy, expectant silence, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. We huddled together near the center of the clearing, the barren earth offering no comfort, only exposure. Sitting down felt wrong, too vulnerable, so we stood, shifting our weight, casting anxious glances at the impenetrable ring of horror surrounding us. Liam tried to be practical, checking our remaining water and the few snacks left in his pack. We need to conserve water, he said, his voice low. We don't know how long we'll be here. The unspoken words echoed louder if we ever get out. Time seemed to warp. Minutes stretched into eternities, marked only by the slow crawl of stars across the patch of sky visible above the clearing. The temperature dropped, a damp chill seeping into our bones, made worse by our sweat, soaked clothes, and frayed nerves. I shivered, rubbing my arms, my eyes scanning the tree line ceaselessly. And then I saw it, or thought I saw it. On one of the larger, more grotesquely twisted trees directly across the clearing from us, a long strip of the pale skin like bark seemed to ripple, to lift away from the dark wood beneath. It curled slowly, deliberately, like a desiccated tongue. Underneath, in the deep shadow, I thought I saw something. A glint, a shape that wasn't wood grain. I blinked hard, straining my eyes in the gloom. Was it just a trick of the light, my fear projecting patterns onto the bark? I opened my mouth to say something to Liam, to ask if he saw it too, but just then, the silence shattered. It wasn't a loud sound, Not at first. It came from the woods, just beyond the ring of trees, somewhere near the spot where the path should have been. A low, grating noise, like stone scraping against stone. No wetter. More organic. Screerate tear. We froze, every muscle tensed. Liam's head snapped up, his hand instinctively reaching for the small multi, tool clipped to his belt. A pathetic defense against the unknown. Chloe gasped, burying her face in Liam's shoulder. Ripsishlick. It was louder now. A slow, deliberate, wet-tearing sound. Unmistakable. Unbearable. The sound of that hideous bark peeling away from the wood, or something horribly like it. The sound of skin being methodically stripped from flesh. It wasn't coming from just one spot anymore. It seemed to be moving, slowly, deliberately along the edge of the clearing, hidden just behind the screen of twisted trees. A scraping, tearing, ripping sound that echoed in the dead silence, punctuated by wet, sucking noises. Whatever was making that sound was out there, just beyond our sight. It was active. It was close. And judging by the direction of the sound, it was moving towards the weakest point in our psychological defenses, the place where our path, our only known way back, had simply ceased to exist. The tearing stopped directly opposite that spot, replaced by a heavy, listening silence that was somehow worse than the noise itself. We were trapped in the circle, darkness absolute, with the certainty that we were no longer alone. And whatever shared this clearing with us was now awake, aware, and just outside the cage. The silence that descended after the tearing sound stopped was somehow more terrifying than the noise itself. It was a heavy, pregnant silence, thick with unseen attention. Every nerve-ending screamed that we were being watched, studied, by whatever lurked just beyond the ring of grotesque trees. We remained frozen in the center of the clearing, 3 statues carved from fear, straining our ears in the oppressive darkness. Liam's hand clenched white, knuckled around his useless multi-tool. Chloe's breathing hitched in ragged, suppressed sobs against his side. My eyes were fixed on the spot where the sound had ceased, the section of the tree line directly opposite where the path should have been. Was it my imagination, fueled by terror and the eerie starlight, or was the darkness beneath those specific trees deeper, more absolute? Did the twisted silhouette seem to shift, then movement? Not from the woods beyond, but from one of the trees within the circle, one of the larger, more hideously warped specimens near where the sound had stopped. A long, pale strip of its bark, already hanging loose, began to peel further away, detaching from the dark, glistening wood beneath with agonizing slowness. It didn't flutter like dead bark. It moved with a sickening, deliberate quality, like a scab being purposefully picked off a wound. Slick. The sound, soft but incredibly distinct in the stillness, made me flinch. As the strip peeled back, it exposed more of the dark, raw, looking wood beneath. And in the faint starlight, I saw it, something embedded within the dark heartwood. Not wood grain, not knots. It was pale, elongated, and curved like fingers. Long, waxy, distorted fingers fused into the substance of the tree itself. A strangled gasp escaped Liam. He'd seen it too. Before we could react, before the full horror of the implication could settle that these trees weren't just trees, but grotesque prisons or monuments containing remains, the sound started again. Skrinner ape, rip tear. It erupted from multiple points around the clearing simultaneously, just beyond the tree line. A chorus of that wet, tearing noise, accompanied by a low, guttural clicking. It was closer now, louder, the sound of multiple entities working, moving through the undergrowth just feet away from us, hidden by the screen of mutated trees. The ground beneath our feet seemed to vibrate faintly. "Run!" Liam screamed, his voice cracking. He shoved Chloe forward, away from the direction of the initial sound.
Scatter! Try to break through! Anywhere!
His command shattered our paralysis. Primal fear took over. Logic dissolved. There was no plan, only the desperate. Animal instinct to flee the encroaching horror. Chloe stumbled forward, half falling, then scrambled up and ran blindly towards the opposite side of the clearing. Liam hesitated for a split second, his eyes meeting mine, filled with a terror that mirrored my own. Then he turned and plunged towards a different section of the woods, yelling incoherently, perhaps trying to draw attention. I ran too. My legs pumped numbly, carrying me towards a random point on the perimeter, away from the others, away from the locus of the sounds. The barren earth of the clearing sped beneath my feet. Behind me, I heard a sharp scream Chloe's abruptly cut off. I didn't dare look back. I hit the edge of the clearing and crashed headlong into the tangled undergrowth. Thorns ripped at my clothes, my face, my arms, tearing lines of fire across my skin. Branches whipped at my eyes. It was the same impenetrable barrier as before, thick and hostile. But the terror was different now. It wasn't just the fear of being trapped. It was the fear of what was behind me, the tearing sound seeming to converge on the center of the clearing where we had stood. "Liam!" I screamed, pushing frantically against the unyielding wall of thorns and vines.
Chloe?
Only the clicking and tearing sounds answered. Closer now. Something heavy rustled in the leaves just inside the tree line, terrifyingly near where I struggled. I sobbed, clawing at the branches, raw panic giving me strength I didn't know I possessed. A thick vine snagged my ankle, sending me sprawling face, first into the dirt and decaying leaves at the very edge of the clearing's influence. And that's when I saw it just inches from my face. Peeking out from beneath the normal leaf litter, right at the boundary where the clearing's barren earth met the forest floor, was a single discarded strip of that pale skin like bark, and clinging to its underside were strands of long, dark hair. Chloe's hair. The world tilted. Bile rose in my throat. The tearing sound was almost on top of me. I scrambled backwards on hands and knees, crab walking into the dense woods, heedless of the pain. The branches tore, but this time somehow they seemed to give slightly. Or maybe I had just crossed some invisible threshold. I wasn't forcing my way out of the clearing's barrier anymore. I was forcing my way into the chaotic embrace of the normal, albeit terrifyingly dark, forest. I don't know how long I ran. I pushed through the darkness, fueled by adrenaline and sheer terror, branches whipping my face, roots tripping me. I fell, got up, fell again. Tears streamed down my face, mixing with blood from dozens of scratches. I couldn't hear the tearing sounds anymore, but I imagined them behind me, felt phantom breath on my neck. I didn't know if I was going in circles, or deeper into the wilderness, or towards salvation. I just ran. Hours must have passed. Exhaustion finally overtook adrenaline. My lungs burned, my legs trembled uncontrollably. I collapsed at the base of a large, blessedly normal-looking oak tree, curling into a tight ball, shaking violently, waiting for the sounds to return, for grasping tendrils of bark to emerge from the darkness. But nothing came. Only the normal night sounds of the Ouachita forest gradually returned, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of wind in the leaves, the distant call of some night bird. Sounds I hadn't realized I'd missed so desperately. Sounds that marked the edge of that silent, dead place I'd escaped. I must have passed out. When I awoke, gray dawn light was filtering through the trees. I was stiff, bruised, covered in scratches, dehydrated, and utterly alone. There was no sign of the clearing, no sign of Liam or Chloe. It was as if the entire episode, the path, the clearing, the trees, the sounds had been a nightmare. But the deep scratches covering my arms and face were real. The torn clothes were real. The consuming fear that lingered in the pit of my stomach was real. And the memory of Chloe's hair, clinging to that hideous strip of bark, was searingly, undeniably real. Somehow, hours later, stumbling blindly, I found a marked trail. And eventually, delirious with thirst and exhaustion, I found a road. A park ranger found me wandering along the shoulder. I tried to tell them what happened. I told them about the path, the clearing, the trees, the sounds. I told them Liam and Chloe were missing, taken by something. They listened patiently, their eyes full of pity. They organized search parties. They scoured the area where I claimed the path should have been, where I thought the clearing was. They found nothing. No unnaturally straight path. No circular clearing. No mutated trees. No sign of Liam or Chloe, apart from their abandoned car at the trailhead. The official story is that we got lost, separated. That Liam and Chloe likely succumbed to the elements or an accident. That I was suffering from exposure, dehydration, and trauma-induced hallucinations. Maybe they're right. Maybe the stress of being lost, the fear, the exhaustion, maybe it made me imagine the impossible. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I feel it still. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, the scratches on my face seem to form patterns like peeling bark. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear a faint tearing sound like skin being pulled from wood. I never found the perfectly straight path again, but I know it's out there, waiting. A lure, an immaculate scar on the face of the world, leading to a silent circle where the trees hunger and where the bark peels away to reveal the horrors beneath. I got out, but I left parts of myself there, tangled in the roots of those grasping trees. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my core that the clearing isn't finished. It's still waiting. It's still hungry. My name is Jackson, just Jackson. Or at least, that's who I was before the Boundary Waters decided to peel back the layers of normalcy and show us what lurked beneath the placid surface, beneath the silent canopy of pines. We came here seeking serenity, a disconnection from the buzzing, insistent world of concrete and deadlines. Mike, Sarah, and I, three friends chasing the ghost of tranquility in the vast, watery labyrinth of northern Minnesota. The Boundary Waters Kenoi Area Wilderness, the BWCA they call it, wilderness. That's the operative word, the one we romanticized and fatally underestimated. Mike was the seasoned one, the supposed expert. He'd done a couple of shorter trips years ago, spoke with easy confidence about navigating by map and compass, about packing light but smart, about respecting the wild. He had this slightly condescending air sometimes, like he was humoring us city folk, but his experience was why we felt comfortable attempting a more ambitious, week-long loop through the less traveled lakes. Sarah was the optimist, the glue, always ready with a smile, a quick joke to lighten the mood during a grueling portage, her infectious enthusiasm a counterpoint to Mike's stoicism and my own quiet observation. And me, I was the documentarian, I suppose. Camera always ready, journal into my pack, eager to capture the raw beauty, the feeling of being truly away. Ironic, considering the story I'm desperate to document now is one I wish we could erase. The first few days were exactly what we'd hoped for. Picture postcard perfect. The rhythmic dip and pull of paddles slicing through water like dark glass, reflecting the towering pines and the endless blue sky. The silence, broken only by the haunting call of a loon echoing across the lake, the buzz of dragonflies, or the distant splash of a beaver's tail. Portages were tough, sweat-stinging eyes as we hauled the canoe and our heavy packs over rocky, root-tangled trails, but even that effort felt cleansing, grounding. Evenings were spent around a crackling campfire, mesmerized by the dancing flames, sharing stories, roasting marshmallows until they were perfectly charred, watching the Milky Way blaze across the ink-black sky, unobscured by city lights. It felt primordial peaceful. We were shedding our civilized skins layer by layer. We felt small, insignificant against the backdrop of such immense, ancient nature, and there was comfort in that anonymity. Or so we thought. The first discordant note, the first whisper of wrongness was subtle, easily dismissed. On the morning of the third day, camped beside a nameless little lake, shaped like a crooked finger, we woke to find our paddles carefully leaned against a thick birch tree the night before lying flat on the ground, about 10 feet away, near the water's edge. Wind must have picked up overnight. Mike mumbled, retrieving them after his morning coffee. He kicked at the damp earth. Or maybe just slid down the bark. Ground's uneven here. Sarah shrugged. Weird. Didn't hear any wind. Neither did I. The air had been still, almost unnaturally so. I remember looking out over the water before crawling into my tent, seeing the stars reflected with perfect clarity. No breeze rippled the surface. But what else could it be? A prank? Unlikely. We were days away from the nearest entry point, hadn't seen another soul since launching the canoe. An animal. What animal moves 3 paddles deliberately, laying them side by side near the water? It felt off. A tiny snag in the smooth fabric of our wilderness escape. But Mike's rational explanation seemed plausible enough, and the beauty of the morning, mist rising off the water, Sunlight filtering through the trees quickly pushed the unease aside. We packed up, loaded the canoe, and paddled on, the incident relegated to a minor curiosity. The next oddity occurred 2 days later. We'd made camp on a small island in the middle of a larger lake. Seagull Lake, if memory serves. It felt safer, somehow, being surrounded by water. We'd secured the canoe by tying its bow and stern lines tightly to 2 sturdy trees near the shore. Standard practice. In the morning, as Mike went to untee the bowline, he paused. Look at this. Sarah and I went over. The thick nylon rope was frayed badly, near the knot. Not cut clean, but abraded, chewed through almost halfway. Thin strands hung loose, weakened. What the hell? Sarah breathed, touching the damaged section. Mike examined it closely, rubbing the fibers between his fingers. Looks like something was gnawing on it. Porcupine, maybe. Beaver? Would a beaver climb up here? I asked, gesturing to the slight rise where the tree stood, a good 15 feet from the water, and just chew the rope, not the tree. Porcupines chew anything salty, sweat from our hands maybe. Mike offered, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Or maybe just friction. Rubbing against the bark all night, the bark was smooth. The fraying looked distinctly like teeth marks. Small, persistent teeth. But again, we found a rationalization. An animal. A weird rope-chewing animal. Mike produced a spare length of rope from his pack. He was always prepared, I'll give him that, and we replaced the frayed section, securing the knot even tighter. Still, the incident lingered. The moved paddles, now the chewed rope. Little things, easily explained away in isolation, but together they started to paint a disquieting picture. It felt less like random chance and more like testing, probing. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle in the leaves outside the tent sounded amplified. Every snap of a twig seemed deliberate. The familiar call of the loon suddenly sounded less mournful and more menacing. I lay there staring at the fabric roof of the tent, straining my ears, feeling a primal sense of being watched. Was it just the isolation getting to me? The vast, indifferent wilderness playing tricks on a city-softened mind? I told myself it was. I had to. Sarah seemed jumpy too, flinching at sudden noises. Only Mike appeared unaffected, snoring softly in his tent. Or perhaps he was just better at hiding his apprehension. We didn't talk about the incidents directly anymore, as if naming the fear would give it substance. We just paddled harder, spoke less, our easy camaraderie replaced by a tense, unspoken vigilance. The silence of the woods no longer felt peaceful, it felt heavy, expectant. Yesterday, we pushed hard, wanting to put more distance between us and whatever. We found a campsite on a narrow point of land jutting into Lake Kikakabik. It felt exposed, but we were tired. We set up camp quickly, ate a subdued dinner, and secured the canoe extra carefully, checking the knots twice. I remember scanning the opposite shoreline, dense and dark with pine and spruce, feeling a prickle on the back of my neck. A fleeting sense of movement in the shadows, perhaps. An animal, or just my overactive imagination. I retreated to my tent early, zipping it tight, trying to lose myself in a book, but the words blurred. The sounds outside were minimal water lapping gently, the whisper of wind high in the pines. Yet, the feeling of being observed, of unwelcome presence, was stronger than ever. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me. This morning, the sun rose weak, filtered through a hazy, overcast sky. The air felt damp, heavy. Mike was already up, making coffee. Sarah emerged from her tent, rubbing sleep from her eyes. It was quiet. Too quiet. The usual morning chorus of birds seemed muted. I walked down to the water's edge to splash my face, to shake off the lingering dread from the night. Our canoe, an old but trusty 17-foot aluminum Grumman, sat beached exactly where we'd left it, tied securely. Everything looked normal. Relief washed over me, foolishly premature. It was only when Mike went to load the first pack that he saw it. He let out a sharp, choke sound, not quite a yell, but guttural, horrified. Sarah and I rushed over, and then we saw them. Deep, deliberate gouges scored the aluminum hole, concentrated in a pattern just below the waterline on both sides. Not scratches from rocks during landing, not random damage. These were intentional, carved deep into the metal, spaced with cruel precision. Some were jagged, others almost surgically neat, as if made by different tools or claws, or teeth. Someone or something had tried to sink our canoe while we slept just yards away. The attack wasn't just vandalism, it was calculated. It was meant to strand us, and it worked. We pulled the canoe further ashore, hearts pounding, staring at the wounds in the dull metal. Water would pour through those gashes the moment we put any weight in it. We were miles from any ranger station, days from our pickup point, surrounded by miles and miles of unforgiving wilderness. The little things that moved paddles, the frayed rope, weren't little anymore. They were warnings. Warnings we'd ignored. And now, looking at the crippled canoe, the vast silence of the boundary waters pressed in, no longer serene, but suffocating. We were well and truly stranded. And we weren't alone. Silence. A thick, suffocating silence descended after Mike's choked cry, heavier than the overcast sky pressing down on us. We just stood there, the three of us, staring at the brutalized hull of our canoe. Our lifeline. Our only way out. The gouges weren't uniform, some were deep. Jagged rents that looked like they'd been torn by immense force, peeling back the aluminum like brittle foil. Others were finer, almost like serrated knife cuts, chillingly precise, and interspersed were impressions that looked disturbingly like bite marks, impossibly large, sinking deep into the metal. It was a college of violence, a deliberate message etched in ruined aluminum. Sarah whispered, her voice thin, reedy. She sank to her knees on the damp earth, one hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning terror. No. Mike, after his initial shock, went cold. His face hardened into a mask of grim fury mixed with something else, fear, tightly controlled. He crouched down, running his fingers gingerly along the edge of a particularly vicious gash, careful not to cut himself on the sharp metal. Deliberate, he stated, his voice flat, devoid of its usual confidence. This wasn't rocks. This wasn't an animal getting tangled. He looked up, his gaze sweeping the dense tree line that pressed in on our small campsite. This was meant to stop us. My own mind struggled to process it. The implications crashed down one after another. Stranded, vulnerable. Hunted. The word surfaced, unwelcome and terrifying. The moved paddles. The chewed rope, they weren't warnings anymore. They were prelude. Whatever did this had been watching us, waiting, testing our awareness, and finding it lacking. It had come into our camp, yards from where we slept, and calmly, methodically disabled our escape. The sheer audacity of it, the cold malevolence, sent ice trickling down my spine. Can we patch it? I asked, the words sounding hollow even to my own ears. Hope felt like a fragile, stupid thing in the face of such calculated destruction. Mike shook his head slowly, still examining the damage. Look at this. He pointed to where several gouges intersected. The metals buckled, stressed. Even if we could cover the holes, the structural integrity is shot. Put any weight on it, hit one wave, and it'll fold. He stood up, kicking savagely at a loose stone. Damn it. We have the patch kit, the epoxy. But this, he gestured helplessly at the ravaged hull. It's too much. Too deep. Still, we had to try. Action felt better than despair. We hauled the canoe further inland, laying it upside down. Mike fetched the small, waterproof box containing his emergency repair kit. Inside were small aluminum squares, sandpaper, and a tube, part marine epoxy. We meticulously cleaned the areas around the worst gashes, roughed them up with sandpaper as best we could, mixed the pungent epoxy, and applied the patches. We used nearly half a roll of heavy duty duct tape, my contribution, crisscrossing over the patches in the smaller tiers, trying to create some semblance of a watertight seal. It was a pathetic effort. The canoe looked like a patient covered in crude bandages, mortally wounded beneath. We knew, looking at our handiwork under the gloomy sky, that it wouldn't hold for more than a few minutes, if that, on open water. The lake, previously our highway, now felt like an impassable ocean. With the failure of the repair attempt hanging heavy in the air, the reality set in. We were trapped. Panic began to bubble beneath the surface. Okay, Mike said, forcing a practical tone, though his eyes darted nervously towards the woods.
Okay, we need a plan.
Assess resources. We inventoried our food, carefully rationed, maybe 4 days' worth. If we stretched it, starved ourselves, maybe 6. Our water filter was functional, thankfully, so lake water was viable, provided we stayed near it. But staying put felt like waiting for a predator to close in. We hike out, Mike declared, stabbing a finger at our map, spread out on a flat rock. Head south-southwest. It's rough terrain, swamps, ridges, but if we push hard, maybe 3 days, 4, we hit the Echo Trail Road. Hike? Sarah's voice cracked.
Mike, look at this map. There are no trails.
It's miles of dense forest. Bogs, we don't have hiking boots, just camp shoes and paddling booties. We'll get lost in hours. What if one of us gets hurt?
Staying here is suicide.
Mike shot back, his control fraying. Whatever did that, he jabbed a thumb towards the canoe.
Isn't gonna just leave us alone. It disabled our boat. It wants us here.
Waiting around is what it wants. Maybe we build a signal fire. I suggested, trying to mediate. Big one. Someone might see the smoke. Mike scoffed. In this overcast. And who's looking? Ranger planes don't fly this deep unless someone's reported overdue, and we're not due out for another 3 days. By then, he trailed off, the implication clear. And a big fire just advertises our position too, whatever the hell is out there. He was right, every option felt bad, laced with danger. Hiking was perilous, potentially fatal. Staying felt like sitting ducks. As we argued, the woods seemed to listen, the silence amplifying our fear. I found myself scanning the tree line constantly, imagining eyes watching from the deep shadows between the pines. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sounded like movement, like approach. It was Sarah who found them, near where the canoe had been pulled ashore, partially obscured by ferns. Footprints. In the soft, damp earth near the water's edge, where whatever it was must have crouched to work on the hole. They weren't human. Not bear, not wolf, not moose. They were large, unnervingly so, roughly oval but irregular, with deep indentations that suggested claws, yet spaced wrong for any animal we knew. The stride between them was long, indicating something tall. And heavy, the prints were sunk deep into the ground. There were only a few, leading from the woods to the canoe and back, but it was enough. Physical evidence. Proof that something unknown, powerful, and hostile shared this wilderness with us. Seeing those prints extinguished the last embers of denial. We were being hunted. The rest of the day passed in a haze of fear and indecision. We reinforced our campsite, moving the tents closer together, building up the fire ring with large rocks. We gathered a huge pile of firewood, enough to keep a blaze going all night. We spoke in hushed tones, starting at every sound. The beauty of the BWCA was utterly gone, replaced by a suffocating sense of menace. The towering pines seemed less like majestic giants and more like silent, indifferent witnesses, or worse, hiding places. The clear water of the lake reflected the grim sky, offering no comfort as dusk began to settle, painting the clouds in bruised shades of purple and gray. The temperature dropped. A cold dread, far deeper than the evening chill, settled over us. We huddled near the fire, its flickering light pushing back the encroaching darkness, creating a tiny island of perceived safety in the vast, hostile wilderness. We took turns keeping watch, armed with nothing but a hatchet and a camp knife. Useless, we knew, against whatever made those tracks, whatever tore through aluminum like paper, but holding them offered a sliver of psychological defense. Night fell completely. The fire crackled, spitting sparks into the darkness. The woods beyond the firelight were a solid wall of black. And then the sounds started. Not the familiar night sounds of the forest, but something else. A heavy tread moving slowly, deliberately, just outside the circle of light. A branch snapped, loud in the stillness. Then another, closer. Soft thuds like heavy feet on moss and pine needles. It was circling us, pacing the perimeter of our flimsy sanctuary. Mike gripped the hatchet, his knuckles white. Sarah huddled between us, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes fixed on the darkness. I held the knife, its handle slippery in my sweaty palm, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. The footsteps paused. Silence. An agonizing, drawn-out silence where every nerve screamed. Then, from the blackness directly across the fire from me, just beyond the reach of the light, I saw it, or thought I did. 2 points of light low to the ground, reflecting the firelight like animal eyes. But they weren't animal eyes. There was a configuration, a spacing that felt horribly, chillingly wrong. They glowed faintly for a second, unblinking, malevolent watchers in the dark. And then, as quickly as they appeared, they were gone. The footsteps didn't resume. There was only the crackle of the fire and the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. But we knew. It was still out there, watching, waiting, and it knew we had nowhere left to run. Dawn broke gray and indifferent, revealing the three of us huddled near the dying embers of the fire, looking like survivors of a shipwreck, washed ashore on some malevolent island. Sleep had been impossible, snatched in fragmented moments of pure exhaustion, only to be jolted awake by the memory of those eyes in the darkness, the sound of circling footsteps. Every shadow seemed too deep, every tree trunk a potential observer. The silence that followed the sounds was worse, pregnant with threat. We didn't need to discuss it. Looking at Mike's grimly set jaw, Sarah's tear, streaked face now frozen in a mask of numb terror, and feeling the frantic bird fluttering in my own chest, the decision was unanimous, unspoken. Staying here was death. Hiking out was a sliver of a chance, perhaps illusory, but it was movement. It was a way. We moved with the efficiency of desperation. Packs were ruthlessly cold. Tent, sleeping bags, spare clothes, cooking gear, all deemed luxuries, dead weight. We kept the map, the compass, the hatchet, the knife, the water filter, and the pitiful remains of our food, barely enough for 2 days, let alone the 3 or 4 Mike estimated the hike would take, assuming we didn't get hopelessly lost. Each item felt heavy with significance. We filled our water bottles, laced up our inadequate shoes, and shouldered the lightened packs. I took one last look at the campsite, the violated canoe, the scattered remnants of our serene dream turned nightmare. It felt like leaving a grave. We plunged into the woods, heading south-southwest according to Mike's compass reading. The forest immediately swallowed us. Progress was agonizingly slow. Thick underbrush tore at our clothes and skin, low hanging branches slapped our faces, and unseen roots threatened to trip us with every step. We navigated boggy patches where dark, stagnant water sucked greedily at our ankles, forcing long detours. Mosquitoes and black flies descended in clouds, their bites adding torment to our fear. The air was thick, humid, and strangely still, amplifying the sounds of our own labored breathing and crashing progress, making us feel horribly conspicuous. Mike took the lead, wielding the hatchet not just for brush, but as a weapon, constantly scanning ahead and side to side. Sarah followed close behind him, her eyes wide, jumping at every noise. I brought up the rear, entrusted with the compass and map, trying to keep us on bearing while simultaneously feeling the crushing weight of the unseen presence behind us. It wasn't just paranoia anymore. We could feel it. A prickling on the skin, a sense of immense pressure, like the air itself was watching. Several times we froze, straining our ears. Was that snapping twig just an animal, or something else matching our pace? Was the rustle in the leaves 50 yards back just the wind or calculated movement? Once, stopping for a brief water break, Mike pointed wordlessly to the ground just off the path we'd made. Another track. One of those huge, misshapen prints pressed deep into a patch of mud. It hadn't been there minutes before. It was shadowing us, patiently, effortlessly navigating the terrain that was tearing us apart. Panic threatened to overwhelm reason. Sarah started crying softly, her shoulders shaking. It's playing with us, she sobbed. It knows we can't get away. Quiet! Mike hissed, his voice rough with fear and exhaustion. Keep moving. Stay focused. Panic is what it wants. But I could see the tremor in his hands as he gripped the hatchet, the way his eyes darted not just left and right, but up into the canopy as well. We pushed on, driven by adrenaline and primal fear. Hours blurred together. The sun remained hidden behind the persistent overcast, making time feel fluid and unreliable. Hunger gnawed at our stomachs, thirst rasped in our throats, despite the filtered lake water. Fatigue settled deep in our bones. Doubt began to creep in. Were we even going the right way? The compass needle seemed steady, but the landscape felt disorienting, repetitive. As the light began to fade, painting the woods in deeper shades of gray, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Shadows lengthened, coalescing into menacing shapes. We knew we couldn't travel in the dark. We had to find somewhere defensible to spend the night, a prospect that filled us all with utter dread. Mike spotted a small rise, a rocky outcrop offering slightly better visibility, and we scrambled towards it, desperate for even a marginal advantage. We were halfway up the slippery, moss-covered rocks when it happened. A sound sharp and distinct echoed from the dense woods to our left, a pained cry sounding exactly like Sarah. "Mike, help me!" Sarah, who was right beside me, gasped, her head whipping around. What was that? Mike, a few feet above us, froze. "Sarah, did you hear that?" "It wasn't me," she cried, her voice trembling. "Jackson, it sounded like Sarah!" Mike called down, confused. Before I could answer, before the obvious, terrifying trap fully registered, a blur of motion erupted from the trees directly ahead of Mike, where the outcrop flattened out. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a wolf. It was impossibly fast, a shape of darkness and tangled limbs and impossible angles. There was a sickening crack, a choked gurgle, and Mike disappeared from the ledge. The hatchet clattered down the rocks, landing near my feet. Sarah screamed a raw, high-pitched sound of pure terror. We didn't see what took him, only the consequence. The sudden, violent absence, the mimicry, the distraction, the attack, it was horribly intelligent. I grabbed Sarah's arm, hauling her back down the rocks, away from the outcrop, plunging blindly into the darkening woods in the opposite direction we'd been heading. Branches whipped at us, roots snagged our feet, but we didn't care. Behind us, we heard a heavy crashing sound moving through the undergrowth, gaining on us. It wasn't trying to be silent anymore. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Sarah stumbled, falling hard. I pulled her up, sobbing, urging her on.
Keep moving, Sarah.
Keep moving.
The sounds of pursuit were closer now, heavy footfalls, the snapping of branches like gunfire. Then Sarah cried out again, a genuine cry of pain this time. Her ankle. She twisted it badly, collapsing onto the forest floor.
Go, Jackson.
She gasped, tears streaming down her face, her eyes wide with a terrible acceptance.
Leave me run.
Behind us, the crashing grew louder, closer. I saw movement in the peripheral darkness, something huge blotting out the faint remaining light between the trees. Leaving her felt like ripping out a part of my own soul, but the primal instinct to survive, raw and ugly, took over.
Sorry, Sarah, I choked out.
The words tasting like ash. And I ran. I ran, fueled by terror and guilt, not looking back, Sarah's final scream echoing in my ears, abruptly cut short. I ran until the sounds behind me faded, or perhaps I just stopped hearing them over the frantic pounding of my own heart. I ran until I collapsed, sobbing, into a bed of wet leaves, the forest spinning around me. I don't know how long I lay there, or how I kept moving afterwards. The next hours, maybe days, are a blur of stumbling through the woods, driven by sheer instinct, delirious with hunger, thirst, and fear. I drank unfiltered water from stagnant pools, ate bitter berries I vaguely hoped weren't poisonous. I hid at night, burrowing under fallen logs, shaking uncontrollably, waiting for the dawn or for the thing in the woods to find me. I saw shapes in the shadows, heard voices on the wind. I clutched the useless camp knife Mike had dropped, its handle smooth in my grip. Then, impossibly, pavement. Gray, cracked asphalt cutting through the trees. The Echo Trail. I stumbled onto the road, waving my arms frantically at an approaching pickup truck, a wild-eyed, ragged apparition babbling about monsters and my missing friends. They didn't believe me, of course. The official story is that Mike and Sarah likely succumbed to exposure or an animal attack after we got lost due to my incompetence. They found the campsite, the ruined canoe. They noted the unusual tracks, but attributed them to a deformed bear or weather erosion. My story of a malevolent entity, of mimicry and deliberate sabotage, was dismissed as trauma-induced hallucination. But I know what I saw, I know what I heard. I know what took Mike and Sarah. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't hallucination. There's something ancient and hungry in the deep woods of the Boundary Waters, something intelligent and territorial and infinitely patient. It watches from the trees, it whispers on the water, and it doesn't like visitors. We went seeking serenity and found something else entirely. Something that peeled back the veneer of the world and showed us the teeth hiding beneath. So listen to my story. Dismiss it as madness if you must, like the others did. But if you ever feel the pull of the deep wilderness, the lure of the silent lakes and ancient forests of the BWCA, remember Jackson. Remember Mike. Remember Sarah. Remember the price of ignoring the little things. And for God's sake, stay out of the woods. Some places aren't meant for us. Some things are better left undisturbed. Because it's still out there watching, waiting, and it remembers me. My name is Evelyn Hayes, or at least that's the name that feels most real, most grounded, even now when reality itself feels like it's fraying at the edges, like old cloth worn thin. My husband Dave and I considered ourselves seasoned adventurers, not in the climb Everest barefoot kind of way, but seasoned enough. We respected the wilderness, understood its dangers, its beauty, its profound indifference. We backpacked through parts of the Rockies, navigated sections of the Appalachian Trail, and felt the desert sun beat down on us in Joshua Tree. We knew how to read a map, purify water, set up a bear-proof camp, and most importantly, we knew how to rely on each other. That was our anchor, the constant in the ever-shifting landscapes we love to explore. This trip, however, felt different from the start. Maybe it was the mountain itself, Mount Rainier. It looms, doesn't it? Not just a peak, but a presence. Majestic, yes, undeniably so, glacier scarred in snow, capped even in the late summer blush, but also watchful. It dominates the skyline for hundreds of miles, a sleeping giant wreathed in clouds, radiating a kind of ancient, dormant power that pricks at the back of your neck when you get close. We were aiming for a multi-day loop, planning to reach one of the higher alpine lakes, Reflection Lakes. Ironically enough, though we planned to camp a little further off the main trail near a less frequented, unnamed tarn we'd spotted on a topo map. Solitude was part of the allure. The first day was postcard perfect. Crisp mountain air, the scent of pine and damp earth, the crunch of our boots on the trail. Sunlight filtered through the towering firs and cedars, dappling the path in shifting patterns of light and shadow. We exchanged easy chatter, pointed out wildflowers, Indian paintbrush blazing scarlet, lupine standing in regal purple spires, and felt the familiar, comfortable rhythm of the hike settle in. The world shrank down to the path ahead, the weight of our packs, the steady rhythm of our breathing, and the vast, silent presence of the mountain above. There was a purity to it, a stripping away the unnecessary, complications of life back in the city. It was mid-afternoon on the second day when the perfect facade cracked. We were traversing a ridge, the trees thinning out to offer staggering views of the valley below and the icy slopes above. The air was thinner here, the silence more profound. We hadn't seen another soul for hours, which suited us just fine. Then we heard it, not a shout exactly, but a ragged, desperate gasp, followed by the sharp crack of branches breaking nearby, downhill, off the marked trail. Dave and I exchanged glances, instantly alert. Animal, he murmured, hand instinctively going to the bear spray holstered on his hip. Maybe, I whispered back, scanning the dense tree line below. Or someone's hurt. We moved cautiously towards the edge of the ridge, peering down, and then he burst from the undergrowth, stumbling onto a small game trail about 50 yards below us. He wasn't moving like someone injured, not limping anyway. He was running, scrabbling more like it propelled by a terror so raw, so visceral, it radiated off him like heat haze. He wasn't a young man, maybe late 40s, early 50s. His hiking clothes, expensive-looking gear, were ripped in several places, snagged and torn as if he'd clawed his way through thickets of thorns. Dirt and streaks of what looked disturbingly like dried blood smeared his face and arms. But it was his eyes that stopped my breath. They were wide, unnaturally so, pupils dilated to black pits, darting frantically from side to side as if expecting attack from any direction. Pure, unadulterated panic. He spotted us then up on the ridge. He froze for a split second, a cornered animal assessing a new threat. Then recognition flickered, or perhaps just desperation. He changed direction, scrambling directly up the steep, unstable slope towards us, heedless of the loose scree and tangled roots. "Hey, are you okay?" Dave called out, taking a step forward. "Do you need help?" The man didn't answer, just kept coming, his breath sawing in his chest. He reached the ridge top, collapsing on his hands and knees just feet away from us, chest heaving. Close up, he looked worse. Deep scratches crisscrossed his face, one cheekbone was bruised purple, and his lips were cracked and pale. He smelled of sweat, fear, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. "What happened?" I asked gently, taking a tentative step closer. "Did you see a bear?" "Cougar." He lifted his head, and those wide eyes fixed on me. Not at me, but through me, as if searching for something behind my own irises. He lurched forward, not standing, but lunging, and grabbed my forearm with a grip like iron. His hand was freezing cold despite the exertion. "Listen," he rasped, his voice raw, shredded. Spit flew from his lips. "You have to listen to me." Okay, calm down," Dave said, stepping closer, his voice firm but soothing. "We're listening. What is it?" The man ignored Dave, his terrifying gaze locked on mine. "Don't trust them," he whispered, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "Don't trust the reflections." I blinked, confused. "Reflections? What are you talking about?" "Not in the lakes?" He hissed, his grip tightening painfully on my arm. I could feel his knuckles digging into my flesh. "Not in your canteen, not in the water bottle, not anywhere shiny." His eyes darted wildly towards Dave, then back to me, drilling into my own. Especially not in each other's eyes, do you understand? It's not you. It's not them. It just looks like them." His voice cracked on the last words, evolving into a near sob. His entire body trembled. The intensity, the sheer conviction in his terror was chilling. For a moment, the rational part of my brain stuttered, silenced by the primal fear radiating from him. "Okay," Dave said, trying to gently pry the man's fingers off my arm. "Maybe you should sit down, catch your breath. Did you hit your head?" The man flinched violently at Dave's touch, yanking his hand away from me as if burned. He scrambled backwards, eyes wide with renewed panic, now directed at both of us. "No. Don't you get it? They look right. They sound right, but they're wrong." He gestured vaguely back down the slope he climbed. "The lake, the water, it shows." He didn't finish. With a strangled cry, he spun around and bolted. Not back down the slope, but straight into the dense forest lining the other side of the ridge, crashing through bushes and disappearing into the shadows with astonishing speed, for someone clearly exhausted and terrified. The sound of his panicked flight faded quickly, leaving only the sighing wind and the sudden, heavy silence. Dave and I stood there for a long moment, stunned. My arm throbbed where he'd grabbed me. "Well," Dave said finally, letting out a slow breath. "That was intense." "Intense doesn't cover it," I murmured, rubbing my forearm. "Reflections, what the hell was he talking about? Altitude sickness, dehydration." Dave offered, already slipping back into rationalization mode. "It's what we did. We found logical explanations for the illogical. Maybe he got lost, spooked himself bad. Saw a bear, fell, hit his head. Panic can do crazy things to people out here. Maybe." I agreed, but the conviction felt hollow. The man's fear hadn't felt like simple panic. It felt specific, targeted. The warning about reflections, about eyes, it echoed strangely in the vast silence of the mountain. His eyes, Dave, did you see his eyes? Yeah, Dave nodded grimly. Pure terror, poor guy. Hope he finds his way out or someone finds him. He glanced around, scanning the trees where the man had vanished. We should probably report it when we get back into range, just in case.
Yeah, we should.
We lingered for a few more minutes, listening, but there was nothing. Just the wind whistling over the ridge and the distant cry of a hawk circling high above. The sun was beginning its slow descent towards the western peaks, painting the glaciers in hues of orange and pink. Beautiful, but suddenly, the beauty felt sharper, colder. We adjusted our packs and continued on our way, trying to recapture the easy rhythm of the morning. We talked about the man cycling through possible explanations, a bad reaction to medication, a pre-existing mental condition exacerbated by the stress of the hike, maybe even hallucinogenic mushrooms ingested by mistake. We settled on the most plausible, the most comforting, a combination of dehydration, exhaustion, and perhaps a frightening encounter with wildlife that had pushed him over the edge. A temporary break from reality. Tragic, but understandable. Dismissing him, labeling him as crazy, felt like the only way to make sense of it, to put the unnerving encounter back in a neat little box so we could continue our carefully planned journey. That dismissal, that need for logical order in the face of raw, unexplainable fear, was our mistake. Our deadly mistake. Because as we made camp that evening beside the glassy, still surface of the unnamed tarn, miles from anywhere, under the watchful eye of Mount Rainier, the hiker's frantic words lingered like a chill in the cooling air. Don't trust the reflections, especially not in each other's eyes. I pushed the thought away. It was absurd. Reflections are just light bouncing off a surface. Nothing more. But later that night, huddled in the tent, listening to Dave's steady breathing beside me, I couldn't shake the image of the man's terrified eyes. And I found myself wondering, with a prickle of unease I couldn't quite name, what I would see if I dared to look too closely at the reflection staring back at me from the dark, mirrored surface of my husband's sleeping eyes. Dawn arrived with agonizing slowness, painting the sky in delicate shades of rose and gold that reflected perfectly on the mirror smooth surface of the tarn. It should have been beautiful, peaceful. Normally, I would have woken Dave gently, and we'd have sat side by side, sipping hot coffee, watching the world wake up, soaking in the profound tranquility. But the hiker's frantic words had burrowed under my skin during the night, a persistent itch I couldn't scratch. Don't trust the reflections. Dave stirred beside me, stretching with a contented groan. He crawled out of the tent first, breathing in the crisp morning air. "Evie, you gotta see this." He called back, his voice filled with genuine awe. The lake's like glass, perfect reflection of the mountain. Reluctantly, I followed him out. He was standing near the water's edge, silhouetted against the brightening sky, looking out over the tarn towards Rainier, which loomed impossibly large and clear in the morning light. He turned to me, a wide, easy smile spreading across his face, the smile I knew better than my own, warm and familiar. Morning, sleepyhead. Isn't this why we do it? He looked happy, relaxed. Completely untroubled by yesterday's bizarre encounter. Seeing his normalcy should have reassured me, grounded me. Instead, a cold dread trickled down my spine. I forced a smile back, trying to push the hiker's madness out of my head. It's stunning Dave. My gaze drifted from his smiling face down to the water at his feet. The surface was utterly still, disturbed only by the faint mist rising off it. It perfectly mirrored the sky, the trees lining the far bank, the colossal form of the mountain and Dave. And that's when I saw it. Dave, the real Dave standing beside me, was smiling, his eyes crinkling slightly at the corners, radiating warmth. But his reflection in the water wasn't. The reflected Dave stood stock still, his face identical in every feature, yet utterly devoid of expression. There was no smile, no warmth. The eyes in the reflection were wide, dark, and fixed. They weren't looking at the reflected mountain or the sky. They seemed to be staring directly up out of the water at me. A cold, assessing, utterly alien stare. My breath hitched. The blood drained from my face. It wasn't just a lack of expression. It was an active presence of something else. Something watchful and chillingly remote. "Dave," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the horrifying disparity. Look at your reflection." He chuckled, turning his gaze down to the water. "Yeah, pretty clear, huh? Told you it was like glass." He glanced down, then back up at me, still smiling. "What about it?" "No, look," I insisted, pointing with a shaking finger. "Your face. In the water. It's not smiling." Dave squinted down at his reflection again, then back at me, his smile fading slightly into a look of indulgent confusion. "What are you talking about, Iv? Looks fine to me." "Just me, looking handsome as ever." He winked, trying to lighten the mood, but his eyes held a flicker of concern now. Are you feeling okay? You look really pale. Maybe that guy yesterday spooked you more than you let on. He couldn't see it. He genuinely couldn't see the terrifying stillness in his own watery image, the cold stare where his warm smile should have been. The air grew thin and sharp in my lungs. Was I hallucinating? Was I the one losing my mind? The hiker's terrified eyes flashed in my memory.
It looks right. It sounds right, but
Maybe I didn't sleep well. I stammered, forcing myself to look away from the water, back at the real Dave. His face was full of familiar concern, yet now, seeing the horrifying contradiction just moments before, even his genuine expression felt suspect. Was it too genuine? A performance? Throughout the morning, as we broke camp, boiled water for coffee and oatmeal, and packed our gear, I became obsessively aware of every reflective surface. The polished base of our cookpot threw back distorted images that seemed to rest slightly just outside my peripheral vision. I caught myself glancing nervously at the curved metal of my spoon. The hiker's words echoed, not in the lakes, not in your canteen, my canteen. It was stainless steel, polished to a near mirror finish from years of use. My hand trembled as I picked it up to take a sip of water. Before drinking, morbid curiosity compelled me to look. I angled it, catching the light. My own face stared back pale, eyes wide with apprehension. But was it just apprehension? Or was there something else there too? A flicker in the reflected eyes that didn't match my own. A subtle delay in the movement of the reflected mouth as I frowned. I snapped it away, heart pounding. It was probably just the curve of the metal, the way the light hit it. It had to be. Dave hummed cheerfully as he strapped his sleeping bag to his pack. It was a tune I didn't recognize, slightly discordant, though he seemed oblivious. He seemed lighter, almost carefree, despite the unnerving encounter the day before. He dismissed my lingering anxiety with easy reassurances. Come on, Eve, shake it off. Beautiful day, miles to hike. Let's not let one crazy guy ruin it. His constant positivity, usually a comfort, now felt grating, almost artificial. The warning about eyes gnawed at me most.
especially not in each other's eyes.
How could a reflection in someone's eyes be wrong? It's tiny, barely visible. Throughout the morning, I found myself avoiding looking directly into Dave's eyes for more than a fleeting second. When our gazes did meet, I felt a jolt of fear, searching frantically for, I didn't even know what. A flicker. A wrongness in the tiny reflection of myself mirrored there. Late morning, we stopped for a water break near a small stream cascading over mossy rocks. Dave knelt beside it, filling his bottle. I stood back, watching him. He looked up, catching my eye, and smiled again. That warm, familiar smile. Steeling myself, I forced myself to meet his gaze directly, leaning slightly closer as if checking his pack strap. For a heart-stopping moment, I focused on the reflection within his pupils. It was minuscule, distorted by the curve of his cornea, but I could make out the scene behind me, the trees, the patch of sky. And reflected there, tiny but distinct, was me. But the tiny reflected Evelyn wasn't just standing there apprehensively. Her head was tilted at a slightly unnatural angle, and her mouth was stretched in a grotesque, silent rictus that was neither a smile nor a frown, but something predatory and chillingly alien. It lasted only a fraction of a second before I flinched back, gasping, my own reflection normalizing as I moved. "What is it?" Dave asked, frowning now, genuine confusion on his face. "You're acting really jumpy, Evelyn." "Seriously? What's wrong?" "Nothing," I choked out, turning away quickly, pretending to inspect a loose rock on the trail. "Just thought I saw a snake." He didn't buy it, I could tell. But he didn't push. He just watched me, a strange quietness settling over him for a few moments before he forced another smile. "Okay, well, let's keep moving then." The trust, the easy companionship that had been the bedrock of our relationship and our adventures, felt like it was fracturing, crumbling away with every mile we hiked. Now, I wasn't just unsettled by the memory of the hiker. I was becoming actively afraid of my own husband. Or rather, afraid of the thing that looked and sounded like him, but whose reflection held a terrifying stillness, whose eyes mirrored a grotesque distortion of reality. The reflections were wrong. The hiker hadn't been crazy. He'd been warning us. The water, The metal, the eyes, they showed something else. Something hiding behind the familiar facade. As we walked on deeper into the wilderness under the shadow of Rainier, I kept glancing towards Dave, not with affection, but with a gnawing terror. His cheerful whistling grated on my nerves. His easy stride seemed subtly predatory. Was it my imagination, fueled by fear and lack of sleep? Or was the Dave walking beside me no longer the Dave I knew? The fear was no longer just a memory of the hiker's panic. It was a cold, living thing twisting in my own gut, telling me I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. The rest of that day's hike passed in a haze of adrenaline, fueled terror, and forced normalcy. Every step felt heavy, deliberate. The magnificent scenery of Mount Rainier, the jagged peaks, the wildflower meadows, the ancient forests seemed to mock me, its beauty warped into something menacing. Shadows seemed too deep, stretching like grasping fingers across the trail. The cheerful chirping of birds sounded like coded warnings. Every stream we crossed, every dewdrop on a leaf, every polished surface of our gear became a source of potential horror, a tiny window into the wrongness that walked beside me. I operated on autopilot, answering Dave's attempts at conversation with monosyllabic replies, my mind racing. How could I escape? We were deep in the backcountry, miles from the nearest trailhead. My satellite phone, when I checked it discreetly during a brief stop, showed no signal, not unusual here, but deeply unnerving now. Dave seemed oblivious to my internal panic, maintaining his facade of cheerful concern, occasionally commenting on my quietness, attributing it to fatigue. Or was he oblivious? Was this part of the act? To lull me into a false sense of security before what? The uncertainty was agonizing. The confrontation came unexpectedly as dust began to settle. We were setting up camp in a small, shuttered clearing, much less scenic than the previous night's tarn. There were no grand vistas here, just dense, claustrophobic woods. I was kneeling, unpacking cookware, my movements jerky and clumsy. I fumbled my metal mug, and it clattered onto a flat, damp rock near Dave's feet. As I reached for it, I froze. Caught in the curve of the polished metal, distorted but unmistakable, was Dave's reflection. He was standing still, looking down at me. But the reflection, it wasn't just still or expressionless this time. The reflection was smiling. A wide, predatory grin that stretched the reflected mouth unnaturally, filled with far too many teeth. It was a look of pure, triumphant malice. I snatched the mug up, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Drop something. Dave asked, his voice normal, helpful even. He bent down slightly towards me. That was it. The dam of forced composure broke. I scrambled backwards, away from him, a crab walking through the dirt and pine needles. Don't, I gasped, holding the mug up like a shield, though its reflection now just showed the panicked, grimy face of the woman holding it. Don't come near me. Dave straightened up slowly, his expression shifting from mild concern to genuine confusion, then hardening slightly. Evelyn, what in God's name is wrong with you? You've been acting terrified all day.
Talk to me. The reflections.
The words burst out of me, raw and ragged, echoing the hiker's desperation.
I saw it, Dave.
In the lake this morning, in your eyes,
Just now in the mug. It's not you.
your reflection, it's wrong. It's horrible. He stared at me, his face unreadable for a moment. Then he sighed a heavy, exasperated sound. Eve, listen to yourself. Reflections. Wrong. This is crazy talk. That guy yesterday really got into your head, didn't he? Combined with exhaustion, you're not thinking straight. He took a step towards me, hands held out placatingly. Let's just calm down, get the tent up, get some rest. No, I screamed, scrambling further back.
It wasn't just him. I saw it.
It stares, it grins, it's waiting. He stopped, his placating expression finally dropping away. A coldness entered his eyes, not the alien stillness of the reflection, but a chillingly human frustration, perhaps even anger. Enough, Evelyn. You're scaring me now. There's nothing wrong with the reflections. There's nothing wrong with me. You need to pull yourself together. His denial was absolute. So calm, so rational. It made me question my own sanity again. But the image of that predatory grin in the mug was burned into my retinas. He wasn't seeing it. Or he was lying. Or he wasn't Dave anymore. And this thing wearing his face was trying to gaslight me into submission. In that instant, I knew I couldn't stay. I couldn't spend another night listening to its steady breathing beside me in the tent. I had to run. With a surge of pure, unthinking panic, I lurched to my feet and bolted. I didn't grab my pack, didn't think about maps or supplies. I just ran, plunging into the darkening woods, away from the clearing, away from the thing that looked like my husband. Evelyn? Wait. His shocked shout echoed behind me. Branches whipped at my face. Roots snagged my feet. The forest floor was uneven, treacherous in the fading light. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, driven by primal terror. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth behind me, calling my name, his voice a mixture of anger and confusion. Or was it pursuit? Was the thing chasing me? Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every glint of moisture on a leaf became a watchful eye. I risked a glance back once and saw his headlamp beam cutting through the trees, steadily gaining on me. He was faster, stronger. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I needed to hide, to think. I veered sharply off the faint game trail I'd been following, scrambling down a steep, slick bank towards the sound of rushing water, a stream. Maybe I could follow it downstream. Maybe it would lead somewhere. I reached the stream's edge, gasping for breath, legs burning, lungs screaming. It wasn't wide, but it was fast, flowing, chuckling over rocks, and its surface, even in the dim light, caught the faint glimmers of the rising moon, creating countless shifting, dancing reflections. Don't trust the reflections. I heard him getting closer, calling my name again, his voice sounding strained now, perhaps desperate.
Evelyn, stop! It's dangerous out here alone!
I looked wildly around. My eyes fell on my canteen, still inexplicably clutched in my hand from when I dropped the mug. Its polished surface, an idea sparked, born of desperation. I scrambled behind a large boulder near the stream bank, heart pounding. I waited until I heard his footsteps splashing into the shallow water just upstream.
Evelyn, where are you? Answer me?
Taking a deep breath, I angled the canteen, catching the moonlight, and flashed it deliberately across the surface of the water, just ahead of where he was waiting. A small, simple reflection of light on water. He stopped instantly. There was a sharp intake of breath, then silence. Complete, unnerving silence. I held my breath, hidden behind the rock, peering around the edge. He stood frozen midstream, head cocked, staring intently at the spot on the water where the reflection had flashed. His body was rigid. And then, slowly, horribly, his head began to turn, not towards me, but towards his own reflection in the flowing water beside him. He stared down at it, mesmerized, and his reflection, caught in a patch of moonlight on the water's surface, it slowly looked up, not at him, but towards me, hidden behind the rock, and it smiled. That same wide, predatory grin I'd seen in the mug. A choked sound escaped Dave's lips, a sound of dawning horror, perhaps recognition. He stumbled backwards in the stream, eyes wide with terror, no longer looking at me or searching for me, but staring at the water, at the thing looking back at him. I didn't wait to see more. While he, or it was distracted, I turned and fled again, scrambling up the opposite bank and running into the deeper darkness of the woods, following the stream's course blindly downstream. I didn't look back. I just ran, fueled by a terror beyond exhaustion, the image of that reflected grin burning behind my eyes. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. Until my legs gave out, until the adrenaline faded, leaving only trembling exhaustion and cold dread. I eventually stumbled onto a marked trail, then, miraculously, onto a logging road. By dawn, hypothermic and sobbing, I flagged down a bewildered truck driver who took me back towards civilization. I told the authorities Dave was missing. I described our route, the place we camped. I didn't mention the hiker. I didn't mention the reflections. How could I? They would think I was insane, or worse, that I'd harmed him myself and concocted a delusion. Search parties went out. They found our last campsite, neatly packed except for the scattered cookware in my abandoned pack. They found footprints leading to the stream. They found nothing else, no sign of Dave. He vanished on Mount Rainier, presumed lost, another tragic victim of the wilderness. I'm home now, safe supposedly, But the safety is an illusion. The hiker was right. You can't trust the reflections. Not in the polished chrome of the faucet, not in the dark screen of the television, not in the windows at night. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I see movement in their depths, a flicker of something that isn't there, a stare that lingers too long, and mirrors. I avoid them entirely. I haven't looked myself full in the face since I got back, because I'm terrified of what I might see looking back. Would it be me? Or would it be something else? Waiting patiently behind my eyes, smiling that wide, cold, predatory smile, just like the reflection I last saw staring out from the moonlit water on the mountain. The hiker warned us, especially not in each other's eyes. He never mentioned what happens when you can no longer trust the reflection in your own